Bing bong bong bong. Save game recaps. Damn. So I guess we can die. When they say double click quick travel, do they mean the mouse wheel or? I hate using the mouse wheel and most of the time it doesn't work.
They said there was a treasure on the island. Its location? Known only to the dead. I could see it in my dreams. How was I supposed to know that in order to find it, I'd have to die too?
How's it so loud? Foolish mortals. Written and directed and produced by David Younger. Programmed by Sophie Younger. Dennis Family Project. Rip my ears, by the way. Angelo Castro. Background art by David Chapura. And background coloring by Tanya O'Reilly. Usually there's no stuff like that at the start of the game, right? Whatever it's called. The word escapes me. Animation led by Matthew Creed. The Bride. Graphic design Jeffrey Steenbergen. Lol, that reminds me of Steenpastoffer. Maybe it's actually a real name. Hendrik Bloms. Kovac. I had a Kovac in my school. Epic.
Well, I think you're a fool. Everyone on Devil's Rock knows what happened to that house. Over 30 years it stood empty now. Locals won't go near it. I say all it contains now is dust, cobwebs, and bad luck.
I don't have time for ghost stories.
Then what do you want with it?
33 years ago, the Belmore Trading Company was wound up and absorbed by the state. The owner's dead, the heir nowhere to be found. Money was missing from the company accounts, and it's still unaccounted for. I'm here to find it.
So you're a treasure hunter?
Not quite. I'm an auditor.
An auditor? Records, taxes, all that stuff?
Think of me as the adventurer of the accounts book. But on this case, I'm out of office and on location. At 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, the state's claim on that money lapses for good along with my commission. So I've got one night to find it. I'm overdue for a meeting with the parish comptroller to reopen the case.
The comptroller you're meeting wouldn't happen to be Theodore Grimes, would it?
Yes, I believe it is.
Would be hard to convince him, I'd say.
Why's that? I'm a good talker.
He died about 4 days ago. I'd wager he's waiting to be buried in St. Juniper Cemetery, stiff as a board.
Okay, that might be tricky. Talking to the dead isn't quite within my skill set.
Remember what I said about that house and bad luck?
My bad luck started long before that house. It's a 3-day journey to get here, and it took me 7. And ever since my suitcase got dropped overboard on the steamer, all I have to my name is a pocket watch, a magazine, and $1.
Less than $1, actually. You owe me for the taxi ride.
Oh shit. I give him the silver watch. Oh no, I don't want to. The magazine.
The taxi driver wasn't going to be interested in my magazine. He wanted cash.
And here's your change.
Didn't you say you'd take me into town?
You can walk from here. No one with any sense will go further onto this island at night. And remember, the tide's coming in. Within the hour, you'll be cut off from the mainland until tomorrow.
That suits me. I took the pocket watch out of my vest and clicked open the cover. I've got 13 hours to find $13 million.
Unlucky for some, but if you're really dead set on it, here's a tip. Go find the Spirit Queen.
The Spirit Queen? Who is that?
I think you'll find you mean, what's that? Good luck, Murphy McAllen.
Prologue, the Spirit Queen. And it starts kind of better than I expected. I might like it. The Captain's Club.
Walking into the port town of Deadnettle, I could sense its history in every stone, brick, and plank. Echoes of merchant ships loading and unloading all manner of cargo from expeditions throughout the Caribbean. Gold and treasure that may still lie hidden on the island.
The seamen are unloading. Just a second, guys. Doubloon's jewelry. Door. Room and board available. Inquire.
The door was locked with a sign in the window saying, "Closed for private appointment. Reopening shortly." I could see 2 gentlemen inside the store. A spindly man with a wiry mustache had his face pressed against a display cabinet, while a diminutive older gentleman tried desperately to pull him away. I'd seen similar behavior in Laurel and Hardy pictures.
Laurel and Hardy. In German we say dick und doof. It means like fat and dumb. What a translation of a name. And I hate when games do that, like, oh, you can't go in here, you have to do something that passes the time. You're not allowed. But yeah, it gives me that vibe of these nice old adventure games, not gonna lie. Placenta? Oh no, Pulginella.
The puppet show hadn't started yet.
Come on.
The sign read, "The Fantastic Fantocchio Brothers will be performing tonight. All ages welcome. Tips welcome even more." A paper sign hung on the front of the theater. One side displayed the flair and fanciness of a person skilled with a fountain pen. The other side revealed it had been written on the back of a cut-up cereal box. Set up on the seafront was an elaborate carved wood puppet theater with Pulcinella painted across the top.
Now we gotta go back to the door.
It was the door to a jewelry store named Doubloon's Jewelry. I had heard of the medical benefits of open-air night swimming. To my mind, the only medical benefit was diagnosing insanity in the people willing to do it.
Exactly.
The latter was covered in rust from the salty sea air, barely hanging on to the crumbling masonry. I shook the gate, but it wasn't going to open. Down the passageway, I could make out a portion of an illuminated courtyard and the echoing trickle of a fountain. The decorative iron gate was closed with a secure lock. The poster advertised billiards at the Captain's Club, with 3 billiard balls and 2 cues framing a cube of billiard chalk. A faded poster had been pasted on the wall of the alcove. It had clearly been there for years.
Oh my, a shipwreck.
Slap me with a paddle. It's a whopper. Well, blast my barnacles. That's the 3rd one tonight. These fish sure must have been spooked by something.
Oh, it's a brother from another mother. I wanted to look at the wreck, though. Actually, can't do anything. It's still... what's still the animation, I guess.
I thought better of swimming out to the wreck. As best as I could tell, all it contained was dock mud and the future promise of an antibiotics prescription.
Nice.
The tip of a wooden boat poked above the water, clearly the remains of a rather unfortunate expedition.
So much to do, to see.
Are the fish biting?
Not so well today, to tell the truth. That was the first nibble in hours. I'm near Kip's, by the way. I haven't seen you around here before.
I'm here because I have a very important job on this island. A calling that only I can fulfill. Dark secrets that I need to uncover.
Oh, you're a tourist. Now, why on earth would you choose Devil's Rock as the place to vacation?
I must have done something to upset my travel agent. The name's Murphy McCallan.
Nice to meet you, Mac. Not peckish, are you? You can help yourself to what I got here in my bucket if you like.
Oh, thanks. My expectations of a local seafood delicacy quickly unraveled when I plunged my hands into what felt like lumpy jelly. Ugh! It was a handful of fish guts.
Ha! That's the best bait you get around here. They smell pretty bad, but the critters on this island love them. Who would have known they're good at suckering in tourists, too?
Bait unlocked. Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
I don't have to read it.
Sure, but I wouldn't be heading out into the bayou at this time of night.
If she's out there, that's where I need to go.
Murphy, the bayou's dangerous. It's not the kind of place you want to go alone.
I'll be careful.
Well, if you're set on it, just take the western route out of town. Left at Pimlico Rock, then right on into the bayou. Without Docket gets in there, you'll see the lights guiding you the last stretch of the way. Just make sure the gators don't get too attached to you.
Gator. Wait, they can already travel? Huh? Oh no, it just unlocked that place, I guess.
What's life like in Dead Nettle?
Well, it's not the hustle and bustle it used to be, but it suits me just fine. The ships just don't come through Dead Nettle anymore. Not since the disappearance.
You must have been talking about the Belmore wedding. The locals actually believed the story. Have you ever considered moving to the mainland?
Nah, I wouldn't like it over there. Crazies, oddballs, crackpots. The mainland doesn't have any of them.
What's that you're reading? Ah, yeah, I forgot. They're gonna read it for me also. It's kinda good, but at the same time... yeah.
What's that you're reading?
This is Herman Melville's Moby Dick.
Are you enjoying it?
I'm struggling my way through it, to be honest. I thought it was a how-to book. I much prefer the last book I read. It was much more action-packed.
What book was that?
The Encyclopedia of Fishing Lures, 3rd edition.
I'm going to get back to exploring the island.
I wouldn't go looking for it if I were you, you know.
Excuse me?
The folks this island gets now either seem to be looking for something or running away from something. You look like you're doing both. You got your eye on that Belmore treasure, and I wouldn't be doing right by you if I didn't warn you to stay away from it. I know this island has a reputation for the macabre, and it's all fun and games in the beginning, but dig too deep, and you end up in a place you don't want to be.
What makes you think I... Ned looked at me in a way that told me my playing innocent wasn't going to work. Okay, that's right, but I'm not a grave robber. I'm an auditor, contracted by the state.
It don't matter what your reasons are, Mac. You need to be careful with that house. Us locals, we don't go anywhere near it.
I appreciate the concern, but who can really say they've seen a ghost?
I have, Murphy. And I'm not the only one. Ever since the disappearance, anyone brave or foolish enough to go up to that house has seen the same thing. You might say it was moonlight shimmering off dusty glass, the shadow of a tree branch, or a curtain blown by an unseen breeze. But deep down, we all know what we saw.
What did you see?
The Phantom. It's not something anyone will forget. Every poor soul who's seen the Phantom has been plagued by the most awful experience. Night after night of endless nightmares. Months of restless sleep. Just visions of faces. Evil faces. Laughing. It's like it can infect your dreams.
And who do you think the Phantom is? Or was?
Nobody knows. But it must have been someone at that awful wedding. Someone who doesn't want to leave the house. Or doesn't want to let anyone in.
I appreciate your concern, but I have a job to do. I don't think my boss would be too happy if I report back that ghosts and ghouls are what's standing in my way.
You're not the first to come looking for the treasure, you know.
But if I find it, I could be the last.
Whether you find it or not, I hope that's true. For everyone's sake.
Ned's talk of nightmares was the last thing I needed to be worried about. Even if it was a job, ever since I read about the Belmore treasure, all I could do was dream about finding it.
Agreed. That's never good. Did we get we got it. Nice.
The fishing net was worn and useless. Using it would have been like trying to catch soup with a sieve. A fishing net had been stretched between two poles to dry, and then clearly forgotten about. The billboard poster was peeling away to reveal layers of advertisements underneath, like some sort of consumeristic onion.
The Restream kind of works, but the Restream chat doesn't work. Ah well, what have I right here? Yeah, that kind of works. Odd. Oh fuck. Oh frick. Well, we're the only guys streaming this game. GG. Bark, bark. Okay, let's be a tad lower. More. And it's better.
It was a billboard advertising Bloom's canned beef. Of all the ways to eat beef, the canned form was definitely at the bottom of my list of preferences.
True, true, true.
Of all of the papers pinned to the board, One article stood out to me. It showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a headline declaring he'd just broken the island's heaviest catch record. A notice board stood outside the newspaper office, containing a mixture of advertisements and front pages from previous issues. It was the door to a newspaper office. A note on the door said, "Out on a scoop. Back later."
Yeah, right.
The door led into a building that had Juniper Parish Gazette painted on the side.
Oh, free clothes.
The clothesline was decidedly out of reach, even for a person who wanted to steal someone's freshly laundered undergarments. I wasn't one of those people. Shirts, socks, and oversized underwear had been left out to dry overnight.
Oversized underwear. Hell yeah. Oh, it's just a passageway. Scant Island. I somehow feel like we might be able to go back to the dock and do something. But let's assume they're not trolling us. So that's an exit also, I guess.
As I returned to the beach, I could see the causeway was now fully flooded over by the rising tide. I was trapped here until dawn.
Why is there a school? What? What? Why is there a school? Is it like Alice in Wonderland or something sinister?
Hello? Little girl? Have you lost your mommy and daddy? It's late. There could be a lot of strange people around.
Yeah, I think I'm talking to one.
Maybe I should introduce myself. My name's Murphy McCallan. What's yours?
Mallory Wisp, angel on the outside, malevolent force of disparagement, derision, and disorder on the inside. At least, that's what Mrs. Huxley wrote in my school report. Hey, do you know what an enfant terrible is?
Do your parents know you're here?
Of course they do. This is my happy place. I come here when I need to cheer up.
What's got you down?
It's my birthday, and I didn't get the present I wanted.
Well, happy birthday. Is being out here helping?
A little. It's a nice place to plot my revenge.
This doesn't sound like an appropriate way for a little girl to spend her time.
Little girl? Little girl? What am I supposed to like? Posies and princesses? Tiaras and tea parties? Those are not my thing.
How are you planning on getting revenge?
I'm not sure. Currently, I'm at the plotting and ruminating stage of my plan.
What are you plotting and ruminating about?
How things would be different if I was in charge of the world. We had a school project last week. What we want to be when we grow up. Mildred wanted to be a baker. Bobby wanted to be a firefighter.
What did you want to be?
Queen of the universe.
I guess no one can accuse you of lacking ambition. Do you think you could fix the world's problems and make the world a better place if you were in charge?
Oh, absolutely not. It would be far worse. My patience is worn so thin with all the idiots around me. I don't know if it would be wise for me to wield that much power. You to the dungeons! You to the torture room! It would be very cathartic for me, though.
It's weirdly funny because it's a child, but yeah, it's kind of not also.
What present did you want for your birthday?
A doll?
A doll?
What's wrong with wanting a doll?
Nothing. I just didn't expect it. It doesn't quite fit with your whole aura.
I'm still a little girl. I don't have to defy all your stereotypes. Instead, I get this stupid tin boat. I know Sebastian's got something to do with it, too. He was all over the tin boat when I showed him my toy catalog from Mulligan's.
Is he one of your friends?
Not in a million years. You can see right through him.
I only stop when I sleep, dude.
Shouldn't you be heading home?
I'm in trouble at home. Mrs. Huxley held me back for detention yesterday. Again.
What did you do?
I convinced 3/4 of the class to sign over their eternal souls to me in exchange for some jelly beans. Third graders are remarkably easy to manipulate with a bag of candy and a little peer pressure.
Why did you do that?
You've got to speculate to accumulate.
Why did you want their souls? What use do you have for them?
Just making sure I'm prepared. And that's just step one.
I didn't dare ask what she was preparing for.
Yeah, they're probably already black, dude. Honestly. Yeah.
Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Look, if Mori put you up to this, you can tell him that I have no intention of going anywhere near his big, boring boat again. And anyway, those skulls look better with a little lipstick on them. I even made some cowrie necklaces for them, but nope, if we have a skeletal uprising, they're just going to have to maraud without being dolled up. And they'll have to take it up with Mori.
Who's Moray?
Nope, not falling for it.
But yeah, after this, I could try to put a sin in, and then I might forget about smoking. And what else did I want to say? Do you want VIP? Or do you not care about it? I don't know why I ask, but I'm gonna do it anyway before I get the answer, potentially. And I think I still have enough of them. Good up being one. Legend. Yeah, you should be VIP now, but you have to refresh the page to see it. And let me VIP Steenpastoffer also. I think I know how to write his name, which is kind of funny. Unable to add VIP. Damn. Are you telling me this was the last spot? Or did I write the name wrong? Or maybe he had 2 A's actually. Yeah, it worked. Now he's VIP also. I feel like I might have forgot somebody, but yeah, whatever. And I'm pretty sure Marilyn is already VIP. Okay, back to the game. God damn it. Wasting time.
Do you like living on Devil's Rock?
This island is cut off from society, an isolated microcosm of the dark and macabre. If I'm honest, it fits me quite nicely. Lots of places to explore, too, when I'm not banned from them.
Where are you banned from?
Where am I not? The Captain's Club wouldn't let me in after I declared a mutiny. The lady at the newspaper office kicked me out when I tried selling stories about a zombie uprising. The witch doctor in the bayou threatened to hex me if I didn't stop sneaking on board and borrowing his toys. And the gravedigger banned me from the cemetery when I played a teensy little practical joke.
What did you do?
I convinced him the stiff he'd buried was still alive. People are so antisocial around here.
Yeah, horror games are not bad. It's good content also. But I do also get scared, and like, especially those games where you cannot fight. It really kind of sucks also. Like if you only have to run away all the time and hide. I somehow don't enjoy it so much. But I could still try it, you know, and some horror games I enjoyed, but yeah, like Silent Hill, for example, it's kind of nice. Because you can kill them also. But still scary, sometimes. Merlin Mott. Yeah. You could also make him editor. But he doesn't have too much time also. But honestly, VIP or Mott, it doesn't really matter, you know what I mean?
I better get going.
I wouldn't walk across the beach again if I were you.
But
This
yeah.
beach is covered in quicksand. I can hop along the surface, but with your weight, you'll be sucked down like a noodle.
Oh no. Really? This beach has quicksand?
Nah, I'm just messing with you. Tourists.
Yeah, I remember what you said about, like, so he can release the messages from Automat. That does make sense.
A little girl sat hunched over a tide pool, accessorizing her pretty dress and ribboned hair with a scowl as cold as an iceberg. It was the face that could sink 1,000 ships. A tin boat puttered around the tide pool, watched unenthusiastically by the little girl. Despite the little girl's disparaging look at her tiny toy, I doubted she'd be okay with me commandeering it.
The next guy, the next viewer, we're gonna make him a mod.
I didn't want to take the little girl's balloon from her. Her brooding face made it more than clear that it wouldn't be a good idea to get on her bad side. A helium-filled balloon bobbed gently in the breeze. I peered into the tide pools, but all I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed. The beach was dotted by tide pools, partly filled with seawater. Would you like some fish guts?
No thanks. My dad brings enough back from the trawlers as it is. We have them 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Really? You eat this?
You're so gullible, Murphy.
How does she know my name?
I thought it best to leave.
Kind of worried I missed something, but I also don't want to abuse that button where you see all the things that you can click.
There would be no way to cross the causeway back to the mainland until the tide had gone down.
Yeah, I know.
With the high tide, the entirety of the causeway was now covered over by water. Only the guideposts peeking above the waves gave any hint of the road below that had brought me to the island.
It's kind of hard to find somebody you trust, and also most people don't have a lot of time, and yeah. Just let me know if you really have a lot of problem with Automat, then yeah. Can we go there?
After what felt like miles, the eerie darkness of the bayou gave way to the soft orange glow of a gas lamp. And beyond it, the last thing I expected to find in the heart of the swamp. Hand-painted lettering on the side of a paddle wheel revealed the Spirit Queen wasn't a person, it was a riverboat. Its hull sagged, the wood swollen and split from years in the swamp. Peeling paint curled like dead skin, and what remained of its once grand decks now tilted and crooked. It looked like a wedding cake that had been left to rot.
There it is, the Spirit Queen. Shrunken hat. I take it.
As I took the shrunken head from the sign, it almost seemed to grin at me. Creepy. I considered climbing the water tower, but I couldn't imagine what I'd find at the top other than stagnant, moldy water. And there was plenty of that in the bayou already. It was an aging water tower used to replenish the steam engine aboard the riverboat. I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. The wooden shack had a single door. From the moss growing on it, it looked like it hadn't been used for years.
Will I just die?
Firstly, if I wanted to get across the jetty, I needed to make sure the alligator wasn't on it. A fierce-looking alligator blocked my way along the jetty. A broken chain hung from its neck like a leash, but this creature definitely wasn't under control. Its milky eyes stared past me, but I could tell from the way it shifted, the way its nostrils flared, that it knew exactly where I was. A swiveling wooden crane used to load up cargo in days gone by stood halfway along the jetty. The shrunken head was already disturbing enough without shoving rotting seafood in. That didn't work. The shrunken head That wasn't going to work.
What is gonna work then?
I couldn't. Once the riverboat would have been a symbol of opulence and decadence. Now it looked plain sinister. It was the Spirit Queen riverboat. Decks rotting, smokestacks toppling, and its hull sinking into the gator-infested bayou. The only way aboard was along the rickety jetty.
The rickety jetty.
That wasn't going to work.
Maybe we don't have it, or I don't see it. Why is the skull? I don't get the skull.
Good evening, Ned.
Hello again, Mac.
You didn't tell me the Spirit Queen was a riverboat.
Oh, sure. That thing's been moored up in the bayou with her keel kissing the mud for years. Witch doctor lives aboard her now. Claims to sell all manner of hoodoo and voodoo. But to believe that, you need to be dumber than the bachelor in New Orleans, throwing beads at the Sisters of Mercy.
Catch you later, Ned.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
Oh, I could have stayed in the frame.
My pockets still reeked from the last. By the side of the fisherman was a dirty, stained chum bucket. It was a mechanical scale used for weighing fish. To make use of that, I needed something to weigh. Nope. That was going to require a whole fish. That didn't work. I could... Nope. I could... What do you think of this magazine?
Is this what got you interested in the Belmo treasure?
That's right. This is all I could find about it.
Just remember, don't believe everything
See
you
you.
read.
Bye.
What do you think of this shrunken head?
You didn't get that from Dr. Moray, did you? My advice would be to use your own head. Keep away from that stuff.
Would you like these back?
You can keep them. Don't worry. You'll get used to the smell.
The fisherman's rod sat on the edge of the dock. Its line... I had more important... What do you think of my pocket watch?
Is that how long I've been out here? And still no fish. Today's not my lucky day.
There was nothing I needed to buy off him. Nope. That wasn't going to...
The net? No?
The fishing net was... I couldn't... It was the door...
Oh. Oh, don't say it ain't so.
The door was locked with a sign in the window. could see two gentlemen inside. I'd seen similar behavior.
What to do, what to do. I'm sure there must be some solution already. Or maybe we go back to the girl. I almost said it, guys.
How would you like to trade your tin boat for this?
A doll?
At least the head of one.
Deal! Oh, I'll hug him and kiss him and conquer the world with him.
Prepare to weigh anchor.
Plus one boat. Give her money.
She seemed busy with her new... She seemed...
Oh, I can look at it. Let me read all this. Important lore. Impress your friends.
It was the pocket watch I'd been given when It was the pocket watch I'd been given when I reached 5 years as an auditor. I didn't know whether it was to celebrate the fact or rub it in. It was the change the taxi driver had given me from our drive across the causeway, a dime and a penny. I didn't want to take the little girl's balloon from her. Her brooding face made it more than clear that it wouldn't be a good idea to get on her bad side.
Buy it.
I needed to think of something else.
But I guess I have to get the balloon then.
She seemed busy with her new friend. She seemed busy.
Okay. We have a boat now. Oh! Mademoiselle! Oh, we're down to one viewer. Fuck. I hate my life.
Mr. McAllen,
But I need to go piss anyway.
Yes? How do you know my name?
it's a work assignment that brings you to the island. Am I right?
She began staring at me with intense, hypnotic eyes. Disguised within her tailored outfit and tortoiseshell spectacles, she had the crazed look of someone not entirely in touch with reality. That's right.
An auditing job.
Eyes that looked like she was reading my very thoughts. Yes?
And you're late. Days late.
I was beginning to panic. Ned had warned me about the supernatural on this island. Was this person standing in front of me equipped with psychic powers that could read my very thoughts? How do you know all this? Are you the witch doctor?
The witch doctor? No. It was written on this telegram that came in for you. It came through a few days ago now. Your boss isn't too happy by the looks of it. Bill Bolam, the taxi driver, telephoned and said I'd find you out here.
You're reading my telegrams?
I'm a newspaper reporter. It's one of the best ways to get a good story. Now, do you want it or not?
If you wouldn't mind.
McAllen, you're late reporting in. I don't remember authorizing the reopening of a cold case, but you better make sure it pays off, or you'll be swapping desks back to the mailroom. Sid Sinclair, Sinclair Auditing Company.
Do you want to send a reply?
What was there to say? My only contact was going to be pushing up daisies by morning, and my one lead was the magazine I'd been carrying with me since heading out. Before I checked in with my boss, I needed some progress to report badly. You know, for now I'll just leave it.
Suit yourself. Sounds like you're up to some fun on the island, Murphy. Be a sweetie and keep me updated so I have something to write about, won't you?
She didn't even wait for a reply before she started striding back through the bayou. She hadn't taken a single thing from me, and yet somehow, I still felt like I'd just been mugged.
I know that feeling. Okay, BRB. came back. You guys don't know how a number 1 can become a number 2. But usually a number 1 is also, a number 2 is also a number 1. I feel like I want to treat myself to something to make myself feel better, but I don't know what.
Nope. I needed to think of something else. It was a toy boat made of tin, with a motor you could wind up so it puttered around in the water.
Maybe this is a red herring, this crane.
The tin boat puttered around the swamp, but didn't draw the attention of the alligator.
Aha.
I would need something that targeted his nostrils. I packed the fish guts into the tin boat. It was the smelliest little ship to sail the 7 seas. Perhaps this would attract the gator's attention. The hulking mass of scales and muscles lumbered to the edge of the jetty and dangled its toothy jaws over the side, its nostrils flickering at each waft of fish guts.
Now what? No. Can we just
It was
go
the
over?
Spirit Queen.
Or dangle over.
The gator may have been distracted, but one head turn as I walked past and I'd have a bite taken out of me. Ready? Aim.
Okay, dude.
With a splash that would be the envy of any cannonballing kid at a pool party, the irritable reptile disappeared into the murky bayou. I just hoped it didn't hold a grudge.
Paddle wheel.
The writing on the paddle wheel said in fancy painted letters, the Spirit Queen. It was a large paddle wheel used to propel the ship, unused for years by the looks of it. The taxidermied fish looked like it was barely hanging on to the rotting wooden frame. Deciding it would be better coming with me, I picked it up. And in doing so, tore a long hole in its previously stitched up seam. It was the frame where I'd found the taxidermied fish. The plaque read, "My beloved Bernie, heartfelt wishes, now you sleep with the fishes." It was the taxidermied fish I'd taken from the riverboat, with a ripped seam opening up to the stuffing inside.
Spirits and specters from realms yet unknown, guide to me the wanderer who searches alone. Welcome, Murphy McCallan.
How do you know my name? Have you been reading my telegrams too?
I have no need for such trivial paperwork. I have eyes all over this island. Now it's time for me to see you for myself. Come, step into the light. I know a lot about you, Murphy. Unknown parents, a childhood spent in orphanages. I know things about you even you don't know.
How do you know all that?
My name is Dr. Morey. I am a conjurer, a shadow man, a controller of spirits that balance the line between life and death. And those spirits whisper to me. But for now, it's your time to talk, Murphy. Tell me why you've come to my humble abode.
I've been told you could help me.
That depends on what you seek.
I kept telling myself that the doctor's theatrics didn't convince me. That there must have been a logical reason why he knew what he did. But with how skittish the locals were, humoring him seemed like my only chance of learning more. I'm looking for the $13 million that went missing from the Belmore accounts. I'm an auditor in the company I work for.
Murphy, Do you take me for a fool? I know what your mind sees when your eyes are closed. Tell me, Murphy, what do you dream of?
Money.
I dream about finding the lost treasure of Belmore Manor.
I see that spirit within you, hungering for more than an auditor's life. And I know you've dreamed about that treasure every night since you first read the story. Tell me I'm not right.
It's like the treasure is calling out for me to find it.
Many have sought the lost treasure of Belmore Manor. All have failed. Some, it is said, have perished in the process. Do you know what happened at Belmore Manor all those years ago?
The ghost story? I've read it, but I don't know how much of it is really true.
All of it. Dark magic runs throughout Belmore Manor. The house was built by the Belmore brothers, 3 merchants from England, who made their fortune trading across the Caribbean. Xavier Belmore, an explorer. Yardley Belmore, an actor. And Cecil Belmore, a scientist. Their parents dead for many years, they each loved and cared for their young sister, Abigail. Abigail met a young sailor who worked aboard her brother's ships, and in less than a year, he proposed. The engagement was a scandal. Despite having the pick of any eligible bachelor in high society, her hand and her share of the Belmore fortune was to go to a commoner. Because of their unconditional love for their young sister, the Belmore brothers sanctioned the union. But people began to wonder if Abigail was being locked into marriage, whether by blackmail or black magic. The 3 proud brothers planned a grand wedding, but in the months leading up to it, one by one, each of the brothers was lost, presumed dead. And yet the wedding was still to go ahead. And with Abigail set to inherit the entire Belmore fortune once she came of age, people began to wonder whether the sailor was not a perpetrator, but a pawn. On the morning of the wedding, Abigail summoned the sailor to her chambers. "I don't love you," Abigail declared. "I never loved you." And before the guests gathered in the house, Abigail declared that she would marry another on that same evening. John Rackham, first officer of the Belmore Trading Company, would be her new groom. Except that didn't happen. That night, everyone in the house suddenly and mysteriously vanished. Perhaps it was the last revenge of the scorned sailor. In the house that night was a heart that would be broken, a victim who would be tricked, and a force that would unleash evil. But no one knows exactly who each was. If you want to find the treasure, Murphy, you'll have to find out.
You're telling me that all of that actually happened?
And so much more, Murphy. Mysteries you have yet to uncover.
Dr. Morey's performance was gripping, but it seemed like something out of the vaudeville shows I'd snuck into as a teenager. Grifters peddling magic spells, fortune-telling, and miracle elixirs. At least that's what I tried to tell myself. And the treasure, is that real too?
It is as real as you are, Murphy. And someone went to a lot of trouble hiding it.
Can you help me find it?
I can. If you can prove your dedication to the search, I will need you to retrieve something from inside the house. A small leather pouch called a gree-gree still lies inside Abigail Belmore's bedroom. We will need it if I am to help you. This will get you inside.
You're not gonna pull a rabbit out of your hat for your next trick, are you?
I do not do tricks, Murphy McCallan. You'll soon learn this. The Belmore estate lies at the end of the northeastern peninsula of Devil's Rock. Find that gree-gree and bring it back to me. I'll be here when you return. And Murphy, this ghost story? Now it's your story, too.
Fuck, I should play more interactive games. And I don't mean the company.
I may have been new to the bayou, but even I knew that plunging my hand into alligator-infested waters wasn't a good idea. It was the kind of water that made you question every ripple. Was it the breeze or something hungry? Framed by trees and lit by moonlight, Belmore Manor stood imposingly in the still night air. Even without any lights on, it felt like something inside the house was calling me, or warning me. They were the imposing front doors to Belmore Manor. I wondered how many people had entered the house this way, and how many never came back out again. Belmore Manor stood proudly and enigmatically at the center of the estate. Who knew what had gone on inside its walls? I considered wading into the pond, water up to my waist, squelching my way through the reeds and mud, past frogs, bugs, and water snakes. Then I realized I had absolutely no reason to do that. A large pond lay in front of the house, slowly being reclaimed by algae, weeds, and who knew what else.
So many paths.
I needed the key to open it. With a deep breath, I placed the key into the lock of the house I'd been thinking about for weeks and turned it.
Is this a mistake? Should we check the back first? Are we good?
Hello? I don't know if I expected a reply, but with only an echo in response, it seemed like nobody was home. I hope that was just the wind. An orb appeared seemingly from nowhere, glowing and shimmering with energy, simultaneously captivating and terrifying. It was like it had a presence, an aura that I couldn't explain. My first instinct was to look for smoke and mirrors, but this illusion was right before my very eyes, one that I could reach out and touch. It was a painting of Abigail Belmore, hauntingly beautiful. Huge paintings hung on the walls of the hall. The door didn't have a visible lock, but as much as I tried, it wouldn't open. Flanking the staircases was a matching pair of doors leading deeper into the manor. With neither of the doors appearing to open, I peered through the crack between them. I couldn't tell if I was imagining things, but it looked like shadows dancing. It was a pair of decorated Without a flue, the fireplace seemed entirely decorative, and yet, standing in front of it, I could feel a breeze.
It seems like super dumb also, like where would the chimney go? Except they had like some super weird chimney going like backwards.
A marble fireplace sat between the two curved staircases, guarded on each side by stone lions.
Honestly, my bet is like a secret path somewhere in there.
Without a flue, I needed to think of something. That didn't work. I needed to think. Like the other door, this door had no keyhole, yet still seemed to be locked too. Flanking the staircases, it was a family portrait of all 4 Belmore siblings. The 3 brothers stood around their seated younger sister. I remembered seeing reproductions of the paintings in the Merry and Macabre magazine I had.
Should I compare them?
It was a painting of a gazebo overlooking the sea. I wondered how long it had taken to paint the huge paintings. The 2 sea deities stared at me with disapproving eyes. I didn't know what I could have done to disappoint a statue. It was a stone statue depicting 2 Greek deities of the sea, so skillfully carved it looked like the water droplets on their skin might drip away at any moment. The portrait exuded an unsettling aura. I didn't know who it was, but I didn't like the way he looked back at me. Clearly, the artist had managed to imbue the brushstrokes with something of the subject's personality. It was downright sinister.
Any loot?
I tried to open the trunk, but in the darkness I only managed to fumble unsuccessfully with the latch.
Come on.
A heavy trunk sat in the corner of the corridor. The door was locked. The door was marked X, presumably the room of Xavier Belmore. The door was locked. The door was marked C, I guess. The door was locked. The door was marked Y, possibly. There was nothing behind the curtains. There was nothing behind the curtains. Thick red curtains hung loosely in front of the circular window. This was strange. I didn't remember seeing any lights on when I was outside the house. The door was locked. The door was locked.
Check the curtains.
I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there.
Okay.
Walking into the room, I realized it must have been Abigail's bedroom. I was in the right place. Somewhere in this room was the Gree-Gree, and I needed to find it. The sheets lay flat on the bed, undisturbed for more than 30 years. The Gree-Gree wasn't going to be there. It was a grand 4-poster bed with a carving of a single rose on its canopy. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there. I took the poker from the hook.
Get out.
I hope that was my imagination.
I heard it also.
The portraits hung tight to the wall and didn't reveal anything hidden behind them. The portraits hung. Above the fireplace hung individual portraits of 3 men. They must have been the bride's 3 brothers. I wedged the poker in the grate and with all my might, pulled. I picked up the object that had been glinting in the fireplace and discovered it was a jeweled brooch.
So that's not the Grigri, or is it? Fuck. Ashpan.
The music box was locked with no visible keyhole, but a distinctive indent on the front looked like it might be the mechanism to open it, if I had the right key.
Okay, dude.
The brooch fitted snugly into the indentation in the music box. With a small click, the music box opened and revealed the contents it had held untouched for more than 30 years. The small leather bag was just as the witch doctor had described. It was hard to imagine what could be so important about it.
You should not be here!
Wait, I can explain.
You don't belong here!
I don't mean any harm.
Get out! Get out!
Whoa.
With good fortune, the pond had broken my fall. It was a strange juxtaposition, wiggling goldfish out of my underwear as I tried to process the fact that I'd just been the victim of an attempted murder by a ghost bride. The stories were true, so that meant the treasure might be real as well. And now I had the Grigri. It was time to return to the Spirit Queen.
No, I want to check the other parts.
Murphy, did you find it?
I saw her. I saw the bride. She tried to kill me.
I told you it was true. Now, do you have the Grigri?
Yes, I found it.
Good. Good. Now, do you believe what I've been telling you?
I'm starting to. Why did she try to kill me?
There are some spirits that, even in death, do not wish to give up what they amassed in life. The question is, are you strong enough to persuade them?
I would be if they'd give me a chance to ask them.
Precisely. That will be our next step.
A manuscript for a voodoo spell? A spell to help me find the treasure?
A spell to reveal those who know where it is.
Ah, shit. We have to do spells.
There are many things on this island that have gone unseen. Stories that have been left unheard, at least by mortals. But I commune with realms beyond. Let me introduce you to a friend. Out of the shadows, the cursed and the damned, return now, my servants, to do my command!
I have returned to you, Master.
Loa, this gentleman wishes to find the lost treasure of Belmore Manor. Tell him how this can be done.
Only inhabitants of the house know where the treasure lies, their spirits still within its walls, trapped between life and death. To ask them, those spirits must be pulled back to the mortal realm.
And that is what our spell will do, Murphy. A summoning spell to unveil the ghost trapped within the house.
7 ingredients place inside, tie closed and then unseal. Within the focus what may hide, this spell will soon reveal.
Once you've collected all 7, we can summon the ghosts of Belmore Manor. Once we've summoned the ghosts, we can ask them exactly where the treasure was hidden. You have served me, Loa. Be gone.
I honestly think this is all scam. This is an act.
That, Murphy, is your goal. Find the 7 ingredients named in the voodoo manuscript, place them in the Grigri, and return to the Spirit Queen. Are you up to the task?
I think so.
Excellent. Then there's just one thing left to do. The gree-gree that you carry is not yours. It was stolen from the spirits. And an artifact of voodoo will only work for its rightful owner. To be used, it cannot be stolen. It can only be bought, or traded, or inherited. Fortunately for you, the spirits and I are willing to make a trade for something symbolic of your spirit. The spirit that yearns to escape its humdrum life. If you want the gree-gree to be rightfully yours, what do you have to offer in exchange for it?
I thought he wanted it. And yeah, I think it's all a scam, but it really doesn't look like it's a scam. Or very elaborate. I can give you the watch. A magazine.
Would the spirits trade the gree-gree for this?
I know far more about the house than what is on that fish wrap, Murphy McCallan.
What? My grandfather's watch.
What about this?
Yeet.
A pocket watch. A symbol of the life that doesn't satisfy you. A symbol of lost time. Dare you give it up?
I think I can do without it.
Then cast it into the spirit pool.
Too good at this game.
The spirits have deemed it a satisfactory trade. The gree-gree and its powers are now rightfully yours to wield. You are ready now, Murphy. Head out to the island and retrieve the ingredients we need. Then I will show you the final step of the spell.
How am I going to find what I need?
Everything I've ever needed for my voodoo spells, I've found here. It's as though this island draws the supernatural to it. The bayou, the beach, the town, the manor, all will help you in your search. Tell me, Murphy, have you visited the mill to the north, the fort to the south, the church at the island's heart? The island will lead you to that which you seek. I have no doubt about that.
A lot of talking, dude. Jesus. Oh, kind of like the vibe though, but yeah, should have played maybe like a more waking me up game. And chat dead also. This kind of sucks. No one cares about the game, I guess, as well. For me, this is like nice nostalgia stuff. It's new, but it's still nostalgia, kinda. I think I should make coffee or something. I bought this really nice bread also. Oh yeah. That's maybe something I could show Marilyn also. Not sure if they make it in America, but here it's relatively common. And it's a nice thing, but I don't know how effective it is. But yeah, this bread is made with a lot of butter, and then what you do is put more butter on it. Delicious. A life without butter is no life. And yeah, I should probably make coffee. That will pump me up a little bit.
How are the ghosts trapped within Belmore Manor?
The explosion is what sealed their fate. They exist now only as spirits, the form they should take in the spirit realm, and yet they remain here in the mortal realm. The ghosts are trapped in that house, unseen, unheard, and unable to interact with the world around them. This spell will change that.
How is the bride able to attack me when she's supposedly unseen and unheard?
Voodoo works best when attuned to emotion, and the strongest of those emotions can sometimes push beyond the known limits. She must have been very angry with you.
If I summon the spirits of the house, won't I also summon the bride again?
Very true, Murphy. Best be a little more persuasive this time.
What was the explosion that caused everyone to disappear?
It was a tearing in the very threshold between life and death, a chain reaction of spirit energy suddenly unleashed by the most violent of emotions. Just as the bride's anger allowed her to manifest in front of you this very evening, think of the rage that must have caused an entire household to explode and vanish.
Who is the creature that you talked to?
That is my Loa, the Loa of the mysteries, the invisibles, the messengers.
Is it a ghost?
No, they are the intermediaries between humans and the supernatural. There are two planes of existence, Murphy, the mortal realm and the spirit realm. Loa can move between them both. With my powers, I can command them when they do.
How did you learn voodoo?
I have always been adept with the mystic arts. Just as you dream of treasure, Murphy, I dream of power. I came to Devil's Rock many years ago, drawn by its voodoo energy, and no sooner than I arrived, the spirit realm began to reveal itself to me, pleading for me to be its master.
Sure, buddy, sure.
What's this riverboat we're aboard?
This is the Spirit Queen. It used to be a pleasure boat, plying the rivers around the island, a den of drinking and gambling. That's how I came to own the boat. A lucky game of chance. But between you and me, Murphy, it's a lot easier to win when you have spirits to control the roll of the dice.
It sounds like you cheated.
Fate was always gonna bring this boat to me. I just hurried it along.
Why is this island such a focus of voodoo energy?
I suspect the answer to that question already lies in what you're seeking.
Do you keep an alligator as a pet?
That's right. My dear old Mephistopheles. Blind as a bat, but with the smell of a bloodhound. Good thing he's chained up safely in the boiler room.
No, he isn't. He was out on the jetty when I was trying to get aboard.
Where is he now?
Swimming in the bayou.
Oh dear, not again.
Not again. I see that baby for the people.
I'm going to go and find the voodoo ingredients.
Hurry back.
What? Hurry back. Is there epic cutscene? Kind of, there is. But Aya, Coco Jumbo. Yeah. I bought this pear juice. It's kind of nice. Rip off, but nice. By the way, let me eat a yogurt with a fork. That was a trend. Hell yeah, dog. Bro, I think my freezer is not cold enough. How dare he? Fuck. I did put a lot of stuff in though, maybe it's just because of that. I need the coffee be boiling and shit. And the pear juice and the yogurt is ready. Although I feel like that's not gonna mix well in my stomach. Frick. But I even preheated the coffee glass, guys. W. Who am I talking to? The future YouTube viewers. 3 locations. Sheesh. I still want to check behind the house, honestly. Maybe the treasure is right there. Game over. GG.
Looking out over the tranquility of the gardens, its magnolias lit by moonlight, nothing could take my attention away from the macabre sight dangling from the oak tree. A hanged skeleton, its wedding suit little more than tattered rags clinging to bone, and its skull seemingly watching me with hollow, unblinking eyes. An eternal groom without a bride. The skeleton hung high up in the tree, swaying with each slight breeze. Even from down on the ground, I felt disturbingly close to it. A skeleton, clothed in wedding attire, hung by the glinting in the moonlight was a wedding ring it still held clasped in its bony fingers. Nope. Nope. The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possibility of climbing it. A dying tree stood next to the balcony, its branches devoid of leaves, its bark flaking away. That wasn't going to work.
Yeah, feels like a nothing burger.
I couldn't do... That didn't work. From the ground, I didn't have a clear view through the balcony doors, but that didn't stop me from knowing the dark magic that went on beyond that broken glass.
Maybe this is just a way out here. But there's this puppy pavilion.
From the patina of rust, it was clear the patio set hadn't been used in decades. A table and chair sat inside the gazebo, an echo of better days. Ouch! So much for good luck. I picked up the horseshoe that had assaulted me. It was heavy, as the bump on my head attested.
Could use it to throw it on stuff.
The wheel was too heavy to move. An old carriage wheel sat discarded in the grass. The barrel dangled from the rope like a piñata, but having this burst over my head would be the first step in getting tarred and feathered. The knot was tied so tightly I couldn't loosen it. That didn't work. Nope. The handle turned, but the door was restrained by the taut rope tied to it. From its other end dangled a heavy barrel full of molasses.
How does it... Ah, it says molasses on it.
The doors were firmly locked from the inside.
What was this? How does he open it? Ah, man, don't say I can't do anything. There's the garden.
That didn't work.
I mean, maybe we have to do the spell and everything. Could be, right?
The cow skull was out of reach, high up on the gable.
Gable.
To the right of the carriage house's main doors was a I couldn't do that.
Come on, you totally could.
I needed... That wasn't going... Cluck, cluck, buck, 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 cluck. I tried to persuade the chicken to come outside, but clearly I was out of cluck.
You clucked up, motherfucker, mother clucker.
It was a ramshackle chicken coop with infrequent clucks emanating from within. The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters might have made their homes inside the pile? A pile of rotting wood lay at the side of the path. Despite its obvious age, the water wheel was still turning. I couldn't get near it, and that was probably a good thing if I didn't want to get dragged under by the current.
I can assume these water wheels, they are not super effective. But I feel like if we had a lot of these, that would be so much better for the fish. Like, these doesn't kill all the fish. Which is kind of good.
The mill incorporated a wooden water wheel that turned in the current of the water channel, presumably driving some kind of gear inside. The inside of the lumber mill smelled like sawdust and grease. Judging from the overgrown weeds, it clearly hadn't been used in a long time, and yet the lights remained on. I picked up the auger from the tool shelf. I looked over the machine, but I couldn't find a way to turn it on, if it even still worked. I didn't want to touch it. I hadn't seen something with that many scary-looking teeth since Old Lady Malloy's German Shepherd got loose on my 10th birthday. Despite the age of the mill, the buzzsaw still looked sharp and scary. In the middle of the room was a large sawmill. The conveyor belt would have carried logs up to the blade, cutting them in two. The saw blades were rusted, dull, and would surely have precipitated the need for a tetanus shot.
Right above the hatch also, kind of shit. Let's get some grease. Oh, yeah.
If I touched the grease with my bare hands, I'd be spending hours trying to wash it off. Nope. I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work. I needed to think of something else. I couldn't do that. I didn't want to make a hole in that.
Is there anything over here? No.
The hatches were locked. From their shape, I deduced they were for storing lumber, and I wasn't in need of any 2x4s.
Why not?
I tried the door, but it was locked.
Use the auger.
I needed to think of something else.
Use this one.
I couldn't break my way through the door. It was peculiarly reinforced for a lumber mill.
Peculiar. How's there nothing here? Or maybe we need something to get in, I guess.
Nope. Vandalizing the chicken coop wasn't quite my style.
Come on. No fun allowed. Can the man have hobbies?
The church door was locked. The church door was solid and understated, like much of the rest of the church.
Let's break a church window.
The inside of the church was silent and still.
Silent.
That didn't work.
Holy.
That wasn't going to work.
No, it won't. Cemetery at night. Still working, buddy. Who is in there?
Hello?
Yeah! God darn it! Don't sneak up on people like that! You frighten the dying daylights out of me!
He looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. Sorry, you seem a little jumpy.
I thought you were that pesky little girl again.
A little girl? That doesn't seem like a reason to be scared.
She's a terror! One of these days she's gonna give me a heart attack. Last week, she showed up with a doctor's note she'd forged, saying a man I'd buried that day was just a very deep sleeper. 7 hours I was out here digging him back up, at my age.
And was he sleeping?
Dead as a dodo. Just like that little girl will be if I get my hands on her. Who are you, anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I've just arrived on the island.
Well, welcome, Mr. Murphy. I'm Edgar Kettle, gravedigger, undertaker, coffin maker, and anything else that needs doing to keep this cemetery running.
I'm looking for the treasure of Belmore Manor.
Oh, a treasure hunter. Well, let me tell you something, young man. Don't even think about digging up my graveyard. There's no treasure buried here, and I'm already busy enough filling in the holes that are supposed to be here.
I see, I see.
Did you make this coffin?
I sure did. But this is no more than a pauper's coffin by anyone's standards. The finest the parish pension can buy. Lock them in lumber, leave them to slumber, that's what I say. This'll end up 5 feet under by the end of the night.
I thought it was supposed to be 6 feet.
You're not the one doing the digging. 5 feet means I get a tea break.
Ay, 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 Coco Jumbo. Ay, ay, ay.
Do you know anything about the disappearance at Belmore Manor?
I think it's important to let the dead rest in peace.
But what if they're not in peace?
Well, you got me there. Listen, I think there's more to that story than meets the eye. You know the three brothers went missing, right? Well, if you ask me, I think Abigail Belmore was behind it. She was engaged to a sailor, but nobody like her would go for a commoner.
She might have loved him.
She could have loved somebody with a big bank account, too. I think she must have been using him, pretending to love him so he'd do her dirty work for her, bumping off her brothers. And afterwards, she drops him and goes to marry the officer of the company. Fiendish.
Do you have any proof?
Yeah, just a feeling, that's all. But when you work with cadavers, you kinda get a sixth sense about things.
I feel like that's really the story that everybody believes and they want me to believe. But there's probably more to it somehow.
What do you think was behind the disappearance?
Well, the sailor must have found out he was being manipulated, right? Done something to get his revenge.
What do you think he did?
Nobody knows. He could have been working his way through those bodies like a madman. All we know is that everyone in that house disappeared. To tell you the truth, quite relieved they did.
Why's that?
Because if they hadn't disappeared, it would have been this old fool who had to bury him. Saved me a lot of work.
Yeah, but you didn't get the money, so...
Have you got any spare coffin nails?
No, I don't have any to spare. I've got a backlog of bodies begging for burial. But does the parish increase my funding? Nope. The roof's leaking, my table's broken. I've used floorboards to build some of the coffins. Take my advice. Don't go into this line of work. Undertaking is a dying business.
LOL.
Was the little girl named Mallory Wisp by any chance?
That's her. The peril in a pinafore. She got the whole town thinking I was burying people prematurely. I walked past the school the other day, and they'd made up a jump rope chant about me.
Do you think I could fit inside the coffin?
Probably not. The gentleman inside might make it a bit of a squeeze.
You mean there's a dead guy inside there?
There better be. I can't afford to be burying empty coffins.
Oh, what was the chant the school children made up about you?
Edgar, Edgar, crazy feller, just be careful he don't get you. How many bodies did he strive to bury while they're still alive?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I wasn't looking for audience participation.
Sorry, I got carried away. Just like you with the burying. Have you ever accidentally buried someone who was still alive?
Has someone been making accusations again?
No, just making conversation.
Well, not that I know of. When you think about it, how would I know?
Shouts for help, desperate shaking of the coffin.
Look, I haven't sealed anyone up who was chatting with me, let's put it that way. I usually check for signs of life, but everyone takes shortcuts sometimes, don't they? I deserve some rest in peace, too.
Lol, that sounds concerning.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hopefully not the guy in the coffin.
Not funny.
I best be running along.
Don't drop dead. I don't want anything else on my to-do list.
Oh. You don't wanna fuck with me. Guys, today I got some message from Tiny MILF. Tiny Asian MILF. On Tinder. And I'm like, I don't want, but it could still be nice. I could write her like, hello mommy. Can you make me some food? I'm hungry. Only 19 kilometers away. She looks like she could cook, but she's, yeah, like I said, MILF. It's kind of like putting off, honestly. But, yeah. And also she says she wants serious relationship. What does that even mean, though? I feel like it's almost the only thing that you're allowed to write as a woman.
The tin was full of nothing but holes. A rusty tin can sat on the ground. Its label read, Bloom's Canned Beef, family-sized. Appetizing.
Yummy. Make more holes.
That wasn't going to work.
Yoink. Yoink.
I didn't want to make a hole in that. I needed to think of something else. I didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night, and the fire was more useful at keeping bugs away from the shack than keeping anyone toasty. I thought I'd leave. The coffin lid had been nailed down securely. I wasn't going to be able to open it. The gravedigger definitely wouldn't have been happy with me prying up the lid of the coffin.
But what if he's alive?
A shabby-looking coffin lay. The coffin lid. I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for. It was a fragment of bone. It was a handful of nails, once used to seal up a coffin. It was a fragment of... It was a crumbling piece of chalk. It was a pair of feathers, both black. It was a small mound of gunpowder. It was a single coin made of silver. It was a bottle filled with rum. It was a manuscript that looked hundreds of years old, with the instructions to a spell that summoned things hidden within. It was a manuscript that looked hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
Around the illustration was a ring of text. 7 ingredients. Place inside, tie closed, and then unseal. Within the... It was a manuscript that looked...
How can I get away?
It was a small leather pouch with... Currently, it was empty. I placed the dime into the gree-gree. That would work as the silver coin.
GG. I already forgot the other ingredients.
I scanned the headstones for anything of note.
Yo, the raid. Thank you. X-Files. Thanks for the raid, Marilyn. Tis. What do you mean, Tis? I hope you had fun, like with the Chrono Trigger Wave Dragon Quest. I don't know, something like that. We're playing this insane game, dude. It is I, yeah. It is I. I've heard of that before.
I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good.
The timing was so good also when I found this door and then the sound came. The X-Files sound.
Embedded into the stony hillside was a large, intricately carved crypt with a decorative geometric pattern on its stone doors.
Thanks for the lurk and the raid and yeah, do the errands. It is important. Fuck, I didn't even listen.
Embedded into the stony hillside was a large... I couldn't see any way to open the... Whoever sealed this up.
Let's try the poker.
The crypt door was solid granite with ironwork.
Brush.
That didn't work.
No.
Hurry up with the barrels, Morris. We gotta get these unloaded before anyone sees us.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Musket? I don't think we should be using a church as our hiding place.
You're not being paid to think, Morris. You carry those barrels in here and let me worry about the theological implications. This place has been abandoned for decades. There's nobody around.
Nobody living, maybe. What if there's ghosts, boss?
Darn it, Morris. If brains was dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. Now get unloading. And keep an eye out for anyone snooping around.
What if someone catches us?
If anyone asks, we're the new clergy. We tell them these barrels are full of communion wine.
I thought we was rum runners, not wine runners, boss.
Communion rum, then.
Ah, gotcha.
Remember, St. Juniper's Church is a place to get closer to God. And if anyone questions our alibi, we make sure that happens.
The pair of rum runners looked like the human personifications of the dish and the spoon from Hey Diddle Diddle. The gangly spoon bossing around the rotund dish as it carried barrels effortlessly from the jalopy and into the church. As it turned out, nursery rhyme characters become a lot more intimidating once they have revolvers.
What the hell do we do?
The barrels were far too heavy for me to lift, though that gorilla of a rum runner had been picking them up like they were cotton balls. A pile of barrels rested. It didn't take a detective to realize that these contained, or a The jalopy door was locked. How ironic that the rum runners would take care not to be the target of criminality. An old jalopy was parked up outside the church, its flatbed filled with barrels.
Let's just go in.
Wandering happily into the hideout of a pair of mobsters wasn't going to be a smart move.
No? So we can't do anything? Maybe make a hole? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, lol. GG.
Using the auger, I drilled a small hole in the barrel, and out poured rum.
And now we put the fish
That
in
wasn't
there.
going to work. I didn't need to blow on that.
No?
I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to blow on.
Wait, didn't we need rum also? We did need rum, but we don't have a bottle.
Nope.
Musket, one of the barrels has sprung a leak.
How many times are you gonna bother me? Put a cork in it, will ya?
Oh yeah, that'll work.
I thought of everything.
The lighthouse light was off. On the tallest tower of the fort was a wrought iron Victorian lighthouse, clearly out of step with the fort's stone architecture. It was like seeing a pair of spectacles on Michelangelo's David. The lighthouse light was off. Here, kitty, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. It was no use. That cat was clearly more entranced by shiny things than the stranger outside the gate. The brooch was much too dirty to catch the cat's attention.
Ah, come on, I have to clean it. Maybe I could have cleaned it in the rum.
The coat of arms depicted 4 lions surrounding a central flower, topped by a medieval tower. A coat of arms was carved in stone above the staircase. A stone staircase ascended out of sight. I couldn't get to the staircase while the gate was locked. The cat was staring at the lantern, mesmerized by the light. I didn't need to blow on that.
No.
I needed to think of something else. The cat wasn't going to be interested in that. Even with the poker, I wouldn't have been able to reach the barrel. I didn't want to make a hole in that. I jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going. If pirates and the colonial powers of Western Europe weren't able to get into the fort uninvited, I wasn't about to either. Blocking my entrance into the fort was a sturdy iron gate. The metal gate was far too strong to open with the poker. The auger would have been lucky to make a scratch on the bulky lock. I could have tried squeezing my arms through the bars, but I already knew a barrel-marked gunpowder was...
Let's blow this shit up. Fuck, what do we need?
The cat wasn't going to be That wasn't going... Nope.
The fish, maybe.
The fish had been dead for years, was primarily comprised of stuffing, and smelled faintly of formaldehyde. The cat wasn't going to be interested in it in the slightest.
This cat sounds horny. But yeah, it must be the brush, but where do we clean it? I feel like we could clean it probably almost everywhere. Maybe in the pond.
The brooch needed more than just water to clean it. It needed polishing. I needed to think of something else. I couldn't do that.
I feel like the rum is not gonna work also.
The barrels were far too heavy.
How can I... Do I have to drill again, or...?
I needed to think of something else.
Ah, come on. I guess we just need a bottle here. I don't know, I feel like we should have left and got somewhere else. But yeah. And here I wonder why it says we don't know what to look for.
I scanned the headstones.
But we technically need bones.
Hello, Edgar.
Yeah!
Do you know there were a couple of gentlemen up by the church?
Rum runners, they are. Dealing with them is not in my job description. As long as they don't mix up the stiffs I'm burying with the stiff drinks they're smuggling, I'm keeping my nose out. Curiosity killed the cat, you know, and I really miss Mittens.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Do we have any gifts for the guy?
I didn't need to... I didn't want the gravedigger... I didn't... thought I'd keep that to myself.
Oh, that's...
What do you think of this?
That looks like something I buried with one of last week's bodies. Of course, that one had a small ceramic chipmunk inside it. Never did get an explanation for that.
Is that a hint, or...
What do you think of this manuscript?
Don't be getting up to any sort of black magic in my cemetery. If any zombies rise up, I'll make sure you fill the holes back in.
What do you think of this magazine?
Oh, haunted houses, is it? I heard about a family that couldn't afford to pay their exorcist.
What happened?
The house had to be repossessed.
Good one, good one. What about this coin?
I thought I'd keep that to myself.
What about this telegram?
I thought I'd
What about this horseshoe?
I didn't need to show...
Poker?
I didn't need to show... I didn't... The tin was full of nothing but holes.
Probably really want that tin.
Nope. The stories about Belmore Manor are true. I saw the ghost bride inside the house.
Blast it, Murphy. Don't say I didn't warn you. This island has had its fair share of the macabre. The best way to deal with it is to leave well enough alone. Why are you searching for that treasure anyway?
Well, it's my job. The state's claim on that money runs out at 8 a.m., and I'm supposed to find it.
You seem pretty passionate about something that's just for work. What are the odds you draw an assignment like that?
Well, I might have made my own luck there. They wouldn't normally authorize an investigation so close to the statute of limitations running out, especially on a 30-year-old cold case. But thrust a stack of forms in front of the boss 5 minutes before clocking off on a Friday afternoon, and he doesn't care what he's signing.
Let's just hope he wasn't signing your death warrant.
Most of my investigations don't amount to more than counting paper clips in a municipal building or going cross-eyed over receipt rolls in a courthouse. When I found that old case folder tucked behind the filing cabinet, its only lead, a water-stained magazine, talking about a real-life haunted house, how could I pass it up? I spoke with Dr. Moray. He thinks we can make contact with the ghosts.
Moray is a charlatan and a fool. Only got into hoodoo and voodoo a few years ago. Before that, he was an actor over at the Calliope Theater, and not a very good one. He's the only person I know who directed and starred in a one-person production of The Pirates of Penzance. And that's because all the rest of the cast dropped out rather than work with him. He's always been searching for respect and recognition. Who would have known he found it by living in the swamp and reeking of incense?
Don't you believe in voodoo?
I certainly do. I just don't think Moray's got any more control of it than the rooster has control of the sunrise. His understanding of voodoo amounts to whatever he's gleaned from one of those horror pictures Ventura Studios puts out at the movie palace. My mama used to know all about it. God rest her soul. Voodoo isn't some made-up Hollywood magic, Mac. Voodoo's a real religion. It's about community, about belonging, and about searching for something more than flesh and blood. It's not the snake oil he peddles.
What do you think happened at Belmore Manor?
Now there's a tale I don't like to tell.
Can I persuade you to tell it anyway?
I have a feeling I ain't gonna get any rest until I do. You know about Miss Belmore, the bride, engaged to the sailor? Nah, the way I hear, Mr. Rackham was over the moon with her. Such an upstanding fellow. I won't have a bad word said against him. Now he realized that the sailor was going through terrible lengths to ensnare his bride, and Mr. Rackham tried to save her. I heard that the sailor caught on of this and tricked Rackham into giving the lady a gift. That's what made everything go topsy-turvy.
What was the gift?
There are places in the Caribbean that trade things more elusive than gold. Ungodly things.
Do you think the disappearance was caused by voodoo?
And that's what my mama used to say. If you're not careful, that stuff can go to your head.
No luck fishing?
Not a bite, Mac. The Pengoza fish just ain't snapping for me today. Shame, too, because I'm planning on firing up my grill later. And the tastiest catch in these waters.
How do you catch a Pencoza fish?
With hours of patience and decades of practice. You ever wrestled a rod before?
Just the once. I went fishing on Lake Erie, but the only thing I caught was a cold. What do you do with the fish you catch?
A couple I save for myself, and the rest I sell to the captain's club. They fancy them up with lemon lobsters, slawfish, something or other. But everyone knows the best way to cook them is to grill them.
Why won't you hear a word against Mr. Rackham?
He gave me my first work on this island, right here on these docks. And I'm still here to this day. He may have worn a scowl, but you don't judge a banana by its peel with people like him, Mac. When I looked into his eyes, all I saw was ambition.
What work did you do?
Loading and unloading the ships that came in. Of course, they just don't do that anymore. Dead Nettle's a forgotten town. Maybe that's for the best.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
Hey, Ned, do you mind if I borrow your knife?
If you need it, Mac, just bring it back to me later tonight, would you? If I'm lucky with my catch, I'll be firing up the grill. You're invited to join me, of course.
Hell yeah. Stab him.
Would you like this back, Ned?
That's all right, Mac. I don't need it at the moment. You keep it for now.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to give it back.
I had more important things to do than fish. To make use of that, I needed something to weigh. I hung the fish on the scales.
You caught them Pencoza. They're the most delicious fish around here, especially grilled. But you'll never beat Squibb's record.
Squibb?
Jebediah Squibb, the Cajun catcher he calls himself. Last week at the Dead Nettle Docks, Squibb caught the heaviest Pencoza on record. Got his photograph on the front page of the newspaper and everything. Now how am I going to rest while he brags and boasts about it every single night?
That's crazy. I guess you have to put on some fake weight.
With its innards made of cotton and material scraps, the fish's weight was distinctly unimpressive. With the ripped seam as an opening, I placed the horseshoe inside the taxidermy fish. Now it was heavy.
More, what else? Nothing else. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Mac, does that say what I think it does? You been holding back on me. That breaks Squibb's record.
McAllen! How does it feel to have decimated the town record in your first few hours on the island?
How did you hear about this so fast?
It's my job to know about things fast. Now, I'm asking the questions here. Where'd you get the fish, McAllen?
Well, it was a mighty battle on the southern coast. Its fins strong as a motor, its mouth as fierce as a tiger's. I paused dramatically to allow my fishing prowess to wash over them.
What rod did you use?
Wooden one?
I mean, what make?
You know, I didn't use a rod.
You caught the fish without a rod?
It was more one-on-one. Mono, fisho.
You wrestled a fish?
And I won.
Well, as much as it pains me to say it, you're the cover story in the next edition of the Juniper Parish Gazette. And this is why I'm not getting a Pulitzer.
I've got to hand it to you, Mac. That fish is a whopper. I don't know how you got it, but as long as it keeps Squibb quiet at the porch party tomorrow, I ain't complaining.
I'd had enough of carrying these suspiciously heavy fish around. I decided to leave it there.
No.
I decided to leave Ned to his fishing.
Maybe stab him?
Would you like this back, Ned?
That's all right.
I decided...
Never mind.
The fisherman's rod sat on the edge of the dock.
Yeah. How do we get out of here? Cut up the net.
The net was so worn that even if I had cut it down, I'd have no use for it.
Come on, Ned. Oh, it's open here now.
Murphy! Have you seen the cover of the evening edition? I think we caught your personality perfectly in that photograph. Naive, simple, unsophisticated. Makes it all the more surprising that you actually accomplished something.
I wonder if I should have it framed.
That'll cost you.
I remember your trick with the telegram.
Hey, it's nothing personal. Your business is my business, and my business is news. I'm Evelyn Stoker, editor of the Juniper Parish Gazette. No misdeed left unshared, no drama left unmonetized. Come on, work with me here, McCallan. I need something juicy. Committed any crimes? Uncovered any affairs? Any deep, personal secrets to reveal?
The honest-to-God truth? No.
I need a good story. I can't let something minor like the truth stand in the way of that.
Bro, she already printed it. She totally brought me out of the concept, though.
I picked up the scissors. With her stunt at the bayou, I figured she owed me one.
Yoink.
I picked up the twine. Maybe she owed me two.
Very nice.
Don't even think about it. The spring on that printing press looks like it's going to blow at any moment.
It was a big, fancy printing press, which must have cost a fortune decades ago, but was now very much out of date. I didn't want to get ink all over me trying to carry the canister around. On the floor was a large canister filled with dark black printer's ink. Around it, the floor was stained with ink splatters. Nope.
Blow on it.
That wasn't going to work. I didn't need to show her that. I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to blow on that.
Okay.
That didn't work. That wasn't going to work.
And I feel like we need the ink for something, but no idea.
I didn't want to damn it.
Hey, those cost money, you know.
But it has my photograph on it.
The Do Not Serve board down at Spinelli's bar has my photograph on it. But that doesn't mean I can just pick it up and walk out with it, does it?
I'd like to buy a newspaper.
Finally, I get something out of you loitering in here. That'll be 1 cent, please.
Keep the
I
change.
picked up the newspaper. The fewer people that saw it, the better. The headline read, "Island Newcomer Breaks Fishing Record," with my photograph printed in black and white. The headline read, "Island Newcomer breaks..." The head... I didn't want to damage it.
Ah, come on, dude.
Yes?
Hi. What are you working on?
One of the most romantic articles this newspaper's ever seen. Francois Fogg, Dead Nettle's local pharmacist, is reuniting with his long-lost love after 14 years apart, thanks to this newspaper's personal ads column.
What a lovely story.
That's right. She mailed in a letter she wanted printed. Her former sweetheart saw it, and now they're on track to see each other again. Eventually.
Eventually?
Well, that's a bit of an administrative issue. In the letter we received, she told him to meet her in her Texas hometown of Magnolia. Due to a tiny typesetting error, he's now on a 6-week voyage to Mongolia. But doesn't it warm your heart how far people will go for love?
Don't you have more interesting stories to write about?
The crackpots this island calls a population wouldn't know something interesting if they paid for it. Which they hardly do. Believe me, I've tried to get juicier stories. Scouring the island, doorstop interviews, hiding under windows.
You eavesdrop on people through their windows?
It's called investigative reporting.
I'm doing some research on the treasure of Belmore Manor.
Have you found it?
Well, no, not yet. I've just started looking.
Then don't waste my time. Come back when you've got the goods.
You might not believe this, but I saw a ghost inside Belmore Manor.
You know what? You're right, McCallan. I don't believe it. Really? You've been on this island how long? And you're already starting to sound as loopy as a local.
Have you ever written an article on the disappearance at Belmore Manor?
What a waste of column inches. Leave it. That's my advice. There's no story in it.
No story?
Not one that anyone would believe. And I've got advertisers breathing down my neck.
What do you think went on?
Practically everyone on this island thinks there was some kind of sorcery involved. No one is looking at the reality. If I write up my research, no one on the island will believe me. If I write their wackadoodle theories, I'll be laughed out of the industry.
You can tell me what you've uncovered about Belmore Manor. Trust me, at this point, few things would surprise me.
I heard the Belmore Trading Company was losing revenue. Its profits eaten up by who knows what ventures those brothers had going on. I've seen the records. The company was privately owned, sure, but when you've got pressure building and the sharks are circling, you've got to shore up your defenses. I think that's why the Belmores persuaded Abigail to marry John Rackham.
Marry someone she didn't love?
But he didn't love her either. He was just after the company, so he hires the sailor to seduce her, convince her there's more to life than Devil's Rock. And as soon as she marries Rackham, they split, never to see each other again. He inherits the lot, and she disappears with her lover boy sailor to who knows where.
But why do you think all the guests disappeared?
They bumped them off to cover their tracks. Either one of them could have been sunning it up in Sarasota ever since. But imagine me writing that into a piece of serious journalism.
Did you know Comptroller Grimes?
How could I forget him? The guy was a walking, talking migraine generator.
Surely you shouldn't speak at the dead like that.
Why not? I spoke plenty worse about him when he was alive. Anyway, I'm sure everything happens for a reason. And hopefully that reason is to increase my circulation numbers. Everything's connected, you know. Have you ever heard of the butterfly effect? I suspect it works for moths, too, because I can never get the damn things out of here. Some people say that if a man breaks wind in Alabama, it can cause a hurricane in Fiji.
I think I shared a train car with that guy on my way here.
Lol.
I think I better be going.
Keep your eyes peeled for a story, McAllen. There are secrets on the island, and it's my job to run advertisements next to them.
There was no way I was going to get past the newspaper editor to get it. Besides, I didn't know how to operate it. Hanging on a peg at the far side of the room was a battered flashbulb camera.
What else you got, lady?
The editor was busy at work with spectacles perched on her nose, and it looked so stern I wondered if the glasses were solely for the purpose of glaring over disapprovingly.
Hey, you can't come back here.
Sorry! The back wall of the newspaper office was filled with filing cabinets. From the labels on the front, they looked to be archived issues of the Juniper Parish Gazette.
Yes?
Hi! I've got a story for you. A big one. There are rum runners at the old church.
Keep your voice down, Motormouth. Do you want us to end up in the obituaries?
I thought you wanted a real scoop for the Gazette.
I do, just not one that gets me on the wrong side of the mob in the process. Pigeon elected mayor, cow does the high jump. Those are the types of stories that get eyes on the front pages.
But I thought journalists had a duty towards truth, justice, and society.
Where'd you get that poppycock idea? My duty is towards the circulation numbers. And while I'd love a shocker of a story, I'd rather not become the story, if you catch my drift.
This is so sad, but it's kind of true. That they look for the numbers and not for the honest journalism. It sucks.
What's in those filing cabinets?
Past issues of the paper, going all the way back to 1858. Of course, things were a lot more interesting when Dead Nettle was thriving. People, ships, and cargo coming and going. Lots to report on back then. More than the dregs I have to dress up now.
Why did the ships stop coming to Dead Nettle?
The Belmore Trading Company was the heartbeat of this island. After the disappearance, there was no one left to run the company, and it all got sold off. When that folded, so did pretty much everything else.
Do you have any back issues featuring the Belmore Manor wedding?
We don't, I'm afraid. Most of the paper's directors were at the wedding, and disappeared along with everyone else. The newspaper had to close up shop for months while it was restaffed. This was back when the Gazette wasn't run by just one person.
I think I better be going.
I've got my eye on you, McAllen. Hey,
Sorry. Good evening. He looked past me like I was invisible, as though if he ignored me hard enough, there was a chance I'd disappear. I said good evening?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
There's no one else here.
Wishful thinking on my part. Have you taken a wrong turn, sir?
I'm just having a look around.
Well, make it a quick one, and I shall need to know your name.
Murphy McAllen, and who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
My name is Felix Greer, maitre d', bartender, and acting manager of the Captain's Club. When Mr. Perkins has the night off.
What is this place?
This, sir, is the Captain's Club, a private members club for current and retired sea and riverboat captains. We are highly exclusive. Are you a captain?
He asked with a smugness that told me he already knew the answer.
I thought not. Then may I recommend a swift exit? You'll find a convenient egress to your starboard side. If you like, I can give you a good swift kick in the right direction, sir. And don't feel a need to stop walking until your ankles get soggy.
What makes you think I'm not a captain?
For one thing, you lack the grizzle, the crustiness, the essential R of a captain.
How do I get those?
Years of exposure to saltwater and a sullen, uncooperative crew, I should think. Do you even have a boat?
Actually, I did have one earlier this evening, but an alligator fell on it. Admittedly, it was only 3 inches long.
It isn't the size that matters, sir. It's the motion of the ocean. Tell me, have you ever captained a 3-rigger through a tropical typhoon? Have you ever run the rapids of the Mississippi without hitting a single reef? Wind in your sails? Fire in your furnace? Waves beneath your keel?
Have you?
Well, it's a little complicated.
In what way?
I get seasick.
Come on.
I'm looking for the lost treasure of Belmore Manor.
Oh, goody! Another young adventurer seeking fame, fortune, or some combination of the two. Just the local color Dead Nettle has been lacking.
What do you know about the lost treasure?
Do you think you're living in a storybook? Weathered maps, talking parrots, X marks the spot? Grow up, you silly boy. Captaincy is a noble skill that doesn't need to be trivialized with childish tales of lost treasure.
You must have some thoughts on the disappearance.
On moonlit nights, when the waves crash against the rocks, the captains of this club trade yarns about this very mystery. Did you know Abigail Belmore's fiancé was a sailor who worked on the ships? Some of the old boys here even worked with him. They say he loved her, as true as a captain loves the sea. But she was a temptress, a siren. She scuttled that sailor's heart, consumed by a voodoo premonition that she had to fulfill. More beautiful than a mermaid, and twice as fishy.
What did she do?
After months of engagement, she broke it off and chose to marry an officer of the company instead, on their very wedding day.
Why did she do that?
The rumors I've heard are that they discovered something in the Caribbean. Something wicked. Something that consumed them and drove them to heinous acts. The Belmore brothers swore their crew to secrecy, and the men were loyal to their word. But the rot in the rope was that sister, Abigail. People say that whatever they discovered took hold of her. With the sailor's broken heart and the officer's resources, she was about to unleash something terrible. Until the disappearance halted her evil plans.
Do you think that's true?
Of course not. It's all nonsense. But the captains do love to outperform each other with such tales on a dull evening.
But yeah, that's like, it's super fucked up. Imagine you were to marry somebody and then this person marries somebody else on the same day as you were supposed to marry. That's fucked up.
Is there any way to prove I'm a captain?
You might show me your captain's license. As I'm sure you know, the state of Louisiana requires all captains of both river and sea to carry one. But don't try to foist off a fake on me. Last week we had someone present a license with a photograph distinctly unlike their contemporary appearance. The photograph was clearly of someone a good deal older than them, with more facial hair, and most importantly, one less eye.
That reminds me, I really gotta do something tomorrow involving a picture.
You know, I quite like being out at sea.
Oh, really, sir?
Bobbing along the ocean waves, up and down, like one of those roller coasters at Luna Land. Up and down and up and down.
If sir would please be quiet. Else I expect there'll be a few waves of something coming out of my mouth any moment.
Ned told me he sells fish to you. What do you serve here?
Captains.
Right, yes, I mean by way of food.
The Captain's Club serves a dazzling array of sea-sourced dishes, from our house special jambalaya to my personal favorite, Devil's Rock Pancoza, pan-seared with lobster slaw and citrus crawfish beer blanc. In all honesty, it's not very popular. Most of the clientele are absolutely sick of seafood by the time they get ashore. Just the sight of it makes them queasy.
What about drinks?
Listen, if you're from the Prohibition Bureau, we've cleared all of that up with Officer Moe. Fines were paid, items changed hands, and now we're clear.
I'm not from any Prohibition Bureau.
Then forget I said anything. The Captain's Club is strictly teetotal, in line with federal law. Now, if certain members wish to bring in their own medicinals, then we're happy to provide the accompanying aids. Ice, tonic, mixers, and the like, but we serve no alcohol on the premises.
Is the club busy tonight?
Well, we haven't opened yet, but if it's like last week, it'll be quite the lively soiree. I could barely keep up.
The members here like to have a good time?
That's right, sir. Both of them. This town sure isn't what it used to be.
Both of them.
What's happened to Dead Nettle?
Do you think you've wandered into the Tourist Information Center? I can assure you, you'll never meet a tourism official who dresses with this much panache. Stuart LePew, head of the Devil's Rock Historical Society, looks like a thrift store had a crisis of conscience and threw up on him.
I was just hoping to talk to someone so obviously knowledgeable about the area.
Well, yes, that is true. I am plagued with an encyclopedic knowledge of the locality. My concierge duties require it. I have a spiel.
Felix pushed out his chest like this was his moment in the limelight, his eyelids half closing as he performed before imagined crowds.
Welcome, hardy traveler, to our quaint port town of Dead Nettle. Once this town you see around you was a hub of commerce, a beacon for ships bravely navigating between America, Europe, and the Caribbean. With the unfortunate dissolution of the Belmore Trading Company, our town has settled into a quieter life, perfect for the sailor ready to hang up their cap. We hope that you enjoy your time in our cozy town and perhaps explore some of the local sites here in Dead Nettle. Well,
Excuse me?
I was expecting applause.
I best be casting off.
Don't feel the need to rush back, sir.
Sir.
I glanced at the ledger on the podium. It was mostly empty. The words I could see were written in such an unreadable scrawl that looked like a centipede had dipped its legs in ink and skittered across the page.
You know, podiums are a product I can stand behind.
The maitre d' stood behind a tall podium, peering down at a ledger in front of him. The maitre d' stood behind the podium with his nose so far up in the air he could use it as a periscope, had more grease in his hair than deep-fried calamari. He seemed to be doing everything he could to pretend I wasn't there. There was nothing in the fountain except a rim of moss and dirt that made it look like a stained toilet. The brooch needed more than just water to clean it. It needed polishing.
Come on. Let me have something. Let's blow him.
I didn't think he'd be interested in that.
No.
That wasn't going to work.
Stab him.
I didn't think he'd be interested in that.
Make the newspaper wet.
I didn't want to damage it.
Show him that I'm famous.
I didn't think the maitre d' would be terribly impressed by my appearance in the newspaper.
Show him anything at all.
What do you think of this?
Wonderful, sir. Did you get that from one of the street traders? I don't know what you paid for it, but I can tell you it was too much.
What do you think of this manuscript?
Aren't you a clever boy, making that all by yourself? Maybe you should hang it on the front of your refrigerator.
I love that guy.
What do you think of this magazine?
What's stimulating reading? We have some magazines just like that inside the club.
Do the captains enjoy them?
Indeed, sir. They're very useful when the lavatory paper runs out.
I thought I'd keep that to myself.
Poke him.
I didn't think he'd be.
Okay, let's just go in. He won't notice.
You can't go up there. It's for members only. Members only.
It was a fancy elevator with a curious layer of dust.
Members only.
One day I will be a captain, guys. One day. The puppet show still not started.
The puppet show hadn't started yet. That wasn't going to work. Nope. That didn't work.
I didn't want to totally leave. Wasn't there like another building?
Oh, my second customer of the night. I don't know if I can handle such a rush. Welcome, young man, to Doubloon's Jewelry. Oh, the riches to fill your breeches. Jewels, silver, gold, the finest things for you to behold. Whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
My name's Murphy McCallan.
Oh, a pleasure to meet you. My name's Jasper Crumb, owner and proprietor. Are you looking for something valuable while you're here on the island?
Funnily enough, I am.
Is there a special someone in your life? Looking for an apology gift, perhaps? I've sold more missed anniversary necklaces and drunken fumble earrings than I can count.
No, I don't need anything like that.
Then how about something for yourself? You look like a working man. Could I interest you in a pocket watch?
Actually, I had one up until about an hour ago. Traded it to a glowing green guy for a magic pouch. As the words left my lips, I realized I sounded like a character from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Pardon me?
I'm just here to browse.
Browse away, young man. I'll be here if you need me.
The cabinet proudly displayed all manner of gold and silver creations, watches, necklaces, pendants, and more, all made in-house by the jeweler. The cabinet was filled with precious jewels, geodes, and fossils next to a small sign that read, "Treasures of the Earth." The cabinet was filled with used jewelry. Rings, brooches, necklaces, and more. Even second-hand, I would have had to save for years to afford any. There was no way I could carry a fishbowl full of water and a live goldfish around with me. A small glass fishbowl sat on top of a...
Oh, a polisher.
Excuse me, would you be able to polish a brooch for me?
Let me take a look. Oh, well, 18-karat yellow gold, filigree wirework in a handcrafted floral motif, and round, brilliant cut ruby, if I'm not mistaken, made to fit a music box?
That's right. How did you know that?
I know my own handiwork anywhere. Now, how did you get a hold of it?
Oh, just a gift.
What a generous gift indeed. Well, we do offer free polishings on all items purchased here, so I'd be very happy to shine her up for you. Please, bear with me for a moment.
Polish away.
There we go, shining like a firefly's rear end. I'm afraid the clasp on the back has broken off. You weren't planning on wearing it soon, were you?
I wasn't planning on wearing it at all.
There's no shame in indulging yourself every once in a while. Lord knows I can appreciate the comfort and empowerment a pair of hosiery can bring. Anyway, we don't have any replacement clasps in stock, but I can put in an order. In the meantime, here's a button magnet that should hold it in place, as long as you're not too vigorous with it.
Thank you.
Nice.
I needed to think of something else. I couldn't do that. That didn't work. Nope. I didn't need to wear the brooch. There was no reason to use the microscope without something to magnify. While the microscope was meant for jewelry, I was confident I'd already revealed this brooch's secrets.
What about...
I didn't need to look at that more closely.
None of it makes sense.
I didn't need... There was something intriguing about the manuscript, but I wouldn't have known what I was looking for with the microscope. At the center of the manuscript, it was a manuscript that... Good evening, Mr. Crumb.
How can I help you?
How's business tonight?
You're not a millionaire with an enraged fiancé, are you?
I'm not, no.
I didn't think so. Then business tonight is about as lively as a snail drinking decaf. The only other customer I had in here tonight was more interested in the provenance of fossils than the shiny stuff. Booked a private viewing, and then didn't buy anything. Can you believe it? The first time in weeks this shop gets a private viewing, and all they're interested in is bones.
You sell fossils, too?
I sell all the treasures of the earth. If it's under the ground and I can sell it, I'm interested.
I hear Burke and Hare had the same philosophy.
I need the bones, I remember.
What are you selling?
We specialize in jewelry and precious stones. Rings, necklaces, earrings, and brooches in this cabinet to my left. Gems, geodes, and fossils in this cabinet to my right. You'd be surprised at how much of an impact some stones can make. My family can tell you that. We also offer a free polishing service on all purchases from the shop. Just bring it in and we'll shine it up for you. Our little thank you to our loyal customers.
How do you know what jewelry was purchased here?
I handcraft everything this shop sells. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of our wares, Mr. McAllen, going back decades.
What's the most valuable thing in here?
I suppose that depends on how you value things, doesn't it?
In dollars and cents?
Yes, I used to value things that way. But a lack of business has a way of making you more philosophical about these things. Now I'd say the most valuable thing here is Granny.
Granny? Your grandmother is in here?
That's right. In the fishbowl. Granny is my goldfish.
You named your goldfish Granny?
Yes, it was the most wondrous thing. The same day my grandmother Bethesda died, I was out at the local fun fair, and I won this goldfish on the ring toss. When we got home, every time we mentioned Bethesda, that little fish jumped out of the water and back on in. We think Granny's passed on into that fish. What do you think?
I mean this with no disrespect, but I think that's the craziest thing I've come across tonight, and I had a ghost bride trying to kill me.
We all have our quirks.
But don't goldfish only live for a few years? If she was your grandmother, she must have died sometime around the middle of the last century.
Oh yes, that's right. Each time the goldfish dies, Granny's spirit hops into a new fish. We must be on Granny number 44 by now.
I'm looking for lost treasure.
I'd say you found it. Everything inside these four walls is a treasure, handmade to the finest quality.
I mean a specific treasure. The lost treasure of Belmore Manor.
Well, if you find it, bring it in here for an appraisal. I'll give you a good price for it. But that's a pretty big if, isn't it?
What do you know about Belmore Manor?
Oh, it's a tragedy what went on there. But I know what I think. Black magic.
Black magic?
That's right. While some of us make an honest living around these parts, there are others who are lured in by the darker depths of the sea.
Who do you think that was?
Well, it's simple, isn't it? Abigail used to stop by here all the time, taking a gander at the rings and the necklaces. She was a lovely young girl who always saw the best in people. And Mr. Rackham, he was a model for how to run a good business. Honest and decisive. Now, that only leaves one person, doesn't it?
The sailor?
Exactly. I'd heard rumors about black magic going on inside Belmore Manor. I think he was casting his spell on Abigail, making her fall in love with him. Why else would someone as rich as her want to marry someone like him? He certainly couldn't afford the rings and necklaces that caught her eye. I think, come the night of the wedding, she wised up. That's why she decided to marry Mr. Rackham after all, a much more responsible choice for the company.
I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
The cabinet was filled with precious. It was an ornate display cabinet. Robbing a jewelry store really wasn't. The store's cash register sat on the counter.
Stab him.
I didn't think he'd be interested. What do you think of this?
I suppose it's all right. But why don't we swap out those wooden beads for something more sparkly? We could really jazz it up.
I think I'll leave it how it is.
Suit yourself.
What about black magic?
What do you think of this manuscript?
That looks like exactly the sort of black magic that plagued Captain Crumb. Whew, sends a shudder right through me.
Worth, I guess.
What do you think of this magazine?
I'm sure it's very good, but that writing is much too small for this old codger to read.
The fuck was that?
Look! I broke the island's fishing record.
Well done, my boy. Was there any prize money?
No, I just had my photograph taken.
What a shame. You might have been able to buy something if there had been.
I need a bone. Maybe I don't get it here. I guess I get it on the graveyard. It must be a human bone, I guess. Can we blow him?
I didn't need to show him that. I didn't need to blow on that.
No?
I didn't need to blow on that. It was a gold leaf covered carving of what looked like a goose. I needed to think of something else. Nope. The twine would be more...
See ya. Or not.
What a nice young man. Isn't he, Granny?
Oh, I think I should have talked
I
more to
couldn't
the
have put it
fish.
better myself. Welcome back.
There was no way I could carry a fishbowl full of... A small glass...
Stab the fish.
I couldn't do that.
Okay. Rusty leather. Where the hell did we need the brush? Forte la morte.
With the newly polished brooch gleaming, I angled it towards the lantern, catching the light and reflecting a red beam on the wall. I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder.
Somehow I can just grab it with my hand. Nice.
It was the gunpowder barrel the cat had knocked over, now spilling out its contents onto the cold stone floor. The barrel had tipped to the floor.
Is that it already here? I guess I can put it in the pouch.
I placed the gunpowder into the gree-gree. I peered into the tide pools.
Oh, a bottle.
All I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed. As I picked up the bottle, I anticipated what could be inside. A brine-stained treasure map, perhaps, or a scribbled plea from a castaway desperately awaiting rescue. Looking inside, I found it was empty.
Nothing.
The only writing on it was the embossed glass letters of the Orangello Soda Company.
Oh man, imagine right now an ice-cold Orangello.
I peered into the tide. I peered into.
Are they all the same? I guess.
I filled the bottle with rum pouring from the barrel. Relief washed over me at the realization that I'd done it without getting caught by the two rum runners.
Hey, Musket! There's someone out here!
Or so I thought.
Hey, fella, what do you think you're doing snooping around here?
This is our church, you know, and it's closed.
I'm just here to do some praying. Mainly praying that I get out of this situation without a puncture wound.
He's being a wise guy, Musket. Time to fill him full of lead. But boss, it's bad luck to bump someone off in a churchyard.
Now, where'd you hear a nonsensical thing like that?
I thought churches was hallowed ground, where sin and immorality would face supernatural punishment in this world or the next.
Where do you get this stuff from? I told you, I do the thinking in this partnership.
Now I almost wish I had said something else to see what other stuff could happen.
I poured the rum into the gree-gree.
Grease, huh?
Nope.
Nope.
I needed to think of something else.
Why do we still have the bottle?
Nope. That didn't work. Nope. I couldn't do that. I didn't need.
What do we need to do then?
The beam looked to be driven by the water wheel outside. From the multitude of wires fanning out from the top, it was presumably hooked up to a generator.
Oh, there's the panel.
The electrical safety of the panel looked questionable. I wasn't going to touch it.
Why not?
That didn't work.
Come on.
It was a pair of handheld. Nope.
Magnet?
Nope. I couldn't. I didn't want to make a hole in that. I didn't want to make a hole in that. I tried the door, but it was locked.
Not sure if I'm missing something or...
Each of the electric cables in the room emanated from a metal panel by the upstairs door.
No idea. Yo, Allawi, howdy. How's it going?
Cluck, cluck. Buck, buck, buck. Cluck.
Buck.
I tried to persuade the chicken to come outside, but clearly I was out of cluck.
No cluck today. Unclucky. Yeah, it's nice. It's also, it feels like it was made with enough love.
I considered, and there was plenty of that in the bayou already. I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. With the gator disposed of, I turned my attention to the sack hanging from the crane. There was no apparent way to open it, but by the feel of it, it seemed to be filled with some kind of grain.
Aha! Finally we can snap something.
I cut into the sack with the knife, revealing it to be full of corn. I took the corn from the sack.
Do we need corn?
That wasn't going to work. Nope. That wasn't going to work.
Never mind. It was just an idea. Oh, maybe the chickens.
I scattered the corn on the path. Mere seconds later, it attracted the attention of the curious chicken. I may have needed feathers, but I didn't want to hurt the chicken to get them. Cutting a feather off the chicken would have required me to catch it first.
Blow on it.
If the chicken didn't want me to touch it, perhaps a blast of air could do the trick.
God. It actually works. But we needed them to be black, so we go to the newspaper place. I got it all figured out.
bothered the chicken enough. The small chicken I'd lured out of the chicken coop pecked happily at the corn strewn across the trail. Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing of interest in the chicken coop.
Still, what do we do with this sawmill? Do we need the grease, maybe?
Grease-soaked feathers wouldn't have been of any use to me.
No? Okay.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eyes open. Delicately, I dipped the feathers into the canister of ink. When they emerged, they were dyed jet black.
Boom.
I placed the feathers into the gree-gree.
Chalk, coffin nails, bone fragment. And I gotta piss. What could we possibly do?
Anything to...
Evelyn seemed busy, and I didn't need to show her that.
Did we show her all the stuff yet?
What do you think of this?
Nice purse, McAllen. Any money in it?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
What do you think of this manuscript I have?
Looks fake to me.
What do you mean? This is a genuine voodoo manuscript, hundreds of years old.
I know my paper. From offsets to cover stock, pulp to parchment. If you can print on it, I know about it. The manuscript may be old, European I'd say, but the ink on it, look at the splatters, the fade. That's within the last century at most. My guess is there used to be something underneath, and it's been covered over.
Is there any way to find out what used to be there?
I don't think so, McAllen. All we can say is that someone did a good job making sure that whatever it was isn't there anymore.
Oh fuck, we're getting scammed totally. These games can be hard to figure out. And this one so far seems to be easy enough, luckily. Like sometimes I become desperate, but not yet in this game so far. And you don't have to read, that's kinda nice too. But it also makes you as sleepy as if you had to read. Because it's so non-interactive at times. But it's nice art and nice voices. That's good.
What do you think of this magazine?
Interesting. Interesting. This is the type of lowest common denominator dross I should be putting out. Who needs fact-checking when you can blame things on the boogeyman?
Exactly. And yeah, how could we maybe find what's below this stuff here? It's like much more useful to show it to her.
I didn't need to cut that. I didn't need to cut that. There may have been a coupon for a kazoo in the back of the magazine, but it would have taken weeks for it to arrive. The magazine was more use to me intact.
Come on.
Carefully, I cut my photograph out of the newspaper. It was the photograph of myself I'd cut out of the newspaper.
Do we need a picture? No, I don't think so.
Nope. I didn't need to show her that.
No idea why we would need that, but yeah. Look, it looks almost like a face here, 2 eyes, and then it's the smile.
I decided to leave Ned to his fishing. I didn't need to... I didn't think...
What do we need water for?
I filled the bottle with water from the fountain. I didn't need to pour water on that.
No?
I didn't need to pour water on that. I didn't need to pour water on that. I didn't think he'd be interested in that.
Wait a minute, what's with that cage? Nothing. I feel like I don't need the brush anymore. Maybe I can sell it.
Welcome back!
Yeah, sometimes they have like red herrings.
I thought I'd keep that. Could you polish my brooch again?
Hand her over.
Why would he polish it again? Maybe I do it until he goes crazy. Or another time sink.
Here you go.
Thank you. Could you polish my brooch again?
Hand her over.
Gaming. Maybe while he does it, I steal something.
Here you go.
Thank you. Could you polish my brooch again?
Hand her over.
Robbing a jewelry store really... Robbing a jewelry store... There was no way I could carry a... Robbing a jewelry store...
Come on, do it.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Good luck, yeah.
I thought I'd leave Edgar alone for...
But I need his help.
I didn't need to
Water?
I thought I'd... I didn't think... I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for.
Why does he not know?
I scanned the headstones. I couldn't see any way to open whoever sealed this up.
Okay, I'm lost. Well, I just said I was fine. But yeah, we haven't been with the voodoo guy, and here we haven't been for a while. But I feel like the voodoo guy.
You've returned. Have you found all the ingredients and placed them in the green?
Not yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and find the voodoo ingredients.
Hurry back.
I guess I can stay in here.
I didn't need to cut that. I didn't need to cut that. I went to open the door into Belmore Manor, but the key was gone. I was sure I'd left it in the lock.
Ah, damn. Totally forgot about this.
The rope was too thick for the scissors to get purchase. I would have been hacking away for hours like a nearsighted lumberjack.
Progress!
I wasn't going to touch the molasses with my bare hands. With the items I was borrowing across the island, some may have said I had sticky fingers, but this would have made it a little bit too literal. That wasn't going to work.
Molasses. Haven't had it in a long time.
I reached up to the cow skull and dislocated its grisly jaw.
Is that how we get bones, really? So animals do count.
I placed the jawbone into the gree-gree. I didn't want to make a hole in that. I needed to think of something else. I needed to think of something else.
Twine. It opens my inventory though, but when I want to scroll over it. Oh no, it's the thing in the inventory. Never mind.
The stark trunk of the tree.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I needed to...
Feels like it could be everywhere at this point. But would there be two things at the same spot? Can we get nails out of the furniture, maybe?
From the patina of rust, it was clear the patio set hadn't been used in decades. Nope.
I thought if you could go in, then maybe we could open the door with the magnet, but yeah. Progress is exciting. Yeah, sounds possible, but...
That wasn't going to work. That wasn't going...
The magnet. We still haven't used the magnet. Magnet fishing, potentially.
That wasn't going to work.
No.
That wasn't going to work.
That would have been a great idea.
Nope.
Fuck you.
That didn't work. That didn't work.
Why can we still use the sack? Now I'm lost, kinda. Anything's worth a try at this point, yeah. Again.
Welcome back!
That didn't work. That didn't work. I needed to think of something else. Could you polish my brooch again?
Hand her over.
Nope. I couldn't do that. That didn't work.
Here you go.
Thank you.
We couldn't get into the captain's club yet. Maybe we need to go into the water to be more salty.
I had heard of the medical benefits of open-air night swimming. To my mind, the only medical benefit was diagnosing insanity in the people willing to do it.
Come on, dude.
I needed to... I needed to... I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work. I had nothing else to say to Felix, and I doubted he had anything to say to me.
Brr. Inuvik, what's up? What if I make a hole in the podium?
I didn't want to make a hole in that.
No.
I didn't need to show...
Don't pinch me.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eyes open. I needed to think of something else. I didn't want to damage it. I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to show her that.
Madonna mia. We got the thread, we got the magnet, but what the fuck do we do with it?
I couldn't do. I did. What do you think of this?
How'd you get a hold of a Gree, Murphy? You be careful with that. Only somebody who knows what they're doing should be in charge of one of those.
What do you think of this manuscript? I think it's voodoo.
Is this what Moray's having you hunt down?
Does it have any meaning to you?
Well, I know some of those symbols, but the way they're put together, they don't make any sense to me. And I wager they don't make any sense to someone familiar with real voodoo either.
You're saying it's fake?
Why don't you find out when you put in the last ingredient? If that's what you're doing on this island, maybe I shouldn't be so worried after all.
I didn't need to show him that again. I didn't need... I thought I'd keep that to myself. Nope. I decided to... The net was well past repair. Of all of the papers pinned, it showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a headline declaring he just broke...
Yeah, where is that guy? I think we haven't met that guy. What about the wreck? Can we do anything? Run!
I thought better of swimming out to the wreck. I thought better of swimming out... Reeling in a sunken wreck with a small ball of parcel twine may have been overly ambitious.
Okay, that was fun.
Nope. I couldn't do that. Reeling in a sunken wreck with a small ball of parcel twine may have been overly ambitious.
I feel like the yarn could be used for the cat also, but the cat's kind of gone, right? Alawi has a huge truck. Fort de la Mort. What if, though, it's actually Fort Cat? Just throw it in there.
Nope.
No?
I needed to think of something else. That didn't work. I couldn't do that. That didn't work.
There's still stuff here also.
I couldn't do that. I didn't need to pour water on that.
No?
I didn't need to pour water on that. I didn't. The hatches were locked. That didn't work. That didn't work. I needed to think of something else. That didn't work. That didn't work. Nope.
Isn't there a button, by the way, to highlight everything that you can use? I don't... Ah, there it is. Oh, somebody at the door, guys. I have to go. And luckily the alarm is not so loud, it didn't even scare me. It's so quiet. Grease it up again, baby.
That didn't work. I needed to think of something else.
So we definitely have to do something there, but what?
I needed to think. I couldn't. That didn't work. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Nope. I couldn't break my way through the door. It was peculiarly reinforced for a lumber mill.
Je suis une Parisienne. Mon nombre... Is it nombre? I think it's not nombre.
I didn't need to cut that.
Magnet fishing?
Nope. That didn't work. That didn't work.
I think there's tips also. Ah, they give solutions. So cute. No. Oh, and you have a button for the world map. What else could you need a magnet for? Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it's a tiny magnet. It wouldn't be very good for magnet fishing, but we need the nails, right? The nails, yeah. From the coffins. So I would assume they're iron.
That wasn't going to work. That wasn't going to work. I couldn't do that. That didn't work.
Stove.
It was the small round magnet I'd been given by the jeweler, meant to attach a brooch without piercing clothing. I didn't need to extinguish the stove's fire. I didn't need to pour water on that. I didn't need to pour water on that. That didn't work.
Maybe this door can be opened with a magnet. Doesn't make too much sense either.
Nope.
Nope.
That wasn't going to work.
Maybe we should go for a tip. Maybe. What do you think?
That didn't work. That didn't work.
Also, why did we cut out the picture? I don't get it. How does that make any sense? It's nice. But yeah, a lot still probably will happen, I feel like. It's just still like chapter 1 or something. Let's look it up and see how the lookup stuff is, I guess. Or we're probably gonna feel dumb when we see it, but yeah. What about combining this?
I didn't want to make a.
Making a hole in the
I
magnet.
didn't want to make a hole in that.
Make a hole in the brush.
I didn't.
Make a hole in the bottle.
I didn't. I didn't want to make.
There's, the stupid thing is also there's 2 things, so we should at least be able to figure one of them out, right? It's like such a non-tip, but I guess it feels like a second chance to figure it out ourselves. And of course it's like with the cemetery and him, but I didn't even see the screw jack. I didn't see that one. That's why, yeah, sometimes it's good to activate like the thing where you see all the interaction possibilities. Table.
A mischievous idea began to form in my mind. Hey, I think the guy inside here might still be alive.
And why would you think something like that?
The coffin was just shaking around. Maybe you should open it up.
Well, I didn't see it move.
The gravedigger had me in a conundrum. I could hardly start shaking it right in front of his eyes.
And unless the body inside starts jiggling around, I'm not opening up that coffin.
Well, why did the symbols not go away again? That kind of sucks. But yeah, how can I make it wiggle with a wire?
I tied the twine to the uneven table and took up a hiding spot behind a nearby wall. It was time to wake the dead. Hello? Hello? Why is it so dark in here?
Huh? Who's that?
I'm stuck. Help! Help!
Mallory, if that's you again.
Get me out of this thing!
Oh no, not again.
Use the magnet to make it wiggle.
Mister, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I was told... Mister? Oh, God darn it! Next time I see that girl, I'm gonna have a peewee-sized coffin all ready for her. A few hours locked in one of those
Oh, I
should
got
adjust
that.
her sense of humor.
I picked up the handful of discarded coffin nails from the tin. I placed the coffin nails in the gree-gree. Searching the dead man's body was not something I wanted to do. I needed to think of something else. I didn't want the gravedigger to catch me putting it back. I decided to hang on to it for now. I scanned the headstone. Nope. I didn't. Wandering happily into the.
Where could I use the thing? I don't see it. Here, actually.
I needed to think of something else. The gate was too well set into the thick stone walls to be dislodged with the screwjack.
Oh, come on.
Nope.
I always look for the logical solutions, but mostly it's not exactly that. I feel like you could get chalk from this building, no? Looks very chalky. Or just some random place on the beach or something. The cloves.
I couldn't reach the clothesline, and I didn't need to cut that.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eyes open. I didn't want to damage it. That wasn't going to work. I wasn't going to climb the mast. I had neither the proficiency with electrical equipment nor the desire to get electrocuted. It was a telegraph mast, with cables radiating outwards to the buildings surrounding it.
Yeah, I have no idea, but I guess I should just try stuff, but try what? Thanks. It's not always the logical stuff.
Nope. I didn't want to damage it. I needed to think of something else. I couldn't. That didn't work. The sign read Dockmaster. Presumably, this little shack was where documents and licenses pertaining to the riverboat's operation were stored. A hand-painted wooden sign was nailed precariously to the front of the shack. The glass of the window was so thick with dust and grime I couldn't see through it. I didn't need to pour water on that.
Oh my god.
With a bit of elbow grease, I levered up the window frame.
The one thing that I didn't poke. Sometimes you forget like some logical stuff also.
Pressed against the inside wall was a dusty desk covered in spiderwebs, and to top it, one thing lay undisturbed. A small folded document which I picked up, along with an inadvertent 8-legged companion. Ugh! Ghost stories and haunted treasures I could handle, but spiders gave me the creeps.
Oh, why is it like a picture? Cornelius Knott. Oh, now I can say I'm a captain, I can get in. I just put my picture in there, of course. I get it.
I was going to need something adhesive to stick it in with.
What do we have? Magnet?
I couldn't do that. Nope. I didn't need to wear the
I feel like there was something sticky, but what? The grease? No. Water?
I didn't want to damage it. I didn't need to pour water on that.
Forte della morte. Sure, it's not grease, but yeah. Who knows, I guess.
Nope. I needed to think of something else.
Also, I still feel like we must do something with that panel, but what?
The electrical safety of the panel looked... Each of the electric cables in the room emanated from a metal panel by the upstairs door.
Also, that fucking wood out here. What else have you touched in the game that's sticky? I don't remember. I think there was something, but I don't remember. What's in the Belmore garden again? Ah, yeah, the molasses, of course. Oops. Run!
I touched the back of the photograph to the molasses. Thanks to the stickiness of the molasses, the photograph adhered nicely to the captain's license.
And if you're hungry, you can just lick on it. Butterworth.
I had nothing else to say to Felix. My credentials.
You're telling me you are a captain?
I trust it's all in order.
I thought you said your name was Murphy McCallan.
That's right.
Then why does this say Captain Knott?
It's a pseudonym for marketing purposes. You've got to stand out nowadays. A cool name's a good way to do that. You didn't think Captain Hook was called Hook before the hand incident, did you? What would the odds of that have been?
Look, Sonny, the bylaws of this club only allow the club manager to verify a captain's license. And Mr. Perkins is enjoying his backgammon soiree with Mrs. Perkins and the ladies this evening, with strict instructions not to be disturbed. So I'll accept this for tonight, But try this again tomorrow night and it'll be another story. Now, with that said, a warm and hearty welcome to the Captain's Club. We sincerely hope you make use of and enjoy our facilities, and do please let me know if I can be of any assistance at all. We don't open for another hour, but if you'd like, you can head up now to acquaint yourself.
I love molasses, by the way. I didn't have it for a long time. I wish I had some right now. I must go buy some soon.
I waited for the doors of the elevator to open, but nothing happened.
If you wish to use the elevator, I'm afraid to tell you it's broken. You'll have to endure the stairs.
Fair enough. While I was trapped on Devil's Rock, a map of the world wasn't going to be much use to me. A painted globe stood at the top of the stairs. The pinpricks across its surface implied it had either been used to plot out perilous voyages across the ocean waves or served as a replacement dartboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna make coffee soon. I kinda wanted to do it after using the passport, but now I'm hooked. Watch
I
out!
considered playing a game, but the lack of balls and cues was going to be a roadblock. I picked up the cube of billiard chalk from the edge of the table. The switch seemed to control the ceiling fans. The door was locked. The ceiling fans were off. The ceiling fans were off. The cabinet was locked. I placed the chalk into the gree-gree. I'd done it. All 7 ingredients for the summoning spell. Now I needed to head back to the Spirit Queen.
Yeah, we don't have any billiard balls, but a nice table. Damn, that was really worth to get in here, huh? Bad service also.
I had nothing else to say to Felix.
Gonna have a huge spell now. Or actually not, because it's probably a scam.
I thought I'd find you out here, McAllen.
Evelyn! Lovely to see you out in the bayou again.
This'll be the last time, McAllen, I'm not your secretary. I don't know what you're up to out here, but I'll figure it out soon enough. But for now, let's hurry it up. These shoes are alligator skin, and I don't want the local fauna recognizing an old friend. Another telegram came through for you, marked urgent. Kip said you might be out here.
My boss again?
Got it in one.
McAllen, report back immediately. Received word Grimes is deceased. Lack of resources has made this a waste of time. And I've caught onto your little stunt with the Friday signatures. When you get back here, sorting mail is gonna be the least of your worries. Sid Sinclair Auditing Company.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. On a night when I'd just seen a ghost, this telegram was almost more unbelievable. There was more to the Belmore story than I could have ever imagined. Now I was being pulled away to a job I didn't want to work, and a life I didn't want to live. Maybe it was time to do something a little foolish. Do I still have that prepaid reply?
Sure do. What do you want it to say?
Tell him I quit. I couldn't believe what I'd done. I'd quit my job and opened the first chapter in my own adventure. But without a job, I didn't have a salary. Without a salary, I wouldn't have a place to live. And it suddenly became more important than ever that I find that treasure. For me this time.
That sounds like a great idea.
Murphy, have you found all 7 ingredients?
I have.
Wonderful! Now it is time for the final step. Out of the darkness, the sadness, the fear, I command you, my servant, now to appear.
I have returned, Master. What is your desire?
The ingredients have been gathered. The final step of the spell is ready. The focus.
The focus of the spell is whatever you are casting it upon. Belmore Manor is where the ghosts reside. An image of Belmore Manor is what you must use to direct the spell.
Murphy, do you have an image of Belmore Manor we can use?
There may have been a coupon for a kazoo.
Yes, Murphy, that will work. Place it inside the gree-gree as the final ingredient.
I folded the magazine cover and placed it inside the gree-gree.
The spell is ready. Finally, the ghosts will be free again. Open the gree-gree, Murphy, and that will cast the spell.
With some trepidation, I took the gree-gree from my pocket and with a deep breath, opened it.
At last, I am free.
Servant, what's happening?
I was never your servant.
I am your master. You shall do my bidding. I command you.
Foolish mortal, you have served your purpose. No longer do I need to manifest as an ephemeral specter. Now my true spirit form is freed.
Loa, do as I say.
You are of no more use to me.
What's a different kind of scam? That's kind of
I wasn't sure what I'd just seen, but the voodoo fire raging all around me was all too real. I needed to get out, and fast.
Oh no, voodoo fire is worse than real fire. We're going to the pool.
Gazing into the spirit pool, I thought I could see formless faces gazing back at me.
Blow on it.
Bellows were used to stoke fires, not extinguish them.
I see. What about this?
That didn't work.
Water. Oh my lord, W. What would we have done without the water though? That animation was not so good, but yeah, I allow it. Part 2, the love antidote. Yeah.
As I opened my eyes, I realized I had no idea where I was. Hello? Hello? This wasn't good. I checked my hands and still seemed to be flesh and blood. What's happening? Where am I?
Welcome back to Belmore Manor, Murphy McCallum. We didn't expect to see you again so soon.
What's going on? Am I dead?
Don't be so overdramatic, Murphy. You're still very much alive. But you're the only person in the house that is. I'm afraid your actions have caused a good bit of trouble for us inhabitants of the house.
What's happened?
Let's see if you can figure it out. We're about to play a song, and Murphy McAllen, this one is for you. All right, all you Belmore Manor ghosts and ghouls, let's take it to a place where voodoo rules. Foolish mortal, do you know what you've done? A house of spirits, but we know of one with evil intentions, and now no preventions to all their evil scheme. You're now implicated in this complicated supernatural dream. You cast the spell, now the deed is done. Evil's free, the plan has just begun. Without your detection, we'll have no protection from the Machiavellian game. You set them loose, so you have to deduce who is ill and who is to blame. And self-detested, we'll ask you questions 3. Draw on clues to solve the mystery. The lover, the poor, the devil, oh God. Questions surrounded in doubt. The officer, bride, the sailor, or guide, Murphy. Can you figure it out? Can you figure it out? The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now, who is the lover?
I think the bride was the lover.
A girl in love and a dream to wed. But does she know what cannot be said? Are the people around her just that to confound her? A love that must end with them dead. A sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now, who is the
I like music as anybody else, but I don't know about the transition.
I think the sailor was the pawn.
A sailor forced into a wicked deal, a bride to woo, a heart to steal, a sinister threat if he ever should get found out that his love isn't real. Wicked spirited, evil rebel, tell us now, who is the devil?
I think the officer was the devil.
The Belmore fortune, his work has grown. He wants that work all to be his own. If the bride was away, then the fortune will stay. Choose the riches to be his alone. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal games. still remains. The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now who is the lover.
So who is it? I don't know. Trying to eat honey with butter and butter bread.
I think the sailor was the lover.
Someone in love and their love is true. Is it returned? What is there to do? They're caught in the middle of baffling riddles. Is love what can carry them through?
Nah, we can do it, we can do it.
Sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the
I think the bride was the pawn.
I mean, it told that she was the evil one, but
immersed in
I don't know.
and things perverse. She cannot protest and her mind's not possessed of things that only get worse. Wicked spirits in evil rebel. Tell us now who is the devil.
I think the officer was the devil.
Of course, he's a white male with money. Must be.
A phantom figure who's now in control. Black magic powers got things he stole. There may be a setback, but he's gonna get back, and we're worried that goes that it's go. Maybe you listened and now you've done it. You took a gamble and you have won it. A bride in a sail and a sailor's farewell. An officer pulling the strings. A hostage filled with voodoo. And yes, we know like you do. To fix it, we'll take some strange things. To test it, we asked you question 3. You do clues and solve the mystery. The officer, bride, and the sailor all died. Questions surrounded in doubt. The lover, the pawn, the devil are gone. Murphy, you figured it out. And there's too much. The foolish boss find treasures trapped in hidden vaults. You may think you are done, but it's all just begun. It's time for the ghostly debut. So say trick or treat, 'cause there's a goal to defeat. And Murphy, we hope that you do. Or guess what? You'll have to lie to have to die too.
I was back in Belmore Manor, and although it was better than being dead, I didn't know what was awaiting me.
Now the magnet. Never mind.
Who wonders to this ghostly trick? The prey that prays it will be quick. Do not blame that final try, for once he's in, he's sure to die.
Another ghost? Oh, this can't be good.
Welcome back to Belmore Manor, Mr. McCallan. My name is Cordelia Lockett. I do hope I haven't scared you.
To be honest, I've had my fill of ghosts for today. Perhaps I should be running along.
I'm afraid you'll need to come with me. There is someone you need to meet.
Who?
Miss Belmore.
You know, I don't think that would be such a great idea. We met twice already this evening, and I don't think she's taken much of a liking to me. What with throwing me off a balcony and pulling me into a spirit pool. Attempt to kill me once? Shame on you. Attempt to kill me twice? Shame on me, you know? I'll just go. It'll be like I was never here.
It's too late for that, Mr. McCallan. I really must insist.
What have I gotten myself into?
Miss Belmore, Mr. McCallan is here to see you.
I don't see anyone. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Belmore. I wasn't trying to steal from you. I didn't know anybody was still here. And then I've gotten deeper into things than I expected, and Miss Belmore? Why isn't she saying anything? Why is she crying?
This is all terribly exciting, isn't it? I'm afraid there's much more to this than you realize, Mr. McCallan.
Can she even hear me?
I don't think so, but keep trying to talk to her anyway.
What happened to her?
I can tell you all that I know, if you're brave enough to hear it.
I hope I am.
I was there on that night, all those years ago. And it wasn't Miss Belmore who was to blame. The morning of the wedding, Mr. Rackham left a gift on Miss Belmore's dresser. A small leather pouch with strange beads and strange markings. I shouldn't have been looking, but I saw her open it. It was black magic. Everyone had heard the rumours about Mr. Rackham, but I saw it with my own eyes. Miss Belmore panicked. She threw the pouch into her music box, slammed down the lid to lock it, and threw the brooch into the fireplace. But it was too late. She was losing herself. I could see it in her eyes. Minutes later, she asked me to bring her fiancé to her room. It's bad luck to see the groom before the ceremony. She told him she didn't love him, but I don't think it was her speaking. He begged, he pleaded, his heart broke in two. He was devastated. I saw him head up the staircase to the balcony overlooking the garden. But oh dear, I didn't know what he was going to do. That evening, her wedding to that evil Mr. Rackham began, but it didn't go the way he had planned. Just before Miss Belmore's lips formed the words, "I do," I could see the forces battling inside her. The real love within her resisting the forged compulsion of Mr. Rackham's curse, staring into eyes that were not those of her true love. And that battle of good and evil exploded. Just like that, everyone in the house was gone, trapping us as ghosts to remain here forever. For more than 30 years she's been like this, her mind trapped in an eternal battle between the true love in her heart and the evil magic trying to control her. More than 30 years of never-ending heartbreak. And while Miss Belmore is trapped in torment, do you realise what you've done? You've summoned all the ghosts in the house, including Mr. Rackham, that manipulator, that occultist, that devil, the cause of Miss Belmore's suffering. He's once again free to pursue his evil deeds, because you released him.
If Abigail is under a spell, how is she able to attempt to kill me twice?
Well, it's never happened before. Maybe she's losing the fight against Mr. Rackham's curse, and the evil inside her is growing more powerful. Oh dear, it's almost too terrible to think about, isn't it?
She's so weird. I feel like she might not be good. Even though she's kind of helping us.
Why is Rackham doing all this? What does he want?
He's after the same thing you are, the Belmore treasure. But he's willing to do a lot more to get it. And he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. I'd say he's a lot more committed than you are.
Okay.
I have to do something. How can we stop him?
I'm afraid I don't rightly know. But Miss Belmore might. She managed to break out of the spell once, just at the moment of the explosion, when Mr. Rackham tried to carry out the wedding. Perhaps if you take her back to that moment, she might be able to break out of it again. To do that, you'll need to create a love antidote to Mr. Rackham's curse.
How can I create a love antidote?
Look in the mirror. In this reflection, she's as happy as she was on the morning of her wedding. And look, there in front of her, 4 wedding mementos and the echoed music of the wedding march, each one a touchstone of that final happy time. If you could gather those 5 things, perhaps we might bring her back to the moment she escaped the spell, even if just for a moment. There's something else you should know. Mrs. Craddock, the housekeeper, has announced that all wedding preparations are to resume upon the orders of Mr. Rackham. He plans to repeat the wedding tonight. You don't have long.
But what if I break her out of the spell and she is evil now?
I think you'll just have to take that risk.
Maybe I should go. Try to find someone who knows more about this.
Oh, don't you know? You're just as trapped within this house as any of us ghosts. Try the windows, try the doors. We all have 1,000 times. But it's no use. If you want to escape, she's your only hope.
That can't be true. I haven't died. I can't be trapped here forever like you.
In moonlight's glow, a spectral cell, and whispers of an eerie spell. No one hears his silent shout, for once he's in, he can't get out.
No amount of force or technique or desperate longing would open the door. Cordelia was right. I was trapped.
What about the magnet?
And as I looked around at the house that held me, I felt both dead and alive at the same time. Both awake and in a dream. Or a nightmare.
But yeah, let's ghost psyop her.
The only way I could possibly free myself was to gather the 5 items to awaken the Ghost Bride. Perhaps giving her a third and final opportunity to kill me.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna make coffee also. It shouldn't take too long, and I can, yeah, I don't know. I could talk or sing. Honestly, playing this game, I have to say, it's kind of fun. It's like immersive. Ay, 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 Coco Jumbo. Yeah, yeah. Put me up, put me down, put my feeling underground. I like to move it, move it. Bro, I liked that song before this fucking animation movie came out, Madagascar. That's how old I am. Bam, 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 ba-da-dam, bam, ba-da-da-da-dam, bam, bam, ba-da-dam, bam, ba-da-da-da. I like to move it, move it. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I can see chat, by the way, but I'm almost ready with putting the coffee on the stove with one of these tiny Italian coffee makers. In a weird way, I feel though like I can only enjoy gaming while kind of tired, but then pumping myself up with caffeine. Or somehow that kind of feels like the way that I did it a lot. And yeah, I should totally not destroy my sleeping rhythm, but I might as well. But sorry, I'm back. It looks quite fun. Is there no music at all though? That's kinda... Let's try the magnet.
That wasn't going to work. I needed to think of something else. Well, that door worked. Without knowing what it was, I didn't want to break it. I wondered if the pianist knew more about it. Good evening. My name is Murphy McAllen.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ezra Hughes is the name. Pianist for hire is the game. Got any events coming up that you can use a pianist at? I do weddings, christenings, bar mitzvahs, funerals.
You're still hustling for work? Isn't being a ghost an impediment?
Hey, when you're self-employed, you've got to keep that next paycheck coming in.
But you're trapped in the house.
Well, I admit I'm not normally based here, but Belmore Manor makes a lovely venue.
Wait, is this a trap house? And Ezra, does that mean what I think it means?
How's the gig?
It's the gig of a lifetime. Quite literally. I just didn't realize how short that lifetime would be. Still, I should be making out like a bandit at the end of it.
Why's that?
My contract says I charge overtime at time and a half. So far, we're 30-something years past my original end time.
Is there much to spend your money on when you're dead?
They say you can't take it with you. But I don't seem to be going anywhere at the moment, so why not find out?
Makes sense, I guess. And yeah, he played nice, right? I almost feel bad for interrupting him. I hope he will play more. And this here reminds me of like the Alliance from Stormwind. Oh, look, there's a garden.
You don't seem to have much of an audience.
Most have gone through to the ballroom for the waltz. Still, at least it means I don't have the Southern Belle from hell hovering over me.
Who's that?
You'll know when you see her.
It's probably that little girl.
Are you local to Devil's Rock?
No, New Orleans born and bred. Hard to grow up in the Big Easy and not fall in love with this music. Street performers in the French Quarter, brass bands on the balconies, parades at Mardi Gras. It's in the air down there.
So what brought you here?
Work. Figured I'd play a few gigs, make some cash. Next thing I know, I'm caught up in more drama than a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta.
Where did you find musical work here on Devil's Rock?
I got a full season contract down at the Calliope Theater. It was pure luck, really. The original pianist broke his arm.
How?
Before the renovation, that place was falling apart. 14 people in the audience watched as the stage gave out right in the middle of Claire de Lune. Pianist and piano falling straight through the floor into the basement.
Ouch.
Physically, he was fine. Emotionally, devastated for months.
Sounds like he went through a bad stage.
La. Badumtsh. Oh, there's some real banger jokes, honestly.
Yardley Belmore was a performer too, wasn't he?
And more. Writer, director, producer, philanthropist. He's the one that bought the Calliope, fixed her up, and hired me. Once he came on board, that place got put on real shows.
Real shows?
Yeah. Before Yardley put up the funds, they were so broke they had to rely on sponsorships. The final year, Bon Tom Bakery funded everything. With conditions.
Conditions?
The shows had to be on brand. Before Yardley put a stop to it, we were looking at 3 Shakespeare plays that season. Romeo and Baguette, A Midsummer Night's Cream Cake, and Much Ado About Muffins.
Do you know what happened to Yardley Belmore?
I haven't a clue. But you know what? I think I was one of the final people to see him alive.
Oh, really?
He came down to the Calliope to offer me this gig for the wedding, and I overheard him talking to someone backstage after I had finished rehearsing.
What were they talking about?
Well, after Yardley scrapped the baked goods from Romeo and Juliet, he was after ideas to bring something new to the story. This fella was telling him about a place he'd found, an actual crypt. Such a missed opportunity, really. Can you imagine? Romeo and Juliet's tragic finale, played out in the Capulet tomb, the star-crossed lovers' final doomed moments in a real-life, honest-to-God crypt. The last thing I heard was them setting a date to check it out. And then, well, after that, no one ever saw him again.
Do you know who the man he was talking to was?
Rackham, I think you call him. Don't know where his interest in the theater came from all of a sudden. I'd never seen him in any performances.
This all goes even deeper, I guess.
Do you know where I could get some wedding music?
I take request. It's part of my contract for the wedding. What are you after?
I need some wedding music to play to Abigail Belmore, upstairs in her bedroom.
I might be able to move people with my music, Murphy, but there's no chance I can move this piano up to the 2nd floor.
What's the machine next to your piano?
That's my ticket out of hustling, a phonograph recorder. I'm going to compose and record a hit song, something that'll sweep the nation, like those guys on Tin Pan Alley. I can record and release a song all across the country, and people will be able to hear me live in their living room.
But you're not live, or living.
That'll be how I market myself. Anthems by apparitions, hymns by haunts. The magazines won't give you the time of day if you don't have some way of standing out. If I'm dead, it's better to be composing than decomposing.
How does the machine work?
You just put in a blank record and press record. There's an old one still in there if you want it. It's too worn for me to use anymore. The records have a thin layer of black wax on the outside, and the machine records the sound as grooves in the wax. Keep an ear out for me in a year's time.
I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
Hit it, Ezra. Hit it. Goodbye, Alawi. Goodbye. Goodbye.
My piano repertoire consisted only of a few bars of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and I thought it best not to inflict that upon anyone.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
A grand piano took center stage in the room, vigorously hammered away at by the pianist.
You too.
To use the recording machine, I needed a record with a fresh layer of wax. The pianist wouldn't have been happy with me rifling through his belongings. It was a battered suitcase that I deduced belonged to the pianist. A record was loaded into the recording machine. That didn't work. To use the recording machine, I took the record from the recording machine. With its outer coating worn away with age, it wasn't in a state to record onto. The shield was out of reach, but I didn't plan on jousting with any knights that day anyway.
Ba-na-na-na-na.
The macabre warning was definitely serving a purpose where it was. I decided to leave it there.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
You're still flesh and blood, aren't you?
That's right.
And to be ashamed of. You'll end up see-through blue like me if one of those thorns nicks you. And don't try cutting them. Even so much as a snap and it releases a toxin so deadly you'll be on the ground within 3 minutes. Certainly keeps things exciting, doesn't it?
Maybe I just do it anyway.
Cutting the thorns would have released a toxin, and I preferred remaining conscious.
Ah, come on. Don't be such a pussy.
Watch out for that vine down there. Little bugger was trying to make a break for it earlier.
Oh, okay. Will do. I didn't have the slightest idea what the gardener was warning me about. Like a snake coiling around its prey, it soon became apparent.
What?
Help! Help!
What's all the fuss about?
This vine's got me, it won't let go!
Oh, she likes you, she does.
The sentiment isn't mutual.
I've never seen a plant so attached to someone before.
That's exactly the problem. Its hold was getting tighter. I needed to get away before I was dragged into the flower beds.
The animation.
Well, you didn't need to do that. I wasn't planning on doing the pruning till tomorrow.
What was that?
Just a Devil's Rock creeper. Oh, they do seem to have gotten a lot more active since I was last tending the garden, though.
First, the animals on this island had tried to eat me. Now, I was finding out the plants wanted a nibble too. I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's best efforts. Terracotta pots dotted the conservatory, each one cracked and crumbling in a different way. I couldn't see anything I could do with the statue. The fountain had long run dry and the cracked, dusty basin was empty.
Almost feels like the music is bugged, but I'm not sure.
What do you think of this?
Is that a party favor they're handing out? I hope it's got something nice to nibble on inside it.
Examining the overgrowth felt more like being in a zoo than an arboretum. I didn't want to get any closer.
I feel like I should do something here, but I have no idea what. What is this? I ripped one page.
That is an insult to my honor. I didn't know you had any honor left to insult.
Boys, you don't want to be fighting over little old me.
Tallulah, this man is nothing but a scoundrel. Then you, brother, are a no-good fraud.
Tabernacle. Beautiful window.
I wondered if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche. Hi there.
Keep walking. I don't have time to waste on you.
Good evening, miss.
Oh, another fine young gentleman.
My name's Murphy McCallan. Pleased to meet you all.
Back off, Peanut. Yeah, keep walking. We were talking to the lady first.
Now, boys, we must be welcoming to our new friend. My name is Tallulah LaRue. I expect you've heard of me. My daddy owns the LaRue Oil Exchange. We're the richest family this side of the Mississippi.
But don't be getting any ideas. Tallulah, don't you think this gentleman is a little beneath you? He looks so poor, he probably waves a popsicle around and calls it air conditioning.
Let's not be rude to him just because he's less fortunate. You boys be welcoming and introduce yourselves.
If we must. I am Humphrey Tallulah. And I am Orville Tallulah of the Tallulah Textiles Company.
I think you made the pants I'm wearing. What's that in your hand, Miss LaRue?
This is my invitation to the wedding. It allows me to bring one guest with me, but I seem to have made a teensy tiny mistake. I've invited both boys all the way out here to Devil's Rock when I can only take one of them into the wedding. Now both of these fine fellows are here and want to attend with me, and I just don't know who I should pick.
You mean you two don't have an invitation?
We may not know the Belmores, but we do know this southern magnolia before us. We were brought to Devil's Rock by passion.
I was brought to Devil's Rock by taxi. If you're not using the invitation, perhaps I could take it off your hands?
I don't think so, knucklehead. Miss LaRue is going to need that invitation for when I accompany her. Over my dead body? Have you seen yourself? You're already dead.
These two gentlemen seem pretty heated.
I just hope it doesn't come to blows. I'd be happy to marry either of these gentlemen one day, if only I could choose between them.
If you did end up marrying one of them, would that make your name Tallulah?
That's right, and my middle name is Beulah. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
How are you going to decide who to take to the waltz, Miss LaRue?
I just don't know if I could decide. I think I'll have to leave it to the boys to decide for me.
Choose me, Tallulah. I'm the one who inherited our family's good looks, I assure you. Good looks? Your reflection hides when you walk past a mirror. I have the southern elegance she desires. Elegance? You have all the elegance of a drunken pelican. I believe the lady would be better suited for a man of my sophistication. Sophistication? You have all the sophistication of a rodeo clown. It's my bravery that she needs. Bravery? You'd run away from a June bug. If you think yourself so brave, then we must put it to the test. Brother, I challenge you to a duel. Not if I challenge you first.
Gee, I wouldn't want a duel to take place because of little old me. But if that's how things have to be, let's get the guns on the table, boys.
McCallan, you shall be the adjudicator.
I shall?
I'm glad you've agreed.
What exactly does that entail?
In order for the duel to be fair, an independent third party must load the pistols and declare the victor.
but I've never loaded a pistol before.
Don't worry, McCallum. A donkey with a lobotomy could do it. You have at least half a chance.
I didn't need to pick up the pistols except to load them. One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols. I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod.
No pussyfooting around here, boys. I want to see some action. If you miss, you're not the man for me.
I could have sabotaged it, I guess.
Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
In any other situation, this would have been a tragedy, but it quickly became clear that a duel to the death wouldn't be conclusive when the duelists were both already dead.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Now I can go, no?
Good evening, Miss LaRue.
Why, hello again, Murphy.
Would you like a rematch on the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea! Boys, guns on the table. Murphy, load 'em up.
Not yet, McCallum. You need to start with the powder.
One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
No, McCallum, you haven't put in the shot. No,
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle.
So I cannot even do it wrong, I guess. Or I could maybe use some other ingredients. Don't see what though.
I didn't want to make a hole in that.
Water.
I needed to think of something else. That didn't.
No.
That wasn't going. Finally, I patted the.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Good evening.
Why, hello?
Were you friends with Abigail Belmore?
Friends may be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'd seen her around at the debutante balls before she got engaged to that sailor. I mean, really, what was she thinking?
You don't think they should have gotten engaged?
What's the point? Mr. Rackham was an improvement. I do love the powerful.
I best be running along.
Ta-ta for now.
Yeah, we need another ingredient or something, maybe.
It was a devilish carving of a satyr, half man, half goat, holding a shield. Would you like a rematch of the pistol
What?
duel?
What, oh boy?
I wanted the table.
The instructions read. It was a scrap of paper listing the correct. I needed to. Without the twins catching on, I ran the button magnet across the mound of bullets and saw they began to wobble. The shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous.
So what? That's it?
Nope. Without the twins catching on, I ran the button magnet across the mound of bullets and saw they began to wobble.
So I attached the magnet to a
The
gun,
shot
maybe.
must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous. The button magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but it would have become a bullet itself if I'd loaded it inside. One at a time, I poured the powder. The button magnet was exactly the right size. Without the twins
What?
The shot must have been an alloy. The button magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to blow on that.
Okay.
I didn't need.
Yeah, I don't know.
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. The button magnet. Without the twin. The shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside. You have no use for it, but I'm sure I can be of help to you if the weather turns sour.
So now we have to change the entire weather. And yeah, I guess it makes sense that it takes the guns because the guns are on the table. But it just says table. I blame the game. We came from up there. What the hell's here? What's there?
It was a seductive carving of a lamia, half woman, half snake, holding a shield. It was one of a pair of carvings positioned on either.
Did I hear gunshots through there? It's like being back at Alameda during the war.
What happened there? A battle?
No, my second wedding. The father of the bride didn't appreciate me canoodling with the maid of honor and got all the locals to run me out of town. Talk about a shotgun wedding. You, boy, are you one of the staff? Is the wedding ready to begin?
Ready to begin? Goodness gracious, but I haven't found my Bible.
Sorry, I'm just a guest too. I don't think the wedding's happening until later tonight. Or not at all, if everything went to plan.
Just enough time for another drink, then.
The empty glass was best left where it was. I couldn't do that. I'd previously seen small pots hung in fireplaces like this contained water in order to humidify the room, especially when tobacco was being smoked. In this case, however, the pot was empty.
Interesting.
The trophy room was warmed by the fireplace, within which hung a small brass pot.
Did it just blink?
4 animal heads protruded from the wall like those painted boards you'd push your head through for a photograph at the seaside. After my escapades with the fish and its hidden horseshoe, I had had quite enough of taxidermied animals.
I swear they blink.
Good evening.
Good evening, my boy. I'm afraid you'll have to speak up. Old army injury, you see. Care to join me for a drink?
Colonel Bloom, how many times must I warn you about your predilection for hard drinking?
It's not hard drinking. It's very easy. What do you say, my boy? You care for a nip?
I probably shouldn't. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment.
Well, don't go saving it for the toast. You'll be waiting decades.
See? This is what I was talking about. This is the kind of ungracious, ungentlemanly behavior that will spell your doom, Colonel.
Stop trying to threaten me with eternal damnation, Foskett. If it was going to happen, it would have happened by now. I'm pretty sure I'm dead at this moment, and I don't see any evidence of women playing harps. Just you harping on at me.
Did you see much action in the army?
I killed 4 men.
From food poisoning, Colonel Bloom's title is an honorary one for services to catering.
The Cattle King's what they called me. I owned farms from New Orleans to Tallahassee. Beef, leather, dairy. It was a roaring trade.
Or at least a mooing one.
Those cows, they were my army. I tell you, everything a man needs can be provided by a good troop of cows.
Herd of cows.
Of course I've heard of cows. I was just talking about them.
Jesus.
What are you drinking, Colonel?
Good hearty rum. It'll put fire on your chest and hair in your belly. Wait.
And perhaps it is time to consider whether you have drunk too much of it, Colonel. Or perhaps give it up altogether.
I could easily give up alcohol. I've already done it hundreds of times.
I think you'll find the time between one glass and the next does not count as teetotalism. Perhaps we should be grateful to the Lord that your glass remains empty.
Are you looking forward to the wedding?
I'm looking forward to it being over. In my opinion, being stood up at the altar for 33 years is a pretty bad sign. Not what strong relationships are made of.
And you should know, Colonel. You've only had hundreds of them.
Do you think the bride and groom should be together?
That Rackham's a slimy character, and no mistake. Oh, by God, he's a good businessman. Trickier than a magician's rabbit that's gotten stuck on a particularly difficult crossword puzzle. But all that don't amount to a hill of beans if you're not enjoying life. I don't know whether to hate the guy or envy him.
Both are sins, I think you'll find, Colonel.
And not even the best ones. Do you know what's wrong with society nowadays, Murphy? Drink, guns, and women. There's just not enough time for them all.
Have you ever married, Colonel?
Oh, yes. I've been married for 47 years.
Yes, but to 9 different women.
It still counts.
His shortest marriage was 2 days, and that's only because they couldn't find him to serve the annulment papers.
I ended up in a bordello in East Nevada with half the members of the Albuquerque Militia Marching Band. Best honeymoon I've been on. Some lovely girls.
Lord forgive him, for he knows not what he does.
That's not what the girls were telling me.
Do excuse me. I'll be back.
At your leisure, my boy. I have nowhere to go and nothing to do.
Idle hands are the devil's playthings.
Try idling your mouth for a change, you old curmudgeon.
Good evening.
Hello, my child.
Oh, don't get him going again.
And what is your name?
Murphy McCallan.
Hello, Murphy. I am Father Foskett, spiritual shepherd of St. Juniper's Parish. Have you seen the good book?
I'm not the most religious person, but I have read parts.
No, I mean that rather more literally. I've lost my Bible and have no idea where I put it. Have you seen it?
I haven't, I'm afraid.
Pity.
Wait, is now actually somebody else playing the same game? Where did I see the category before? Why is it not beautiful? Ah, never mind. Why is it not beautiful? Ah, never mind. Why is it not beautiful? Ah, never mind. No, I saw somebody else. Now I wonder if my voice is too quiet. Test.
Are you here for the wedding?
I am officiating the wedding. With
Are you
everything
here for
that's
the wedding?
gone on in the house,
I
we
am
must thank God we have someone like me to keep us on a righteous path.
I've been told that Abigail Belmore doesn't really want to marry Rackham. You need to call the wedding off. I've been told that Abigail Belmore doesn't really want to marry Rackham.
Mr. McCallan.
You need to call the wedding
Objections
off.
should be heard during the ceremony, not before. When all parties make articulate their feelings on the matter. These things are greater than you and I, you know. Until then, we must treat the wedding as the joyous occasion it is.
What do you think of Abigail Belmore?
A little headstrong, in my opinion, but a lovely young lady. I baptized her, you know. She grabbed my nose as I held her over the font, right up the left nostril. Wouldn't let go until her brothers distracted her with a teddy bear. Still, she's a very caring girl.
Just not two ecclesiastical noses. Have you two gentlemen known each other long?
Gentleman's a stretch.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Foskett.
But yes, we've known each other since we were teenagers. We used to be roommates in college. But while I focused on my studies, the Colonel here focused on extracurriculars. I made it my duty to keep him on the straight and narrow path.
And thankfully you haven't done a very good job of it.
Is St. Juniper's your church?
That's right, young man. A beacon of godliness on an otherwise spiritually desolate isle.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think St. Juniper's been taken over by rum runners.
Criminals? In my church? Good God! They must be removed immediately.
Let's not be too hasty. They sound like my type of gentleman. That's the type of church I can see myself attending.
I could do with less of your opinions, thank you. Many things can be preserved in alcohol, Colonel. Dignity is not one of them.
I'm not the most well-read on religion, but shouldn't you be in heaven now?
Gold standard question, my boy.
Well, I'll admit this isn't what I expected.
Perhaps the good book has some missing passages.
I think we can do without your theological input, Colonel.
Is there a way to fix it?
Well, that's precisely what I'm doing, young man, as we speak.
It looks like you're just sitting in an armchair.
You don't see the metaphorical cogs whirring around in my head, the tick and the tock of the thanatological matters in my mind. To the layman, I might appear to be just sitting in an armchair, but in reality, I am studying the Bible, or at least I would be, if I hadn't lost it.
You've lost it, all right.
I just realized I can probably melt something in there.
Do you think it might be voodoo keeping you here?
Voodoo is nothing but mumbo-jumbo misdirection. I fear we may be in limbo. Some devilish force has interrupted the supernatural order of things.
I think Rackham might be practicing black magic.
That is an extraordinary accusation. I refuse to hear another word of it. He is a God-fearing man who always attends the sailor services, and he has donated generously to the church and my vacation fund. The culprit here is that awful sailor Abigail was going to marry. It is precisely because Miss Belmore's marriage to Mr. John Rackham was interrupted that we are still here. And why we must continue the wedding as planned tonight. It shall be our way out.
I best be heading off.
God be with you.
I had nothing else to say to the Colonel. I needed to think of something else.
Take the vase.
I picked up the vase. From the delicate porcelain and hand-painted ornamentation, it looked like it must have been worth a fortune. Ming Dynasty, perhaps?
Foskett, why is that young man picking up that chamber pot?
I have absolutely no idea.
Or perhaps not.
It's the poop pot. Fuck. It's the poop pot.
Nope. That didn't work.
Dong dong dong.
Stepping through the doorway, I found myself in an ethereal black void that stretched in every direction. Draped in green fog, all I could see were staircases floating in all directions, and in the center, an eternally ticking clock.
Is that little whippersnapper playing on the staircases again?
No, it's not him this time. But how that wayward whelp's mother allows him to run riot through that cursed room baffles me. When it comes to Sebastian Bach, I think King Herod might have had a point.
Hold it right there. The dance is about to begin. I shall deal with you afterwards.
What the hell is happening?
The skill, the movement, the passion. It certainly gets the blood pumping. Now then, do you have an invitation?
An invitation?
To the waltz. This celebration is only for wedding guests. We have all manner of help running around the house who certainly aren't invited to the festivities. Imagine the smell. If you want to come in, you'll need to retrieve it. Rules are rules, and it's my job to enforce them. I am Mrs. Elaine Craddock, housekeeper of Belmore Manor. Who are you, anyway?
Murphy McCallan. I'm just a visitor.
Evidently.
Look, I'm a very accomplished captain.
Come back to me once you're an admiral. I've already had my fair share of trouble from captains.
La-di-da. Look, I have the royal pot.
What do you think of this chamber pot?
Goodness me, that isn't the pot I gave the colonel, is it?
I think it might be.
Well, take it back to him immediately. He's vomited across the floorboards twice already. Mrs. Timson slipped in it and nearly broke her neck.
So I can go in now?
Stop right there, young man. Only guests with invitations are allowed to watch the waltz.
But I'm the royal chamber pot carrier. I just stab her. Oh, she's a ghost though.
I didn't need to show her that. I didn't need to show her that. The wedding cake was tempting, but I wasn't getting past the housekeeper without her approval. The centerpiece of the dance floor was an elaborate wedding cake, sitting on a wheeled cart and towering over the dancers around it. The wedding guests had gathered around the dance floor waiting for the next waltz to start. They stood with that distinctly stiff restraint that seemed to afflict all the upper classes. The dancers were too far away to talk to. 4 pairs of dancers had taken their places on the dance floor.
Did the paintings change?
It was a painting of Abigail Belmore.
Oh, I don't think so. Fireplace.
It was a painting of the...
Still sus.
Without a flue, the fireplace seemed...
Magnet.
That wasn't going to work. I needed to...
Oh?
Walking into the cellar, I was hit by the pungent smell of rotting wood and mildew. 3 decades without upkeep hadn't been kind to this section of the house, and it was now knee-deep in floodwater. I couldn't do anything with it. I couldn't do anything with it. The wire had corroded into the fuse box. I couldn't budge it with my hands.
Blow on it.
I didn't need to blow on that. Shockingly, I didn't want to risk electrocution by cutting the wire.
How about magnet?
That didn't work. I didn't want to make a...
Fuck.
I did... The label read electrograph, barrel lift, orrery track, theater rotation, magnetic carriage,
Danger.
ground, lightning rods. I took the handful of candles from on top of the fuse box. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty. Knowing the type of animals that lived in the murky water on this island, there was no way I was stepping into the floodwater. I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power. I couldn't do that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna melt the candles to put it on this music thing, right?
I dropped the candles into the empty pot hanging in the fireplace. They soon began to melt and bubble. Double, double, toil and trouble.
Goodness gracious! That isn't more satanic sorcery, is it?
I'm sorry, I was just quoting Macbeth.
Well, don't.
Carefully, I dipped the record into the molten candle wax. Once pulled out, the thin layer of wax rapidly cooled, leaving me with a blank, reset record.
Nice. Oh no, fuck. Why did I go in there? No, no, no. Oh. But maybe there might still be something to it, I guess. Fuck, where the hell is that guy? Where the guy at? Fireplace, what? Okay, weird.
I placed the freshly reset record back on the recording machine. Excuse me, Ezra, could you play the wedding march?
A request? Sure thing, Murphy.
Thank you very much. I clicked off the machine and picked up the newly recorded record.
I have no idea what I need it for the wedding, but... Ah, yeah, in the room of the lady. Yeah.
Good evening.
Pleasure to meet you, young man. I'm Rupert Riddle. I'm the gardener for the Belmore estate. And whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
Murphy McCallan, pleased to meet you.
Do excuse the state of the conservatory. After 30-odd years without so much as a pruning or watering, it's taken on a mind of its own. Don't be telling the Horticultural Society or I'll be having my golden trowel taken off me.
You've won awards for your gardening?
Oh yes. This conservatory is rather famous. Welcome, Murphy, to the Poison Garden.
Poison? Why would the Belmore brothers want a poison garden?
Academic interests, prestige, and morbid curiosity, I should think. Master Cecil liked to study them. Master Xavier used to collect them on his expeditions. And Master Yardley, well, he just liked the theatricality of it all.
Isn't it dangerous?
Well, it all depends on how you use it, doesn't it? A few berries of deadly nightshade could kill a person, or cure their headache. Hemlock killed Socrates, but I used it to treat my arthritis. These plants may be dangerous, but that's because they're powerful and mysterious.
From medicine to murder.
Exactly. The power to heal and the power to kill. That's what makes them so interesting.
Remind me never to get on the bad side of a florist. What's the secret to growing your garden?
Plants need the same things as you and me, they do. Food, water, sunlight, and someone to chitter-chatter with.
You talk to your plants?
And sing.
What kinds of songs do poisonous plants like?
Vaudeville, mainly. Ta-ra-ra-boom-de-ay always goes down a treat. Ta-ra-ra-boom-de-ay. I'm with plants all the day. To sing's the only way to grow my shrub display. Vegetation brings elation to me.
That's quite an accent you've got. Where are you from?
Jolly old England, just outside Bristol. God's own country. The green and pleasant land where my love of horticulture bloomed. I caught the gardening bug at an early age, you see. Histoplasmosis. I was in hospital for 8 months, all told. But trapped in those 4 wipe-clean antiseptic walls, staring at a pot of plastic philodendrons, why, it just grew my love of all things botanical.
Why did you move to Devil's Rock?
I came over with the Belmores, didn't I? Got myself a little cottage on the edge of the estate near the mausoleum. Bugger if I can get to it now, though. Shame, too.
Why's that? Do you miss home?
Oh, I think I left the gas on. Wouldn't want an accident now, would I? Could be the death of me.
What are you working on at the moment?
I suppose I ought to be pushing up daisies. But death isn't going to stop these green fingers. So I'm getting right back into it where I left off, tending to these plants. It's not quite the same as it used to be, I must admit.
How so?
I suppose, being dead now, they've lost some of their allure. It used to be that one prick of the finger, one wipe of the nose, one accidental inhalation of a seed, and that would be the end of it. Things just aren't as exciting anymore.
Will you be attending the wedding?
Me? Get an invitation? I'm not sure overalls would meet the dress code. But it's a good thing, too. I wouldn't trust that Rackham with a hosepipe on a hot day.
Why not?
Well, it's not like me to tell tales. But it wasn't long before the Belmore brothers started to disappear that Rackham was in here asking about the poison plants. Very suspicious timing, if you ask me.
You think he murdered them?
I couldn't possibly say.
I need a bouquet. Can you help me?
I'm a gardener, not a flower arranger, Murphy.
Is there anything in here I can take without it killing me?
I'm afraid the only non-poisonous plants were those down in Abigail's flower bed. She had her own little area that I used to help her with. There's only that one flower that stayed alive in the whole conservatory. Funny that.
What's funny about it?
That's the same flower bed Abigail used for her bouquet the night things went awry.
That'll be perfect. Is there a way to get rid of the thorns?
Oh, certainly. A good drenching with alcohol should kill them off.
Who's the statue of?
Oh, him. He's from an old Indian fable the Belmores used to have read to them as children. It was a gift Cecil Belmore gave his brothers a couple of years before he disappeared. Quite the conversation piece.
What was the statue's story about?
A young Maharaja prince who sold his kingdom for a single coin, all so he could use it to save the love of his life.
How romantic.
I suppose, if you're into that sort of thing.
Thanks for your time.
Before you go, you wouldn't do me a favour, would you?
What kind of favor?
Well, I was just wondering how that flesh and blood thing is working out for you.
Excuse me?
It's just, and I don't mean to impose, but my eternal frustration is that I have 187 different ways to die in this conservatory, but I was never able to test any of them out. Now that we've all discovered death isn't quite so conclusive, I was wondering if you'd want to help out.
Help out how?
Well, we could test out some of the plants on you.
They'd kill me!
Fingers crossed.
The dainty old man's eyes glowed with unrestrained excitement at the mention of murder. His dottery demeanor offered a complete contrast to his apparently homicidal tendencies. He was like a tortoise holding a machine gun.
Now, don't make such a drama out of it. We could put it in a nice pie, and maybe some herbal tea. I know the recipe for a lovely cobbler.
Definitely not. Let's cross that possibility out right now.
I was only asking. Maybe let me know if you change your mind.
I'd already been warned about touching the poisonous thorns. Why was this chamber pot on the sideboard?
I might have had just a few too many drinks before we all disappear. Now, Mrs. Craddock kindly left that there in case I should feel the need to throw up.
Did you?
Oh, so many times. Now, thankfully, the hangover hasn't lasted 30 years.
The empty glass was best left where it was.
How the hell can I even go back to the woman? Ballroom. Landing.
Hey, Cordelia.
Ah, good.
Oh, hello again, Mr. McCallan. Have you made the love antidote yet?
I'm working on it, even though I'm still not sure it's a good idea. Do you know why I can't leave Belmore Manor?
We ghosts have been trapped here ever since the explosion. But I don't know why someone still living would be unable to leave.
I was able to get out the last time I was here. Even if it was via the balcony and into the pond. I don't want to try that again.
Something must be keeping you here now. Better hope it's not Mr. Rackham.
Did you say there were rumors that John Rackham used black magic?
Oh yes, all of the staff talked about it. Even if we daren't mention it to the family. Crates and boxes delivered in the night, hidden from prying eyes. But not hidden well enough. We see what happens in this house. We hear the whispers in the night. We know.
Do you think the Belmore treasure is here in the house?
If it is, I've never seen it. But it is a big house. There are rooms I've never been in. Rooms I was forbidden to enter. Who knows what's in them?
The skeleton hanging from the tree outside. That's the sailor, isn't it?
What's left of him? I do hope it's a mess I don't have to tidy up.
Isn't the sailor's ghost trapped in the house too?
Oh no! He killed himself hours before the curse took hold. He will have long since passed over to the spirit realm. Lucky escape, some might say.
It was lucky to be so distraught he committed suicide?
It's better than being trapped in this house for eternity.
How did Abigail and the sailor meet?
It was aboard one of the Belmore ships. Miss Belmore was never one to be caged up inside the house, always wanting to go away on her brother's voyages. But they were a good deal older than her, and very protective after they all lost their parents. So she made a plan to stow away.
Did she manage to do it?
No, she was caught mere hours before the ships left port from Deadnettle, covered over in spare sail.
Who discovered her?
That young sailor. I don't think she was best pleased that he had to tell her brothers, and he did, but she didn't hold it against him. Instead, he told her of the voyages on each return to Deadnettle, and as the months progressed, she took more and more of a liking to him. I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
And that's how they fell in love.
The young sailor promised that one day they would explore the world together. But until that day arrived, he would carry her in his heart on every voyage he undertook. He carved a wooden compass, split it into 2 pieces, and they each carried one, promising that despite their time apart, the necklace would be reunited once they were back together. How romantic.
How did the Belmore's parents die?
A shipwreck off the southeastern coast. 28 perished, with just 1 survivor.
Who was the survivor?
Why, it was Mr. Rackham.
Of course.
Where do these doors behind me go?
The middle door goes up to the cupola, but the key's been lost ever since Master Cecil died. There's not much up there from what I remember, just old sheets, linens and lace.
And the door on the right?
That's where the parlour witch lives.
Did you say a witch lives in the house?
Oh yes, didn't you know? Mr. Rackham isn't the only one said to delve into the supernatural. Perhaps poor little Abigail was just an innocent, caught in the middle of Mr. Rackham's and her brother's dark dealings.
Who is she? Is she still there now?
I should think so. The Belmores brought her to the house not long before they disappeared, though after moving into the house, she was never seen again. No one ever goes in, and no one ever comes out. I don't even think Mrs. Craddock can get in there.
Do you know what happened to the Belmore brothers?
That certainly is a mystery, isn't it? But I'm afraid I don't know. My duties were to help Miss Belmore, while Mrs. Craddock dealt with the masters.
Although what?
I did see Master Xavier on the day he died.
What was Xavier doing on the day he died?
Preparing for an expedition. He'd been given a birthday present not long before, an old pirate map of Devil's Rock that he'd hung over the fireplace in his bedroom. And on the map, marked in red, an X marks the spot.
Pirate treasure? On Devil's Rock?
I doubt the treasure even came into it. A cove on Devil's Rock, where no one has stepped foot in over 100 years. That'd be like a moth to a flame for Master Xavier. He left before dawn, and then never came back.
Who gave him the present?
I expect you can guess.
Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. It gets pretty boring after 30 years trapped here. You're much more exciting to watch.
I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway. Affixed to the wall were 3 servants' bells, used to call the staff to different rooms in the house. At the corner of the cart, a feather duster hung on a small hook.
You can't have that. I might be needing it later.
Come on.
I didn't need to move the cart. The maid's cart stood in the corner of the corridor, piled high with freshly washed sheets. The maid folded the blankets with a wicked smile and eyes like saucers. I knew her body had a tenuous hold on the world around us, but it seemed like her mind was going the same way. The door was locked. It was a door to an unknown room. The door was locked. It was a door to an... I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there. Thick red curtains were tied back in front of the window. I placed the record into the phonograph. Still, without a horn, it wasn't going to play.
A horn? Ah, jeez, dude.
Whoa! As I rounded the corner of the balcony, I saw that the walkway had dropped away, the mortar crumbling after decades of neglect. The ground was a long way down. I assessed whether the railing would be safe to climb. With the slippery ironwork and crumbling masonry, the answer was obviously no. But I didn't have the luxury of safety. Here goes nothing. Hauling myself onto the roof from the ornamental railings, I realized there was no easy path to get higher. The roof tiles ranged from loose and dangerous to soggy and dangerous. Either way, I wasn't going to be able to climb them.
Could have just climbed over here, I guess. Toolbox, cable, drain pipe, ladder but not clickable.
There was no way to reach the weather vane, but despite that, I noticed something curious. No matter which way the wind blew, the weather vane stayed fixed in position. As I approached the lightning rod, I started to feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. That was a close one. Fortunately, the lightning bolt had hit the lightning rod instead of me, breaking it from its socket and sending the rod tumbling to the ground below.
Shouldn't that have given energy technically? But only maybe if we fix the cable.
It looked like someone had already intended to start fixing the roof. I looked inside the toolbox and took the only thing it held, a rusty old pair of pliers.
Nice. Socket.
There was nothing I could do with the empty socket.
Are you sure?
I definitely didn't have the natural balance needed to walk across the cable unaided.
Cut the cable?
I didn't want to break the... From down on the balcony, the drain pipe was unreachable. I couldn't see an easy way up to the cupola. I couldn't see an...
Do we actually have to go back down again?
There was no way to... No matter which...
What would help me to balance? I don't see it. I mean, I can go fix the cable now. Maybe I wasn't supposed to go all the way up. What do I need from there? She said there was nothing, right?
It was best to leave the vase where it was. It was a beautiful bouquet of roses. The contrast between the bride and her reflection was clear. While the bride in front of me buried her face in sadness, her reflection was clearly at the dawn of the happiest day of her life. If only she knew what was to come. It was an untouched slice of wedding cake. It was a bridal veil made of delicate, intricately woven lace. It was a simple gold ring. As I concentrated on the phonograph in the mirror, it began to sound like I could hear its music through the reflection itself. It was the wedding march. There was nothing I could do with the tabletop. Excuse... It was no use. She was in such a deep trance.
Oh, what is this? Oh, it's the bells, yeah.
Coming! Miss Belmore, did you ring for...
Quick.
With the maid distracted, I was free to take the feather duster.
See ya.
Haha, the look on your face.
What are you doing? Oh, you could have scared me to death.
Imagine how cool that would be.
I don't think I'd be very happy about that.
Baby. Who are you anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I'm a guest. Who are you?
I'm Sebastian Pock.
The little boy puffed out his chest with a grin that would make the Cheshire Cat jealous. What were you doing in the trunk?
Playing hide and seek. That stuffy old vicar challenged me to a game and hasn't found me in more than 33 years.
Don't you know it's dangerous to shut yourself up in places like that? You could have gotten locked in.
Well, it's funny you say that, actually. I think the latch closed on me while I was inside. Still, what's the worst that could happen? I'm already dead.
What are you looking so pleased about?
I'll have a new toy to play with later tonight. A brand new Guggenhose Model 5 wind-up tin boat. I'm going to play with it in the bathtub down the hall.
That's funny. I know a little girl who accidentally got one of those for her birthday today.
Yeah, funny that.
The boy pulled an expression that made him look slicker than a politician in an oil spill. You've been in that chest for 33 years?
On and off. That's got to make me a hide-and-seek champion. This house is amazing for it. Before I climbed in the chest, I must have explored every room in the house. The ones that aren't locked, at least.
You haven't seen the Belmore treasure while you've been exploring, have you?
There's a treasure here, like pirate treasure.
That's what the stories say.
And you believe them? I thought kids were supposed to be the gullible ones. I don't think it exists.
Why not?
Because if it did, I would have found it by now.
I heard some of the other ghosts talking about a boy playing in the staircase room. That was you, wasn't it?
Sure was. How did you know?
In truth, the description of wayward whelp was the giveaway. But as long as Sebastian knew something I didn't, I needed to contain my annoyance. Lucky guess. Do you know how to get through the staircase room?
Oh, sure. I know every route in this house. You've got to be as good at hide and seek as I am. I bet I could beat you without even leaving this room.
Sebastian, I really need to get through the staircase room. Could you tell me how to do it?
Well, are you any good at hide and seek?
Excuse me?
Because I could tell you how to get through the staircase room. If you can beat me, hider or seeker, I'd beat you at either.
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count 5 Mississippis. I won't even leave the room.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come.
Boo!
Wait, they only have one chance or what? I wanted to check there, honestly. But then I thought, check here first.
Too easy. I just wish this was more of a challenge.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a
You hide, I'll seek.
Great.
1 Mississippi, 2, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not?
He's gonna be somewhere else, right? Or?
Are you behind the curtain?
Oh, of course. I was thinking about the chest.
Better luck next time. Another win for me.
Maybe the game is cheating also.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a
You hide, I'll seek.
Great.
1 2, 3, 4, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come.
Does he have more spots? There's only 2 spots, right? Oh my god.
Are you behind the curtain?
Come on.
Boo! Again.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a
You must be cheating.
How could I cheat?
I don't know, you're a ghost. Can't you dematerialize or something?
This isn't a bedtime story, you know. I may be a ghost, but I still touch things just like you.
This is a long shot, but do you know Mallory Wisp?
Sure, I know Princess Stink.
She was getting a tin boat too.
I know. I swapped over the pages in the toy catalogue, so she ordered the wrong thing. She'll get fed up with it, and I'll get to play with it instead.
Well, that wasn't a nice thing to do.
Nice guys finish last. That's what my father says.
How are you and Mallory able to talk? You're a ghost and she's...
A flesh bag.
Right.
A blood pumper, an air guzzler, a bone puppet, a muscle wriggler.
Hey, I get the idea. How come you can talk to her?
Children aren't so close-minded, I guess. Plus, she's the only person brave enough to come up to the house.
Are you here for the wedding?
Do you think I dress like this for fun? I look ridiculous.
I thought you might be the mayor of Munchkinland.
My mum made me dress like this. What's your excuse?
Do you know the man in the portrait behind you?
I don't want to look at it. Gives me the creeps.
It's John Rackham, isn't it?
Shh! Mum says we're not allowed to say his name.
What do you know about Rackham?
I don't want to talk about it.
You know something, don't you?
I can't tell you. I'd get in trouble.
I won't say a word.
Cross your heart and hope to die?
That's ironic, given the circumstances, but sure.
We came to the house a few months before the wedding was supposed to happen. My dad's a lawyer for the Belmore Trading Company. A real important one. But oh boy, is that stuff boring. I was sneaking around, you know, just exploring the house. And I saw him, that man. He was talking to one of the Mr. Belmores. The one that wore the white coat.
Cecil Belmore, the scientist?
Yeah, he said he was going to his laboratory, but where it was hidden was a secret. I thought I could follow him.
Did you have any luck?
Not really, because I wasn't the first. That man, he was following him too, in secret. I kind of got too scared to keep going once I saw him.
What scared you?
I saw something. I saw something the scary man was carrying.
What was he carrying?
A dagger.
And then it just ends. Oh man.
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on. 1 Mississippi.
Hiding inside a locked chest might have been fine for a ghost,
3
but as long as I
Mississippi.
cherished staying, I was far too big to fit behind the curtain.
5 Mississippi.
Gazing into the portrait's eyes sent a shudder through me, and I realized it must have been a portrait of Rackham. His eyes looked back.
Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a...
You seek.
You're... 1 Mississippi.
The door was locked.
2 Mississippi.
The door...
3 Mississippi.
The door was locked.
4 Mississippi.
Will he still search? Not really, right?
Hey, where'd you go? You're meant to hide somewhere in this room. That still counts as a win for me, you know.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a Rima?
You hide. 1 miss, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ready or not?
Blue.
Can I skip it, please? Dear Lord. Or maybe maybe I need to build my own hiding spot or something. Ah, whatever.
I flipped the I pulled at the wire with the pliers and managed to dislodge it from the fuse box.
Now we put it into the barrel.
I needed to think of something else.
What? No.
I needed to think of something else. I hooked up the lightning rod wire to the socket, but with the lightning rod broken, I wasn't going to get any power.
How the hell did we get up there?
With a spark of inspiration that worried even me, I decided to test whether I could improvise a replacement for the lightning rod, breaking all manner of building codes in the process.
There's no barrel or anything in there, so why did I even do it? Maybe I should have used something else. What the hell is this? Hotspots. It keeps going at least.
With a surge of electricity from the lightning strike, the barrel lift came to life, disappearing into the water, then rising up to the hatch above. So this was how they loaded barrels in and out of the cellar. I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift.
Ah, yeah.
I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt. I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift.
What are you talking about?
I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. I flipped the switch and the barrel lift started up again. I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel. I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. It was an electric machine used to raise and lower. Orrery track, theater rotation, magnetic carriage.
Somehow I thought I needed a barrel lift, but I think I don't need it, right? Or what am I not seeing?
Knowing the erratic surges of electricity that must have been flowing through. Now that the wire was loose, I no longer needed the pliers to remove it.
So then why did you... What?
Knowing the erratic I couldn't do anything with it. I'd connected the lightning rod's wire to the socket.
So I did the right thing, maybe?
Knowing the type of animals that lived in the murky water on this island, there was no way I was stepping into the floodwater. That was going to be the perfect... I needed a way to automate it. I couldn't do that while the lift was running.
Okay.
I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt.
I feel like that would never work, but yeah.
With extraordinary fortune, the porcelain chamber pot fitted neatly into the decorative ironwork of the barrel lift. I flipped the switch and the barrel lift started up again. Held by the barrel lift, the chamber pot plunged beneath the surface, scooping up the murky floodwater, then carrying it to the ground level hatch above. With time, the jury-rigged machine began bailing the cellar like a sailor trying to save a sinking dinghy.
Sure, buddy, sure.
There was nothing large that I needed to move. I turned the spigot and rum began to pour out. If I wanted some, I needed something to carry it in.
And then the alcohol we need for...
With the bottle positioned beneath it, I turned the spigot. The grotesque face began spewing out rum like it was 2 a.m. on Bourbon Street.
For the flowers.
All of the smaller barrels I could see were rotted and empty. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were
Still have to have these guys shoot each other somehow.
I emptied the rum onto the thorns and waited. Delicately, I cut the stem and picked up the last rose in the house.
Actually, it's better to cut it with a knife. Well, I wonder if they would have let me, though.
The macabre warning was definitely serving. The wooden sign had the quaint charm. I placed the rose in the vase. There were 4 items left.
How can we get in the garden?
I thought it best.
I have an idea.
I didn't need to disturb Cordelia again.
No? I want to steal her wagon and then hide in the wagon. Not the best idea, maybe.
I thought it best. I considered picking up. I didn't need.
Maybe you should bring the other guy some alcohol too.
I refilled the bottle, but as the rum neared its neck, the flow turned to dribbles. That must have been the last of it. Can I top you off, Colonel?
Oh, excellent. What do you have there?
Belmore rum, aged 33 years.
Wonderful. Fill her up. I much prefer rum to that hoity-toity champagne they serve. Rum is a man's drink. I'll save this for the toast later.
Do you think that's a good idea, Colonel?
I certainly do. You know, Foster, I've had about enough of your sanctimonious prattling. I try to sit here and enjoy myself, and all I hear is the droning of a long-winded clergyman.
I'm not droning. You just don't like to face the truth. My sanctimonious prattling, as you so ungratefully call it, is all that stands between your unrighteous life and a subsequent consignment to the fiery gates.
You know, that must be it. It's a revelation, an epiphany. All these years I've been thinking I've been in limbo, wondering why I haven't moved on to the pearly gates or the raging fires, and now I've realized.
What have you realized?
I must be in hell right now, and listening to you is my torture. Well, that's it. I can't bear any more. There! Now I can't hear a word you say.
Infantile.
Well, I should certainly hope she does.
With a bit of improvisation, I have fixed the ear trumpet to the phonograph in place of the broken horn. Now I just needed the remaining wedding items before I started it up. Good evening, Ezra.
Hello, Murphy.
When you say Southern Belle from Hell, do you mean Tallulah?
That's her, the Black Widow of the Bayou.
What's wrong with her?
Well, she has a reputation, doesn't she?
A reputation for what?
Murder.
Tallulah is a murderess?
Now don't be getting me caught up in a slander suit, but behind those demure, blush cheeks is the mind of an absolute psychopath. She's been engaged 3 times. Each of her fiancés died in ridiculous circumstances.
Did she murder them for money?
That can't even be the motive. You'd think she'd go ahead and marry them, so all their worldly goods become each other's, right? But her family's already got more money than honeybees got buzz. And she finishes them off before they've even booked a venue. I think she just does it for the thrill.
Someone should really tell her about wing walking. I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
I had nothing else to say to the gardener. I didn't need to. Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside.
Didn't you see the lightning?
A parasol's to protect you from. Carry this out in a lightning storm and you. Actually, go right ahead and take it. You have fun.
The glint in her eye sent a shiver through me.
Nice. New item. No idea for what. Maybe for hiding.
Good evening, Miss LaRue.
Why, hello.
I heard you've been engaged before, Tallulah?
Only a few times. What can I say? I'm just unlucky when it comes to love.
Who was your first fiancé?
Buford T. Vanderbilt, the Silver Fingers of the Silver Lakes. Played the banjo every day except Tuesday, and would serenade me as I stood on the plantation balcony, until he was found with banjo wire around his neck, garroted by his own instrument. Do you know when banjo songs sound their best?
I don't think I do.
When they're over.
Who was your second fiancé?
Chuck Charleston III, famed alligator wrestler. That is, until he overdosed on cough medicine an hour before his wrestling show and fell asleep on the riverbank. Ended up as 16 separate pieces inside the gator's belly. That alligator never developed a cough, though.
Who was your third fiancé?
Thaddeus Winthrop Jr., the maestro of Mardi Gras, held the biggest fireworks display this side of Montgomery. But who knows what his suit was washed in, because one stray spark and the man was up in flames like a creme brulee. Talk about going out with a bang. Now I've just got to keep an eye out for who'll be the next object of my affections.
I best be running along.
Ta-ta for now.
Somewhere I could like at least look into the garden, but I don't remember where that was. No.
No amount of force is going... Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Oh, are you still here?
You need to stop the wedding.
I shall do no such thing. The preparations have begun on the order of Mr. Rackham himself, and I shall see to it personally that his wishes are carried out.
But he wasn't the original groom. He's an imposter.
Another word like that, and I shall have you escorted out of the house.
Good luck trying. I seem to be rather supernaturally stuck here.
Mr. Rackham is a fine man. Motivated, determined, ambitious, rich, and roguishly delectable. Precisely the type of person a well-to-do debutante like Miss Belmore should be marrying.
Not if she doesn't love him.
Love is not important amongst families of blue blood. What matters is lineage, inheritance, and continuity. That last-minute change of heart she had last time was the best decision she ever made. She'll be far better off with Mr. Rackham than she would be with a sailor.
She sputtered the word with such disgust I half expected her to scrub herself clean afterwards.
I mean, really, what was he going to do for her? Fetch her a fish supper, clear the decks, and sing the sailor's hornpipe? Do you get a funny feeling when your wealth keeps on depleting? You should never marry sailors when your funds run low.
There are some who think Rackham has duplicitous intentions.
The green-eyed monster. Mr. Rackham is exactly what is needed to get this household back on the straight and narrow.
What do you mean?
I don't like to speak ill of the dead.
Especially now that you're one of them?
Indeed. But I'm afraid that the Belmore brothers were becoming increasingly unusual before their disappearances. Their interests veered away from the economic and turned towards the esoteric. And now look where we are.
You think the Belmore brothers caused you all to be trapped in the house?
Perhaps not directly, but their decisions certainly led to it. To find out the Belmore brothers were inviting sinners into this house when I gave this household the best years of my life.
And the best years of your afterlife now.
I am a servant to serving, but even I have limits.
When you talk about sinners in the house, do you mean the parlor witch?
Don't even mention her. Why the Belmores thought to bring her into this house is beyond me. Oh, thank goodness we have Father Foskett trapped with us to keep this house holy.
Where is the parlor witch?
Now don't go seeking her out. You'll only regret it. We barely ever see her, but she's up there in one of the locked rooms, tainting the entire household. I found some of her black candles one day, you know. Who knows what she did with them? Voodoo spells and magic rituals. I confiscated them and put them on top of the fuse box in the cellar. At least if there's a power surge, they can do some good for a change.
I've heard Rackham deals in the occult as well.
What poppycock! Mr. Rackham is a good, honest, hard-working man. The cure for the ailments of this house. Which is why we are cursed to remain here. And it is why a good, honest marriage between Mr. Rackham and Miss Belmore will finally allow us to move on. Just as I wish to do with this entire subject of conversation.
Please, could you let me in to see the waltz?
Certainly not.
You know, you're the second person tonight that won't let me in somewhere. I'm beginning to take this personally.
The guests at this wedding are titans of industry and jewels of the aristocracy. Industrialists from Chicago, magnates from Philadelphia, dukes from England. And you are?
A now unemployed auditor from Yonkers.
Precisely.
How long have you worked at Belmore Manor?
I've been here since the final finial finished off the cupola. Before even the Belmores themselves moved in, I was getting this house ready for them. It is a position I was bred for. I may not have blue blood, but I should think it's at least a shade of plum. I spent 17 years at some of the most prestigious all-girls schools, you see. Followed by training in Blenheim Palace for 3 years and subsequent coveted positions with some of the finest families in England.
Well, I'm glad you managed to escape all that and come here.
I can quote you Mrs. Beaton's book of household management in my sleep.
It was an interesting offer, but I couldn't think of any situation where I'd need that, short of terminal insomnia. You must know Belmore Manor quite well.
Like the back of my hand. Built between 1885 and 1888 in a mixture of antebellum and Victorian styles, and designed by the Belmore brothers themselves. Until, of course, they disappeared after living here only a year.
Why did they decide to build it on Devil's Rock?
Well, the island is exceptionally well placed for trade between the United States, Europe, and the Caribbean. When the Belmore brothers were looking to relocate, it was Mr. Rackham who recommended Devil's Rock. It's just a pity about the name.
You speak very highly of Mr. Rackham.
The Belmore brothers may have had expertise in exploration, innovation, and public relations, but it was Mr. Rackham that pulled those 3 threads together into the beautiful business tapestry that benefits us all.
Do you know anything about the treasure of Belmore Manor?
The stuff of whimsy. The Belmore family had their capital invested in stocks and bonds, not hoarded in a heap like some fairy tale dragon. And don't even think about snooping around the house looking for anything, or I shall have you removed from the premises. If anyone would know of a secret treasure hidden in this house, it would be me.
Thank you for your help.
Goodbye.
I thought I'd keep that to myself. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. What do you think of this feather duster?
Are you volunteering to help clean the house?
Oh, I'm a bit busy.
Of course you are.
I didn't think she'd be interested in that. I didn't think...
Stop right there, young man. Only...
The fountain had long run. The fountain had... Examining the over... That wasn't going to work. I didn't need to dust. Good evening, Colonel.
What? The Battle of Bourbon Bay. What a glorious day that was.
Good evening, Father Foskett.
Hello again, my child.
I've heard there's a witch in the house.
I'm afraid you've heard correctly. A terrible lapse in judgment on the part of the Belmore brothers, I'm afraid. And now look at what's happened.
Who is she?
I don't rightly know, but she must have something to do with this evil state we find ourselves in.
Where does that staircase room go?
That room is a place of sin.
What happened in there?
When Miss Belmore spurned her original fiancé, that is the route he took to the garden balcony where he hanged himself.
That's terrible.
A terrible sin. Belmore Manor has evil magic coursing through it. I lay at least partial blame on that deplorable act. That room is filled with nothing but impassable evil. It is as though the house itself refuses passage to the bewitched balcony.
Do you know how I can get through the staircase room?
Certainly not. If you had any sense, you would stay out of there. The only person I've seen messing about in there is the page boy. I know that the Lord sends things to challenge us, but even the devil himself would take up early retirement if made to babysit that little monster. Goodness knows where he's gone now, though. I suppose we should all thank God for the respite.
I found Sebastian upstairs in a trunk.
Oh, Lord protect us! The latch must have popped back open.
I best be heading off.
God be with you.
Hello. I think I got it. I got a balance with the umbrella on top of the house. But I might beat the child also. Might have to. Don't know how though.
As a child, I'd once watched a traveling circus act calling himself the Great Balancerio amble his way across a high wire with only a parasol to keep him steady. With absolutely zero practice and infinitely more chance of death, it was now my turn to try it. Oh well, here goes. Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, that was a close one. While I may have lost the parasol, I did have one thing on Balancerio. I accomplished my stunt without having to wear a leotard. The drain pipe had twisted and now pointed straight up to the sky, empty of everything but moss. That wasn't going to work. Nope. I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work. I needed to think of something else. The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy. It was a marble bust. It was a storage trunk, left undisturbed for decades. As I placed my hands on the trunk, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Spiders. Dozens of them. I may have been battling supernatural forces of evil, but the forces of evil didn't have 8 legs, fangs, and the ability to jump on me. I needed to clear the spider webs away if I was going to get into that trunk. Using the feather duster, I began sweeping away the spiders and their webs from a relatively safe distance. Now that it was free of spiders, I opened the trunk. Searching through the trunk, I found blankets, bedding, tablecloths, and tucked up in the corner, a delicate lace veil. There was nothing else. Looking through the telescope, all I could see was a blur. I soon realized why. A telescope without a lens wasn't going to be much use. Nope. The globe looked more decorative than functional, like a chihuahua with a bow tie. It was a wooden globe, very clearly decaying from years of exposure to the moist Louisianan air. A telescope was pointed out the open window, looking out over the bayou. The door was locked. I placed the veil on the dresser. There were 2 items left. The bride sat slumped in her chair. That wasn't going to work. I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work. Nope. Nope. That didn't work. I couldn't do that. There was no way to reach the weather vane, but despite that, I noticed something curious. No matter which way I thought it best to leave. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count 5 Mississippis. I won't even leave the room.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come. Are you behind the curtain?
Boo! Better luck next time. Another win for me.
Jo, Pat Willi, was geht? Was geht ab? Wie kann ich diesen kleinen Jungen besiegen? Ich weiß es
Hello,
nicht.
Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count 5 Missis...
1 Miss, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come.
Ah ja, hallo. Ja, ich habe mich so halb gemutet, merke ich gerade. Hallo, können Sie mich hören? Erde an Patavilli. Wie kann ich diesen kleinen Jungen besiegen? Das kann doch alles nicht wahr sein. Wo ist der Trick?
I didn't need to blow on that.
Over and out.
I didn't need to blow on that.
Ja, ich habe richtig schlechtes Mikrofon leider. Deswegen vielleicht besser, wenn ich gemutet bin. Das Mikrofon ist wie die Zeit in dem Spiel 1933. Wobei damals hatten die noch bessere Mikrofone.
Again? You're just embarrassing yourself now.
Der
Hello,
bescheißt.
Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi.
The door. I was
3 Mississippi.
hiding inside a lock.
Mississippi.
Hiding inside a...
5 Mississippi.
I didn't want to interrupt his counting.
I come.
Vielleicht, wenn ich es schaffe, einen von diesen Räumen aufzumachen oder so.
Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard.
Oder das Bild irgendwie bewege. Oder
I didn't
abschauen.
have time for housework. I didn't have...
Vielleicht kann ich ihn bestechen.
I didn't need to show him that. I didn't need... That could work, but I needed to make sure the boy couldn't see me do it.
Aha. Schnur. Yeah.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come. Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a...
You hide.
Great.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come. I wonder who's behind this curtain.
What? How'd you find me?
Maybe you're not the best at this after all.
You cheated. You tied that string to me.
Don't be a sore loser. You never specified in the rules that it wasn't allowed. Now about that route through the staircase room.
Grown-ups are tricky. Here, this'll tell you how to do it.
Enjoy your food. Nom nom nom.
Cheetah, pumpkin eater.
I almost felt bad. Almost. Because when I looked at the document, I was sure I'd been swindled. What I'd been given wasn't a blueprint of the house, but a wedding schedule scribbled on in colored crayon.
Oh fuck. Riddle me this. Ah, it's about the time. Yeah. I maybe kind of get it. The colors, not sure. The floor, the floor. No. Not really, I guess. How can I time it though? It made bong. I think I fucked it up, no? Ah. nur anders, weil ich anders stehe. Ah, jetzt hat's direkt gereicht gefühlt. Komm schon, komm schon. Zugriff. Hätte auch direkt gereicht vom Timing her gefühlt.
Head still spinning, I passed through the final door of the staircase room with the realization that I followed the final steps.
Vielen Mastdarm für deinen Follow. Ich gucke mal in die Flasche, wie spät es ist. Pater Willi, danke, danke. Ich glaube, ich nehme einfach den Ring. Yoink.
I'd never been in love, yet seeing the drastic measures the sailor had resorted to, I felt his pain all too viscerally. The happiest day of his life became the day his true love rejected him. It must have broken him. The sailor's skeleton still clasped his wedding ring for Abigail. With some unease, I took the ring, promising the skeleton I'd return it to the woman who loved him. That wasn't going to work.
Vielleicht ein bisschen, keine Idee. Magnet. Ich konnte den Magnet bis jetzt noch nicht benutzen. Es macht mich wahnsinnig. Ich muss ihn benutzen. Aber ja, dass wir das geschafft haben, ist schon krass. Da muss man studiert haben. Aber jetzt weiß ich wieder nicht, was machen. Aber jetzt haben wir Ring und Kuchen brauchen wir noch. Aber keine Ahnung, wie wir da reinkommen. Und hier müssen wir... Ah, genau, ja, da hier, so kommen wir rein, genau. Wir müssen das hier lösen. Und hier ist was mit dem Magnet, aber es passiert irgendwie trotzdem nicht. Ich check's nicht.
I couldn't do that. Hello.
Beat it, bud.
Hi there.
Keep walking. I don't have time to waste on you.
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What? Oh, boys?
Without the twins catching on, I ran the button magnet across the mound of bullets and saw they began to wobble. The shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous.
Ah, vielleicht kann ich den Magneten... Ah, ja, logisch. Ja, jetzt check ich. Aber jetzt muss ich das ganze Prozedere machen.
One at a time. That would have been better used. I finally...
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
I couldn't do that.
Ach, komm schon.
I needed to think of something else.
Das war die Idee. Was haben wir da noch? Kartkatalog. Das sagt mir keiner.
I didn't need to search for a book right now. I already felt like I was in one.
Okay, GG.
It was a wooden cabinet covered in small drawers used to find specific books throughout the vast library. I couldn't do that.
Hier, die soll mal putzen.
I didn't think she'd be interested in that.
Nein. Ein Loch im Magnet.
I did...
Ich könnte mir Tipps holen hier auch. Es gibt so diese Option hier.
I thought I'd leave Ezra to his playing. I placed the ring on the dresser. There was just one item left.
What if she's the witch?
I thought it best to leave. The trunk was empty. Good evening, Colonel.
What? I can't tell you that, or it won't come true.
I had nothing else to say to Father Foskett. Good evening, Colonel.
What? I think he decided to take up unicycling, actually.
Good evening, Colonel.
What? Not until next Thursday, I think.
Das ist echt nicht schlecht. Guck, die blinzeln manchmal. Glaub es mir, du musst es mir glauben. Aber ja, so die letzten Items immer schwieriger. Vielleicht gucke ich schnell nach Hilfe. Halt irgendwie doch. Weil letztes Mal, ich habe einmal kurz geguckt, der Tipp war echt jetzt nicht so heftig. Ja, das ist mir ja bewusst, eben, das weiß ich ja eben. Ich muss da irgendwie hier mit dem Duell, muss ich irgendwie was machen. Dass einer halt nicht trifft. Oder dass beide nicht treffen. Das check ich jetzt auch nicht ganz, weil irgendwie muss ich ja die Einladung dann bekommen. Aber wie?
That didn't work.
Vielleicht auch noch irgendwas mit dem Rohr auf dem Dach. Oh Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann. Und ich kann das Duell mittlerweile nicht mehr sehen. Es kotzt mich an. Ja, komm. Scheiß drauf. Noch einer mehr. In der Bibliothek. Ja, so viel weiß ich ja alles schon. Mensch. So both have to miss, but what? False bullet holes. Ah, oh my god. Oh my lord.
Inspired by the pistol duel, a plan began to form in my head. With 2 wooden carvings on either side of the room, I could bore a rough hole in each of them. My, look at the carving. All wooden and carved and wooden.
Ja, es hat ein wenig geschneit.
Yes, these certainly are some of the most carved pieces of wood I've ever had the privilege of seeing.
Aber ich lebe auch in den Bergen, da ist halt...
When I was finished, they looked passably like bullet holes.
In der Nähe auch immer Schnee. Irgendwie klang das so ein bisschen so undeutsch oder zu deutsch. Weiß ich jetzt auch gerade nicht. Sind sie überhaupt deutsch? Sie sind doch nicht etwa ein Österreicher. Oder ein Schweißer. Okay, die Löcher haben wir. Und jetzt muss ich die Kugel dann irgendwie noch rausnehmen mit dem Magnet. Aber wie soll das funktionieren? Probieren.
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea! Boys, guns on the table. Murphy, load 'em up.
Wintermärchen, alles nice. Ja, bei uns eben zu wenig Niederschlag, nehme ich an. Und eben die Berge fangen halt alles ab, so ein bisschen auch.
One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
No, McCallan, you haven't...
Without the twins catching on, I ran the button magnet across the mound of bullets and saw they began to wobble. The shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous. Stealthily, I took the button magnet from my pocket and affixed it to the end of the ramrod. With its small size, it could barely be spotted.
Ah, Digga, dass ich das noch nicht ausprobiert habe. Oh mein Gott. Ich kann das alles nicht mehr.
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod. When the ramrod emerged, the magnet I'd attached brought the shot with it. With the prestidigitation of a magician, I dropped it discreetly back into the shot tub. To anyone else, the pistols appeared to be properly loaded.
Remember, boys, if you miss, You're not the man for me. Fire!
I'm not hit. Well, neither am I.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
Look, there's a bullet hole in the carving. And in the carving over there.
So what does that mean? Who lost?
Looks like you both did.
Then who's going to accompany Miss LaRue?
I think the lady's words were, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
But we both missed.
He's right. If you're both losers, I can't take either of you to the wedding. I'm not dating a man that can't shoot straight.
Tallulah, we can talk about this. Give us another chance.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up. Here, Murphy. You can have this. I won't be needing it anymore.
Ja, und falls du da bist, ich mache auch noch viel IRL-Content. Und da kannst du dann auch sehen, eben die Berge und die Seen. Im Sommer und im Winter. Ob es stürmt oder schneit. Ob die Sonne uns lacht. Der Tag glühend weiß. Oder eiskalt die Nacht. Ich hab dir ja gesagt, ich hätte das Mikro lieber ausgelassen. Warum liest du mir das jetzt nicht vor? Hier muss ich selber lesen. Das kann ja nicht wahr sein.
It was an invitation to the waltz in the Belmore Manor ballroom. It was an invitation card. It was an
You and me, babe.
I didn't dare talk to her anymore.
Okay, never mind. Let's get cake. Ja, das ist ein Klassiker. Und ich glaube, in Österreich singen die das immer noch auch. Ist ja auch theoretisch. Es ist erlaubt. Es wurde intensiv geprüft. Ich bin gerade so lost, ey. Aber eben ja. Irgendwo ist noch diese Hochzeit-Dingens. Look at this, bitch.
You know, it's funny, I completely forgot I had the invitation on me the whole time. It's these vest pockets. They're much bigger than they look. Seriously, you wouldn't believe the number of things I've been carrying around with me tonight.
You have an invitation?
It'd be rude not to show my face.
Are you absolutely sure about that? I'm sure our guests could survive without beholding the sight of your singular visage. You see, as the housekeeper, it is my job to ensure that only guests of the highest class are in attendance.
How kind of you to think so highly of me.
Look, just don't try burping the alphabet or announcing when you're going to the lavatory.
Miss, I'm gonna go to the lavatory. I'm gonna make a number 2. And as you all know, you can't make number 2 without making number 1.
I had nothing else to say to her.
There's more. Where to go first?
Please keep clear of the dance floor.
I think there might be a minigame also.
Walking around the upstairs mezzanine, I found myself in a small balcony overlooking the dance floor, where a tabletop of placards had been set out. At the side, a board marked dance steps looked like it would hold the placards in a chosen order, directing the dance below. All I had to do was set it up, then ring the bell.
Ah, nur set it up und ring the bell. Okay. Ja, dann jetzt ja easy.
They were too far away to talk to.
Okay. What?
That wouldn't work.
Should I have remembered what it was before? What the hell? Something's not good. I need to shove out the cake.
The dancers moved around the dance floor like clockwork soldiers, directed by the moves on the board. And with their movements, the cart holding the wedding cake could be pushed around too.
Bro. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, progress is right. Joyette is up. Vienne is left, I guess, yeah. So I think we can start, for example. Can I not change it?
There was already a card in that slot.
Oh, no, fuck you.
There was all.
So like this, they go over here, and then we go left.
There was already a card in that slot.
Left, and win, I guess. No? Maybe not. Because they can't move, yeah. We have to go up, down. Or we could also go up. But then, so that one of these ones is pushing it out. No, they can't go that far also. That's why we need so many moves. Makes all sense now. So first we have to push it down with one of these. So that and that is actually good. And then, so it goes here, and then the cake is here. Oh, I can't, my brain. So we don't need a double left. We could still do a double left. It doesn't matter if what we need more lefts. How can we get more lefts? It's like 1, 2, right? Although I guess if it's close enough to here, that's fine. But we can't do at once. Can't do 2 at once. Okay. We only have 1 promenade. Which other one is up? I don't even know. I guess we have to guess. Technically double up, I think. And then we need maybe a carousel. That sounds not totally wrong. And then technically down again, without hopefully messing it up. Maybe a progress. Ja, ich streame gerade noch auf YouTube. Was ist dir passiert? Das klingt irgendwie sass. Ah, das habe ich nicht geguckt, aber ja, schon verkackt. Aber war gar nicht so schlecht, sag ich mal. Aber irgendwas muss hier anders. Vielleicht der Progress da rein. Wobei, das Choyette war eventuell auch kacke. Und bei YouTube auf eine Art auch hauptsächlich, weil da kann man sich dann schön die Wots anschauen. Ah ne, das ist kacke, ja. Also zweimal Choyette ist kacke, einmal Choyette ist gut. Und dann ist auch schon wieder verkackt eigentlich. Weiß ich jetzt nicht genau, was ich hier brauche. Ja, das ist sehr ärgerlich. Hast du zu viel gesoffen oder was? Oder einfach halt richtig dumm gelaufen, so. Auf nüchtern verkackt. Was natürlich irgendwo trotzdem noch besser ist, aber auch hart. Ich habe jetzt wieder nicht richtig aufgepasst, aber es war auf jeden Fall nicht richtig so. Da kann man mal jetzt hier vielleicht mal einfach auch mal Viens machen. Wobei, ne, Viens weiß ich ja, ist eins der wenigen, was ich weiß. Vielleicht mal Doppelkarussell.
There was already...
Du hattest einen Tee. Oh, ne. Ist nicht gut. Oh, ist es, jetzt bleibt sie stehen. Ah ne, ja. Oh mein Gott. Da habe ich richtig geguckt. Was war, das war nicht das Goal? Das war nicht das Ziel? Dass der Kuchen dann hier ist und ich kann ihn dann abholen? Nein, okay. Ich habe das Spiel nicht verstanden. Muss es genau umgekehrt sein vielleicht? Oder muss er wieder in der Mitte sein oder so? Ach du Scheiße. Down left of the dance floor. So, I guess I am trying to do it right, but I feel like I don't have enough lefts. Like I only have this Vien and this Vien to go left, no? What do you mean? Or does it have to be like on this side maybe? Yeah, dang it, dude. Instructions unclear. I did so good. Ah, the carousel is double up. So maybe that's just a slight fail. How is there a double up though? How does that make sense? And how could I use it? Do they have to be in the middle again, the dancers maybe? No, I forgot which way it was. Oh! Carousel means they keep going in the same direction or
Heading down from the mezzanine, I saw what I was after. The cake cart had been pushed off the dance floor and into reach. I couldn't cut a slice out of the wedding cake with my bare hands. If Mrs. Craddock saw me cutting the cake, I was pretty sure I'd end up being the next thing the knife was used on.
So what? Confused right now.
I thought I'd keep that. If Mrs. Craddock saw me cutting the cake, I was pretty sure I'd end up being the next thing the knife was used on.
Mamma mia, just take the cake.
I had nothing else to say to her.
That's a cute emote, and thanks for the participation.
That wasn't going to work.
What? Do I like
I
this?
didn't.
Scissor.
I didn't need.
No? Can I turn off the light or something? The game trolling me hard.
I didn't need to cut that. While Mrs. Craddock rubbed her temples, I had a moment of opportunity. I knew I wasn't supposed to cut the cake if I wasn't the groom, but these were unusual circumstances.
So it was about timing and I just didn't see. What the hell?
Did you just touch the wedding cake?
Certainly not. I was just admiring it.
I should hope so. If I catch you with so much as a crumb on your fingers, you will be in serious trouble.
Let's go. Chapter 3 final maybe or something.
I placed the wedding cake on the dresser. The 5 wedding items were ready. It was time to start up the phonograph. Abigail, if you can hear me, try to come back to your final happy moment. I began to feel a change in the room. The air not quite so still, the shadows not quite so dark, and the bride not quite so distant. I just hoped I'd made a wise decision.
You cannot be allowed to do this. I will stop you. At any cost, I will stop you. I'm free. You came back.
Please don't try to kill me a third time.
Don't worry, Murphy McAllen. I'm not here to do that.
I think I might have caused all of this, but I can explain everything.
I'm afraid to say I think you might be right, but at least there's a chance we can do something to fix it. If only... Oh no. He's coming.
Who's coming?
Rackham, you need to hide. If we're going to fix this, he can't know where you are. Quickly, out on the balcony.
Abigail, where is he?
Where is who?
Don't play dumb with me, little girl. I know about your little game on the riverboat. I know that you've brought that mortal into the house. Where is he?
You know, I haven't seen him.
I know you're lying to me, Abigail. But it makes no matter. There's nothing any mortal can do to stop my plans. The wedding will take place tonight, and this time, you're going to say I do.
I'll never marry you, Rackham.
I'm afraid you won't have a choice.
I've broken free of your spell before. I can do it again.
I'm not so sure that's true. The love spell will take hold again, and every minute you spend broken out of it drains you more and more from ever breaking out of it again. Soon the spell will take hold of you forever, and then you will marry me. The Belmore treasure will be mine.
No.
You had your chance, Abigail. You chose that nightmare, and after tonight, you'll never be able to leave it again.
Hail Satan!
What a creep.
Abigail, is it safe?
Of course not, but we don't have the luxury of waiting. Come with me, Murphy. I have a plan, and there are some things you really need to know.
Part 3, The Skeleton Keys. Then, how I'm in love with a ghost woman, and at the same time I want the bad guy to win, just to see how far he can push it. And he kind of looks like Giga Chat also.
Grand Hall. Why are we back here?
I suppose you have some questions for me, Murphy McAllen?
Just a few. This trip to Devil's Rock isn't going anything like I planned. So, Abigail. May I call you Abigail? Why did you try to kill me? Come to think of it, why did you try to kill me twice? Were you under Rackham's evil spell when you threw me from the balcony and dragged me into the spirit pool?
No, that was me. It took a lot of energy to escape the spell. Those were the only times I've ever managed to do it. But it needed to be done.
So you tried to kill me on purpose?
I wasn't trying to kill you, Murphy. When you came into the house, I knew what you were trying to do. Summoning the ghosts. And in doing that, you'd free Rackham. I was trying to stop you, to save everybody.
I was the threat?
And pulling you into the spirit pool? Once you'd done that damned foolish deed, I knew we needed you in the house to fix it. So I brought you here. I was never trying to kill you.
Oh, I see. I guess we had a slight misunderstanding.
Ja, der Mond sieht auch im Moment gerade richtig heftig aus. Da gehe ich noch mal kurz aus dem Fenster gucken. Ah, ist schon nice, aber schneit gerade nicht oder so, leider. Ja, und Schnee ist aber auch richtig geil. Aber auch nur so ein paar Tage. So nach einer Woche hat man es dann gefühlt schon gesehen wieder. Und wie gesagt, bei mir, da wo ich wohne, da kannst du auch im Sommer Ski fahren. Ja, ist einfach so. Musst du schon auf den Berg hoch, natürlich, aber... Also... Weißt du, wie ich meine? Es ist immer eigentlich Zugang zu Schnee. Aber ich gehe jetzt auch nicht mega viel, muss ich auch sagen. Ist mir auch zu kalt. Vielleicht, wenn ich so richtig krasse Ausrüstung kaufen würde. Wäre vielleicht geiler, oder? Respektiv, wenn es richtig sonnig ist, ist ja auch super chillig. Oh, wer hat da vorhin so gerülpst eigentlich? Das weiß ich nicht. Ist ja frech. Sehr unglaublich. Hab ich einen Sounderland. Ja, ist ja schön. Was richtig krass war letztens auch. Ja. Da hättest du auch dabei sein müssen. Aber ich kann natürlich schnell so noch so Eigenwerbung machen und vielleicht alle nerven damit. Come on. Schneller, schneller. Die Regie arbeitet im Hintergrund gerade. Und ich mache mir auch gerade Sorgen, ob ich nicht noch Wots verliere. Ah ja, hier genau, ja, das ist es doch. Watch in neuem Tab. Let's fucking go.
It's funny also that a guy.
Das Schlimme ist halt, hier sieht man mich dann auch noch.
Confirm nor deny. Yeah, it has happened many times in Germany and France.
Und ich rede auch.
Always the car that gets the...
Aber guck hier, da war so, unten war schlechtes Wetter und hier oben dran war dann Sonne. Und dann hast du so dieses Nebelmeer. Das ist schon heftig. Und guck, da ist er mit den gelben Zähnen. Oh mein Gott. Putz doch mal die Zähne, Mensch. Was ist das für einer? Der stinkt bestimmt im echten Leben. Naja, also von diesen 3 Stunden war bestimmt schon ein paar gute Aufnahmen. Naja, irgendwo war noch eine Katze. Die macht es dann auch wieder besser. Weiß ich aber nicht mehr wo. Die war schon relativ früh. Da ist sie doch. Die kleine freche Maus. Wer war das? Das weiß ich auch nicht. Den habe ich noch nie gesehen. Der hat mir einfach da die Kamera weggenommen. Das bin ich hier, die Katze. Okay. Gehirn aktivieren. Eine sprechende Katze. So wahr ich hier stehe. Ich glaube, ich muss kurz noch schnell ein Wort exportieren. Einfach nur, dass ich nicht verliere. Ah ja, und vor ein paar Tagen, vielleicht so 10 Tage, keine Ahnung wie viel, habe ich mit Ginny TTY gegessen. Ja. Einfach mal so. Sie ist gekommen in die Stadt. Und ich habe gesniped. Dieser Wort, der läuft immer noch weiter. Verdammt. Und ich verliere alle Fassungen. Die Dämme brechen. Ist bei dir auch deaktiviert? Ah, dann liegt es vielleicht am Wetter oder so. Ah ja, kannst du nicht YouTube auch noch folgen? Mensch, was ist denn los? Auch mal supporten, ja. Was will ich machen hier? Ah ja, ich schaffe es gleich. Es kann sich nur noch um Stunden handeln. Dann geht es weiter. Missy Switzerland, ja. Das haben wir. Und dieses noch nicht, oder? Hier. Misty Mountains. Was für ein toller Titel. Dieser Streamer weiß, was er tut. Okay, we back.
What were those faces I saw through the broken glass?
Those are the faces I've seen every minute of every hour of every day for the last 33 years. Those are his punishment. I don't know how he does it, but it's like he can control your dreams and your nightmares. He can manifest images in your mind that don't exist, no matter how much you want to stop them.
Nightmares? So he's the one that the locals have seen wandering the house.
He was the only one who could. But until now, he could never leave the house. Only manifest projections of himself beyond the estate.
Like appearing to Dr. Moray as a Loa?
That's right. Rackham was never a Loa, but he knew Moray would fall for it. Hook, line and sinker. And now look what it's led to.
Was soll ich sagen? Ja, eben Alkohol echt nicht gut. Echt ein bisschen aufpassen. Bringt's halt auch nicht unbedingt. Ich kenne es halt auch. Und vielleicht ganz aufhören, ja, ist vielleicht auch unrealistisch, aber halt, ja, eben halt genießen und nicht, sag ich mal, missbrauchen. Und auch nur zum Genießen trinken und nicht zum Vergessen trinken. Das ist halt auch irgendwie noch wichtig. Sagen die Leute. Macht irgendwie schon noch Sinn, aber kann man natürlich auch wieder sich selber gut belügen. Und ja, ich wünsche mir immer ohne Scheiß, dass ich wieder so... dass ich halt einfach glücklich sein könnte, ohne irgendwas sozusagen. Und das wäre bestimmt auch möglich.
You're free now. You can stop Rackham.
No, Murphy. Rackham's magic is strong. You may have broken the spell for now, but what he said was true. I don't know how long I can hold out before the curse takes hold of me again. But it will happen. I can already hear them laughing.
Ich muss wieder mich ins Game rein immersieren. Die Immersion.
What are we going to do?
I have a plan, but I need you to carry it out for me. You need to finish what you started, Murphy. You need to find the treasure of Belmore Manor. Rackham's looking for it too. You'll need to get there first.
What's so important about the treasure?
What do you think the treasure is, Murphy?
$13 million? Unaccounted for and unclaimed?
No, Murphy. The treasure is much more insidious than that. $13 million is just what my brothers spent trying to contain it. Listen carefully. I need you to know something. Do you want to know what the treasure of Belmore Manor really is? My brothers meant the world to me, and I missed them dearly every time they sailed away into the Caribbean. On one fateful voyage, they'd anchored in a lagoon to replenish supplies. There was a man there, so thin and weak he looked like a skeleton. He beckoned them along the beach, led them into a cave, and showed them an unfathomable pile of gold, coins, goblets, jewelry, the riches of 1,000 looted ships, topped by a wooden coffin. That coffin held a treasure more valuable than the rest put together. The skeletal man saw a shell from the beach in the hand of my eldest brother and offered to make a trade, for he knew that the item within the coffin could not be given away. It could only be bought or traded or inherited. The deal done, my brothers loaded up their ship and set sail for the nearest port. But when the dockhands opened the coffin, they fled and refused to return. Inside was a black stone that seemed to glow green from within. The locals knew a legend of a terrifying pirate captain who wielded such a black stone, able to make any who resisted his demands collapse dead before him. But that had been 2 centuries ago. Surely the pirate captain should have been long dead. My brothers put so much into researching the stone, scouring the Caribbean, conducting scientific experiments, meeting experts of the occult. And it all led to one terrible discovery. The coffin stone was a cursed artifact, able to destroy a person's spirit and steal the remaining years of their life for the stone's possessor. That pirate captain, who had ransacked ships by stealing the life of anyone who dared to oppose him, was now cursed to live out every year he stole, withering and weakening without dying. My brothers sealed the stone in a vault beneath Belmore Manor. 3 keys were required to open it. My brothers each took one, vowing never to allow the stone to work its evil power. But one person disagreed. He had seen the stone and knew what it could do. The ship's first officer, Rackham. And now, he'll stop at nothing to get it, murdering my brothers, enslaving me, and killing you.
This isn't quite the treasure I expected to find.
Murphy, the treasure isn't $13 million. All that money went into researching the stone and then sealing it away where no one would find it. This fireplace is the entrance to the vault where it's hidden. You see the keyholes concealed in the mantle? We'll need my brother's keys to open it.
And I guess finding the keys is where I come in?
Ich hab's doch gewusst, die Feuerstelle.
What if we just leave it sealed up? Hide the keys so Rackham can never find it?
He will find it. I don't know how long it will take, but eventually he'll find it. And I won't be able to resist the curse for that long. I need you to find those keys tonight, before the wedding.
Ja, das war auch gar nicht ich, der aufgestoßen hat. Das war jemand anders. Hab ich doch gesagt.
How do I even start looking for your brothers?
You need to speak to Madame Planchette. She helped my brothers years ago, and now she might be able to help us too.
Who's Madame Planchette?
An old friend of the family my brothers brought to our house to help them. Some people call her the Parlor Witch.
Und ja, ich fand die Story jetzt gerade nicht so krass, aber vielleicht ist auch meine Immersierung im Arsch. Die Katze. Das kann sein, ja.
What will Rackham do if he gets control of the coffin stone?
Rackham fears the judgment of death more than anything. The stone will allow him to return to flesh and blood and remain here in the mortal realm for as long as he keeps taking people's lives.
He'll keep murdering people?
Exactly. And it's easy to know his first targets. Once he has the stone, there's an entire household of lives right here, ready for him to steal, including yours and mine.
He can steal life from ghosts?
The explosion may have interrupted things, but the spirits here still hold the years of life they're owed. They may never be able to use them, but Rackham will.
This house really needs its wiring looked into.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
The spell. It's coming over me again. Listen, as much as it frightens me to say it, I think Rackham might be right. Everything I do is making it harder for me to resist the spell. I don't know if I'll be able to break out of it again. I need you to do this for me, Murphy.
I will, just tell me what to do.
Madame Planchette will be the first step of 3 journeys you'll need to undertake. One for each of my brothers, each finished only by reclaiming their key and placing it in this fireplace.
I won't stop until I've done it, Abigail. I will beat Rackham to the treasure.
For all our sakes, I hope you're right.
I was on my own again, baffled by the situation I'd gotten myself into. The $13 million, the whole reason I traveled to the island and then quit my job, was gone. I had every desire to wait until sunrise and get that taxi back off the island just like I'd planned. Free of magic, free of ghosts, and free of the very real possibility that I'd be joining them. But heck, plans change. And now there was someone I needed to see.
Witch.
May I help you?
Excuse my intrusion. Abigail Belmore told me to find you. She said you may be able to help me find her brothers.
Murphy McCallan, come in, come in. Sit yourself down and let me introduce myself. I am Madame Planchette, psychic medium, soothsayer of the supernatural, forecaster of fortunes. And you're the one who caused all these troubles. Am I right?
Things kinda got away from me.
And now, we need to get them under control. Now, how precisely can I help you?
Stab.
I didn't need to show her that.
Ich muss kurz... Mein Hund hat auf den Boden gekackt. Nee, nur Spaß. Ich habe keinen Hund. Ich muss die Dildos aus dem Geschirrspüler holen. Nee, auch nur Spaß. Ich habe keinen Geschirrspüler. Lol. Ja, bin gleich wieder da. Ach, die Immersion wieder im Arsch, ey. Ist doch zum Kotzen. Ja, Mann, was ist das, wenn man so einen riesen Bauch hat und ständig pissen muss? Und auch gefühlt riesige Mengen. Ich bin eine Urinfabrik.
I need to talk to Abigail's 3 brothers. Can we cast a summoning spell again to speak to their ghosts?
I'm afraid not, Murphy. The ghosts of Belmore Manor could only be summoned because our spirits were trapped here and hadn't moved on to the spirit realm. The Belmore brothers were murdered months before the wedding. Each has long since moved on, however reluctantly. It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen, but I don't think there is much chance of that here.
How can we make contact with the 3 brothers?
We need to conduct a seance for each of the brothers, a way to contact them in the spirit realm and learn how and where they were killed. But each spirit is attuned differently. I will need you to gather some objects in order to contact them.
What do we need to contact Yardley Belmore?
Yardley was a man of leisure, accustomed to the finer things in life. As his portrait shows, we must read tea leaves to contact him. You must bring me a used teacup.
What do we need to contact Xavier Belmore?
Xavier was a man of the world, a traveler across the globe. As in his portrait, it is a globe that we will need to contact him, but one made of glass, a crystal ball.
Aight.
What do we need to contact Cecil Belmore?
Cecil was a man of letters, skilled with the written word. Like the papers you see in his portrait, to contact him, you must bring me a spirit board, a sheet of letters through which Cecil may communicate.
How can I find those seance items when I can't even leave the house? I don't even know what's trapping me here.
That would be Abigail.
Abigail is keeping me trapped in the house?
She was. A last desperate act to keep you here and free her from Rackham's curse. Return to the front doors, Murphy, and they will now open for you. Scour the island, search the manor, and bring those 3 items back to me, and we can begin to locate the 3 brothers.
Freedom!
I'll start looking right away.
Good luck. And hurry. Rackham will soon know what you're trying to do. And unlike the other ghosts here, his powers are no longer confined to the house. Just one more thing before you go. I have something that may help you.
+1 strength amulet. Oh yeah.
A necklace? What can I do with this?
Return it to whom it belongs. Now go. You do not have much time, and yet the mysteries of our entire island await.
It was time to test what Madame Planchette had told me, and see if I really could leave the house. So it was true. Right now I was living my very own ghost story, with a household of people who needed my help and a villainous phantom who had to be stopped. With Belmore Manor unlocked, the entirety of the house and island were now mine to explore. Somewhere out there were the Belmore brothers' 3 keys. My first task, to gather a crystal ball, a spirit board, and some tea leaves.
Nee, war ja natürlich Spaß. Ich habe keine Spülmaschine. Das ist hier der Witz. Diesen Witz habe ich gestohlen. Von Norm McDonalds. Ich war letztens auch beim Arzt und habe ihn gefragt, warum ich so schnell so viel Gewicht zugelegt habe. Und dann hat der Arzt zu mir gesagt, ich soll den Mund aufmachen und Oink sagen. Wie könnte man Oink auf Deutsch übersetzen? Ich soll den Mund aufmachen und grunzen. Grunzen. So, jetzt habe ich wieder das ganze Spiel vergessen. Mensch. Schreiben Sie doch nicht über Dildos. Ich kann diese Witze machen. Aber sonst hat keiner die Dildo-Lizenz. Egal. Und ja, war natürlich nur Spaß. Wenn man schon nicht mehr homophob sein darf, dann muss man wenigstens schwulen Witze machen. Ich kenne auch ein paar gute, ja genau. Wenn ich einen Boyfriend hätte, einen Liebhaber, dann würde ich mir wünschen, dass sein Geschlechtsteil möglichst klein ist und dass er sehr schnell kommt. Ist doch lustig, oder? Also ich finde das extrem witzig. Aber ich bin nicht schwul, ja. Ich bin nicht schwul. Aber es ist halt schon... Ja, na egal, ne. Das wäre dann wieder kein Witz mehr. Und es gibt ja auch Menschen eben, die wollen Zigarren rauchen. Und manche wollen Zigaretten. So kleine weiße Stängel. Und ich habe eine orale Fixierung. Oh Mann. Tut mir leid, ja. Nee, es war nicht deine Schuld. Aber ja, wir können jetzt wieder raus, das ist echt cool, aber das bedeutet, wir müssen jetzt überall suchen, ne?
It was a handmade necklace of a wooden compass broken in two.
Wo sollen wir nur beginnen? Wollen wir lieber weiterspielen? Ich weiß gar nicht. Irgendwie eben hätte ich auch Bock, eine Pause zu machen, aber irgendwie will ich es auch einfach durchziehen. Nee. Ich könnte auch Kaffee gebrauchen, wobei eben jetzt direkt nach diesem Aquacon-Gas Kaffee weiß ich auch nicht. Forte la Mort.
Life continued on in Dead Nettle, its citizens oblivious to the supernatural struggle happening on the far side of the island. Even with their predilection for local legend, I doubted they'd believe me if I told them.
Epic.
Hello, my name's Murphy McAllen.
Hello, chum. Looking to hire a ferry?
Maybe?
Then come set sail with Crab McCready, when a ferry's really what you needy.
Crab's breath hit my face like a custard pie, a cloud of air reeking of cigarettes and stale beer.
Look, here's a promotional flag, so you can keep me in mind.
I'll treasure it.
Now, I can take you anywhere on the coast. Where are you looking to head to? Do you have a partner or an illicit liaison in mind? I do a very romantic sunset cruise.
Na, ich habe leider keine gute Aussicht beim Fenster, weil die da so ein riesen Gebäude hingebaut haben. Deswegen, ja, genieß es, Mann, genieß es. Und bei der Wohnung vorher hatte ich so die krasseste Aussicht, weißt du so. Aber, ja, dafür waren andere Sachen scheiße.
Is this your ferry? It looks like it's held together with spit and glue.
That's right, but rest assured, my spit is remarkably viscous. You find yourself aboard the Creaky Crab 2. I am her captain, Crab McCready. I get most of my business ferrying over to the mainland when the tide's covered up the causeway.
What happened to the Creepy Crab 1? Yeah. So funny. There's a guy also called the Unsinkable 5 or whatever. And in his description he says like, don't ask about Unsinkable 4 or whatever. Ja. And yeah, today I thought about, heute habe ich auch drüber nachgedacht, so, dass es so geil wäre, wenn man irgendwo auf dem Dach vielleicht noch so eine Glaskammer hätte, wo man halt überall in jede Richtung schauen kann. Oder natürlich auch große, viele Fenster, aber dann halt gute Vorhänge, wo man halt überall rausschauen kann. So in der Nacht oder wann auch immer. Wäre schon richtig geil. Aber allgemein mag ich das nicht so, weil man sich dann halt auch beobachtet fühlt. Gerade wenn innen Licht ist und außen kein Licht. Siehst du ja von drinnen auch gar nichts so. Aber naja, wieder abschweifen.
Are you a member of the Captain's Club?
Oh, they banned me, those pompous buffoons. That Felix is full of himself.
What happened?
There used to be a club parrot
Ja, sind halt
called
diese
Squawkin'
Vollmondtage
Hawkins,
auch.
until he was taken away. Bird-napped, I'd say. See, I'm a big bird lover. They're very intelligent creatures, and I used to try to teach him poetry. Well, Felix Greer wasn't having none of that. I think he was getting jealous that the bird had more brains than him. He kicked me out. Well, I got a little upset, like anybody would. Words were exchanged, loudly, and he told me I wasn't welcome back. The cheek of it. Kicking me out when I'm a hard-working captain. That landlubber would get seasick using a washcloth.
Ja, irgendjemand wird sich schon putzen.
Why do you like birds so much?
They're the sailors of the sky. Even the ones that can't fly. You tell me, have you ever looked an emu in the eye and not felt a sense of kinship? Seen that look that says he wants to explore beyond the horizon?
I've never imagined an emu thinking anything different to that.
I love anything with a beak, except platypuses. Don't get me started on them. Now, I take it upon myself to look after the feathered friends on this island. Squawkin' Hawkins now lives on a perch on my balcony. I have a name for every seagull that flies over Dead Nettle. And I look after Doris.
Doris?
Doris the chicken, over at Baxter's Mill.
Die Katze hat links und rechts eine Tatze.
What happened to the Creaky Crab 1?
That's it over there, with its bow peeking out of the water. I was out in the bay last Mardi Gras and looked down into the inky depths. Honest to God, I saw a mermaid staring back at me. I rushed back into Dead Nettle with such fervour I forgot to slow the engine once we reached the docks.
Was it really a mermaid you saw?
Ah, turned out I'd forgot to take my wig off from the costume contest that night, and I'd just seen my own reflection.
I'd like to hire your ferry.
Sure. Give me a map of where you want to go and I'll see if I can get you there. I'm the best ferryman this side of the Gulf. From Baton Rouge to the Bermuda Rectangle. I'm your man.
I thought it was called the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, sure it is now. Ever since one of its sides mysteriously disappeared.
Okay, Count Dankula.
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
The show is open finally. Pulcinella.
Puppet show hadn't started yet.
Come on, but the shield is gone, so... Please. I need this puppet show.
Welcome back!
What's up? What do you think about this?
What do you think of this necklace?
How quaint. Make it yourself?
No, I found it.
It's a lovely example of folk art, I would say. Whittled by a sailor would be my guess.
I think you're right. Is it worth anything?
Not a thing.
Jeez. Flag. I think I'm good.
Oh, look who's returned.
Good evening, Felix.
Remind me, did you say your name was Captain Knott?
My pseudonym. That's right, for marketing purposes.
Because I've been doing some research in the club archives, and it seems as though we already had a Captain Knott as a member about 10 years ago.
That would be my father. Captain Knott Sr. I'll pass on a hello next time I see him.
42 years as a captain, sailed each of the 7 seas.
That's the one. More at home on the waves.
It says in the records that he's deceased.
Might be harder than expected to pass on that hello, actually.
Drowned, apparently.
A mighty struggle.
While taking a bath.
Mainly a struggle with the plug, really.
Look, I'm on to you, Sonny. When Mr. Perkins gets back tomorrow, we'll be having an investigation. Captain Knott, or not a captain.
And until then?
Enjoy the club. These are complimentary matchbooks for members only.
I am a member.
Oh, yes. How silly of me to forget.
Catching. Oh, there's water also. Do we need water?
Avast, mateys! Shiver me timbers! 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, me hearties. Yo-ho!
What on earth are you talking about?
I think your lighthouse might have lured in a loon, Root.
I thought you were captains. Isn't this how captains talk?
Not outside a Treasure Island novel. Do you expect us to carry parrots on our shoulders, too?
I tried that once in my life, and all I got was excrement down the back of my blazer.
Oh, right. Good evening.
It's about time you got here. I've been waiting for you.
You have?
Darn right. Give me another sarsaparilla, and be quick about it.
No, I'm not a waiter.
You're a captain? They keep getting younger and younger. Do they give you a free pair of floaties with your license nowadays?
Are you a captain?
I was, a long time ago. Captain Cuthbert Moot's the name. Now I'm the island's lighthouse keeper.
How come you're not captaining anymore?
I had a bit of a bump with a lighthouse.
If only lighthouses had some way of warning you they were there. The lighthouse keeper's nostrils huffed like a bull about to charge at a matador.
After I crashed the ship, I lost my job with the Belmore Trading Company. What's more, I was taken off the Belmore wedding guest list. Life's been one disappointment after another ever since. I used to be a king of the waves. Now I'm a bigger wreck than my ship.
How did you not see the lighthouse?
I was busy at the time. What are you, the captaincy board?
But you managed to keep your captain's license?
In a manner of speaking, the captaincy board has a sense of irony. After I crashed into the lighthouse, they made me take the job of lighthouse keeper to maintain my credentials.
Then shouldn't you be at the fort if you're the lighthouse keeper?
Yeah, it's a dreary place, and there's a damn fleabag cat there that won't leave me alone. Anyway, it's a clear night. If the fog comes in, I'll switch the light on. Otherwise, I'm staying right here.
What's wrong with the cat?
Blacktail? You see these scratch marks on my nose? The damn thing jumps for my head every time the badge on my hat catches the light.
Ja, das klingt wieder so, als ob du eigentlich nicht deutsch wärst, Mann. Was ist das für ein Deutsch, Brudi? Nee, nicht unbedingt, also vielleicht schon ein bisschen überdurchschnittlich Point-and-Click, aber eigentlich alles. Aber seit ich so ein bisschen älter geworden bin, ja, spiele ich irgendwie weniger und gucke irgendwelchen Scheiß. Oder habe halt einfach weniger Energie. Weiß auch nicht genau. Aber im Grunde genommen will ich eigentlich alles spielen. Aber sowas finde ich auch sehr entspannt halt jetzt, sag ich mal. Aber ich merke auch, wie es zu wenig interaktiv ist. Aber so endlos Spiele halt, ist auch halt auch kacke. Und hier weißt du einfach, du spielst dieses Spiel und dann ist zu Ende. Und dann, zack, bumm, kannst du deinstallieren. Und du hast irgendwie, ja, konntest dich ein bisschen der richtigen Welt entfliehen. Aber das können natürlich andere Games auch bringen. Ich weiß doch auch nicht. Ich mache einfach, wozu ich Lust habe.
You worked for the Belmore Trading Company?
Once upon a time, I was the captain of the SS Mysterium.
Ich schaue auch
flagship
viel
of the
zu.
Belmore Trading Company
Aber ist auch kacke
I've
irgendwie.
captained more ocean voyages than you've taken baths. I might look like I should be hawking fish sticks at a market stall, but back then, I was at the top of my game, enjoying the finer things in life. Caviar in the finest restaurants, champagne at the finest resorts, dressing in the finest tuxedos. Oh, one little bump through my whole career down the plug hole.
I take it the Captain's Club doesn't compare.
It did once upon a time. This place used to be a model of a club. Now the only thing it'd be modeling would be a cardigan and a girdle.
Jo, ist auf jeden Fall auch geil, eben manchmal einfach jemanden zuzuschauen. Fühle ich auf jeden Fall. Und ja. Ich würde auch wieder zu deep gehen, aber keine Ahnung. Gehirn, Batterie leer.
So you weren't invited to the Belmore wedding?
No, I was snubbed. Years of captaining their flagship, and then I get forgotten like a dirty sock. I tried to convince Mrs. Craddock to add me to the list, but she's got a heart colder than a penguin's behind.
I was invited to the Belmore wedding.
What? You never told me that.
You never asked. Yeah, not a direct invitation from the Belmores, but I was invited as a +1.
Who invited you?
A little lady named Tallulah LaRue.
Why didn't you go?
Because she scared the hell out of me.
Isn't it lucky that you didn't go to the Belmore wedding?
Lucky? How by Neptune's beard could you call that lucky?
Because the whole wedding disappeared. Their lives were stolen from them, their souls trapped in a tormented house for eternity. If you'd have been there, you'd have disappeared too.
Oh, it just would have been nice to feel included. That's all.
Is there a way into the fort?
Not without the key, and I'm the one in charge of that. Do you know the reason for the big walls, the sturdy gates, the barrels of gunpowder, and the big boomy cannons? To keep people out!
Can you turn on the lighthouse beacon?
I don't know if you know how lighthouses work, but they only need to be lit up when visibility is low. As far as I
better be off.
So long.
Good evening. My name's Murphy McCallan.
Good evening, Captain McCallan. Captain Gifford Pemberley at your service. That's right, I expect you've heard of me. Master of the Mississippi, tamer of the Tennessee, cuddler of the Colorado. Care to hit the table with me?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Das ist natürlich auch wichtig und richtig. Aber ich merke es halt selber auch eben. Es ersetzt halt das wahre Leben nicht so irgendwo. Oder nicht ganz halt. Aber das eben auch wieder zu tief.
I'll join you in a game. What are we playing?
Billiards.
Should I set her up?
It is set up. This isn't American billiards, boy. We're playing English billiards. A fine game which requires only 3 balls. A white for me, a yellow for you, and a red we share.
I haven't heard of English billiards before.
I learned it when I toured the gambling halls of London back in 1922. It's a game with far more depth and skill than pool or snooker. Points are awarded not just for potting, but by the flair with which strikes are accomplished. More points can be earned with a fanciful shot than by a simple pocketing.
So I'm not trying to get the balls in the little holes?
Look, I think we might be a bit out of your depth with this. Why don't we keep it simple? The winner is the one who can bounce the red ball off the cushions the most times.
I can do that.
Then let's play. I'm afraid it'll have to be with dry cues. For some reason, the billiard chalk's gone missing.
I wonder how that happened.
Sevens! Something to be proud of.
Ich checke halt nicht, wie man bouncen soll, aber es gibt auch Löcher. Normalerweise die Tische mit dem Bouncen haben doch keine Löcher. Aber vielleicht ist das ein Hybrid. Ich konnte gar nichts machen. Kein Skillcheck.
Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallan. It seems my standing as champion of the Captain's Club continues.
Ich muss irgendwie bescheißen, bestimmt. Aber ich habe mein Magnet nicht mehr. Wobei, es ist keine magnetische Kugel, ne? Einfach abstechen.
I didn't need to show him that.
Dann den.
I didn't think he'd be interested in that.
Nein. Okay.
That trophy belongs to the club champion. And as I'm club champion, I'm telling you, hands off.
Hands off. Auch mal den Tisch manipulieren? Nein?
The billiard table was already occupied.
Vielleicht einfach mal den Wagenheber.
Jacking up the corner of the table would have potted the ball quickly, but it wouldn't have made the ball bounce off the sides in the process.
Blow on it?
Nope. I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to show him that. I didn't need to show him that. I didn't need to blow on that. I didn't need to...
Ich erinnere mich, ich kann die abschalten. Das wird bestimmt ein Game Changer. Und die Türe war, glaube ich, vorher auch nicht offen. Aber ich kann auch nicht raus, oder? Ah, doch. Ah ja. New Map unlocked. Es ist wie ein ganz neues Spiel.
Empty of flowers, I could see that the window box was securely attached to the club's masonry.
Aha. Das musste ich wissen, jetzt weiß ich Bescheid.
I couldn't do that.
Abstellen.
I needed to think of something else.
Auch mal Feuer legen.
That didn't work.
Nein. Blown.
Nope.
Was zur Hölle? Kein Loot. Mensch.
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallum.
I'd like a rematch at English billiards.
Thinking you can beat what I hit before? Step right up.
I can't do shit. But let me exhaust the other dialogue options.
Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallum. It seems my standing is...
Hello again,
Welcome back.
That's a very nice trophy in the corner.
Well, it didn't start out as a trophy. We needed something spherical, so we just gilded a cannonball from over at Fort de la Moor. Polished up like a trombone in a marching band. A lot of elbow grease went into that shine, and currently these wrists have enough lubrication for a 12-lane bowling alley.
Are you saying that's your trophy?
That's right, boy. Champion billiards player of the Captain's Club. Keeps the other captains on their toes. Or peg leg in the case of Wooden Willie.
Surely he can't like being called that.
Too true. I think his peg leg is actually ceramic, but then the alliteration doesn't work.
I'd like a rematch at English billiards.
Thinking you can beat what I hit before? Step right up.
I pressed the wrong thing again. I wanted the other options. Ah, shit. Oh, ich könnte jetzt einen Tee vernichten. Muss ich schon zugeben.
Threes.
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back.
Are you a famous riverboat captain?
You haven't heard of me?
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of experience with riverboats.
Don't tell me you're one of those jelly-legged sea captains.
Jelly-legged? At least we sea captains do proper sailing, with charts, by the stars, across vast seas and oceans, hundreds of miles from land. You riverboat captains only have two directions, upriver or downriver.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't understand the perils of the riverways. I got my start in Baton Rouge. All I needed to do was teach the Mississippi that I was its master. If it wasn't going to do as it was told, it would get a damn good spanking until it fell in line.
Aber After Eight, muss ich sagen, ist echt eklig. Oder zumindest, ich habe schon lange nicht mehr probiert, aber halt fand ich jetzt nie wirklich prall. So, das ist sowas, was man isst, wenn man nichts mehr anderes zu Hause hat. Und halt auch, hat sich doch bestimmt auch nur wegen der Werbung verkauft. Aber ja, ne, manche mögen das. Aber wenn jemand das mag, dann würde ich sagen, das ist eine psychologische Diagnose. Nee, nur Spaß.
Have you been a member of the Captain's Club long?
I'd say so. I got my license when I was 25. When my uncle Augustus passed away, I sold his gumbo restaurant and purchased a diamond of a riverboat. I ran pleasure cruises up the waterways of Devil's Rock for years.
Are you still a captain?
Technically, but it's hard to put into practice when you no longer have a boat.
What happened?
I got a little overconfident drinking whiskey and gambled my riverboat away years ago. My wife left me because she said I had a gambling addiction, but I still think I can win her back.
Lol. Oh, das ist so traurig, ey. Oh.
Are you going to patch things up with Mrs. Pemberley?
Oh, I'm trying. I had a bouquet of flowers delivered to her this morning.
Is there a florist in Dead Nettle?
No, I just took them out of that window box over by Moot. Don't tell Felix, or they'll end up on my tab.
Auch mal gleichzeitig noch Kaffee machen.
Were you the former captain of the Spirit Queen?
That's the one, dear boy.
So you must be interested in ghosts.
Boy.
I beg your pardon.
Having named your riverboat the Spirit Queen.
It's not named after ghosts, boy. It's named after bourbon, gin, tequila, whiskey. Those are the spirits that haunt me.
I'd best be running along. Enjoy your evening.
Farewell, Captain McCallan.
I had nothing else to say.
Keine Ahnung, wie ich gewinnen könnte, ehrlich gesagt. Wem gehört das Ding schon wieder? Vielleicht dem Seemann? Oder der Frau? Auch mal Wasser mitnehmen. Weintrauben
I filled the
und
bottle with water
Käse.
from the
Das
fountain.
klingt auch nicht schlecht, ja. Aber ich weiß nicht, darf man das essen? Ist das nicht haram? Nur Spaß. Aber es klingt schon ein bisschen sass irgendwie so. Weiß auch nicht. Aber ist eigentlich nichts verkehrt. Aber eben, wieso muss das aufgespießt sein auf einem Spieß? Genau. Ich glaube, das ist mein Problem. Ist doch einfach Trauben und Käse. Wer spießt denn das alles auf? Du hast gefragt, wer putzt die Fenster? Wer spießt das auf? Ah, das erinnert mich an so eine Szene, wo so die Kinder haben so auch so Fruchtspieße verkauft oder so. Und ja, sorry, ich wollte das halt nicht kaufen, aber man fühlt sich dann trotzdem schlecht. Bei Kindern musst du einfach direkt alles kaufen. Ah, fuck, jetzt ist natürlich nicht genug Kaffee, jetzt muss ich noch ein neues Paket aufmachen. Das kann doch alles nicht wahr sein. Ja. Kann ich auch mal einfach das Mikrofon muten und die Fresse halten? Wäre das okay für dich so? Ach, wieso frage ich überhaupt? bin ich
Well,
befreundet geworden.
aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I didn't think I'd be seeing you again, Mac. I thought you'd be swimming back to the mainland. Or, well, swimming with the fishes. How's the auditing going?
Well, I quit my job.
You quit? I thought that was the whole reason you were here in the first place.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Why you doing this, Mac? Don't you have a family you need to get back to? Away from the ghost stories?
Ich war einfach genervt auch, dass ich halt so performe, weißt du, wie ich meine? Keinen Bock gehabt zu performen. Einfach nur noch durchstieren, das Spiel.
I don't have any family. I never have. I was found.
Found?
As a baby, I was left on the doorstep of an orphanage with just a blanket and a piece of paper with my name on it. Growing up, I always felt alone, like I was missing someone who loved me. The last orphanage I was in was above a bookstore called Eerie Echoes, and I used to pick up the dime novels that got thrown out at the end of each month. My favorites were always the scary ones.
Why did you like the scary stories so much?
I felt like if I could read the scariest story I could find, it would make my life at the time seem a little less scary by comparison.
That's heartbreaking, Mac.
But that's why I'm still here. I always wanted to be in one of those stories, and now I am. I don't have much of a past, but this is a chance to make myself a future.
Well, I hope you find what you're searching for. But don't say I didn't warn you.
I think I might know what happened at Belmore Manor on the night of the disappearance.
I've told you, Mac. I don't want to hear no more about it.
But I think I know who the Phantom is.
Murphy, don't even say the name. I've seen that aberration once, and that was enough. I saw those faces laughing at me every night for months. I won't go through that again.
Ned's fear was real. I can only imagine what 3 decades of those faces would do to a person. Do you remember the Belmore Trading Company ever unloading a coffin at these docks?
You know, now that you mention it, that does ring a bell. Yeah, back when I first started out, the Belmore's flagship, the SS Mysterium, came back into port a few days late, and Mr. Rackham rustled up a bunch of us roustabouts to help unload it, way earlier than we usually be out. Yeah, I remember that morning. It's almost as much as the bonus pay we got for the early hours.
Did you find out what was in it?
I don't think we paid it much mind. It was rare, but people did die at sea back in those days. Although saying that, they'd usually be buried at sea too. I don't remember any fanfare about it, but there must have been someone important in there.
Or something. Still fishing?
You won't believe this, Mac. Squibb's record was ruled invalid. He was overheard down at Spinelli's bar boasting about how he put ball bearings inside the Pengoza to make it heavier. Can you believe the nerve of some people?
The despicable things they'll do.
It means I'm right behind you, buddy. Just one lucky catch, and I'll be bumping you down to second place.
Is that a grill you've got there, Ned?
14 hours out here would give anyone an appetite. I'm not giving up just yet, but it'll be supper time soon. You're welcome to join me.
Do you miss working on the docks?
I wouldn't give up fishing for it, but I have good memories of those times. Good, honest teamwork. Working outdoors, singing shanties, and swapping stories. Though to be honest, some of the tales they tell may have been a little exaggerated.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
I had more important things to focus on than my stomach. What do you think of this necklace?
That's some nice work. A lot of the sailors who worked the Belmore ships used to make things like that.
It was the cotton flag that Crab, the ferryman, had given me, embroidered with his company logo.
What did he give me that for? I forgot.
I thought I'd keep that. I had more Want me to light her up, Ned?
Not just yet, Mac. I got a bit more fishing to do before I reward myself.
Anyway, let me know. I'm ready. I can blow it also.
There was no point in stoking a fire that wasn't lit.
Maybe shouldn't have left. We still could go to the press.
What a piece of junk. So much as a nudge and the whole thing locks up. Work, damn you!
That almost hit me.
Almost isn't good enough. A few inches over and we could have had a lovely headline about a gory workplace accident. Of course. Hands off, McAllen. This is delicate business.
What seems to be the problem?
The till coil snapped off and almost had my eye out.
Your eye?
Can you believe it? I try to get a story that's fit to print and instead the printing press has a fit. Why can't I get one of those electric machines like they've got at the New Orleans Post? I'm the only one allowed behind the desk, McAllen.
Ah, come on.
Sorry. That wasn't going to fix the printing press.
No?
I didn't think she'd be interested in that.
Are you serious?
Ba-ba-bum.
I didn't need to show... I couldn't do...
Wait, did the printing press have 2 points?
Work, damn you! Hands off, McAllen.
No, 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 no.
The plaque read, Fort de l'Amour. No public access. For further information, please contact the lighthouse keeper. It was the gunpowder barrel the cat had knocked over, now spilling out its contents onto the cold stone floor. I jiggled the gate. The lock was much too strong. The gate was too... I couldn't... That wasn't going... In days gone by, invaders might have exploded gunpowder barrels to get through the fortress's thick and imposing walls. I decided I should use the gate. In days gone by, I didn't need to... I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder. Nope. That wasn't going to work. Lighting up gunpowder I was carrying in my vest would have resulted in Murphy pieces all over the island. I couldn't do that.
Some of the coffee spilled.
The lighthouse light was off. tide was still high as I returned to the Causeway Beach, while the sands were now the purlieu of a rather strange gentleman jabbing at the rocks with a walking stick.
Careful where you step! Look, another one!
Another what?
A pebble! Don't step on them.
There are pebbles all over this beach. There's not many places I could stand that don't have them.
But they could be important.
My name's Murphy McCallan. Nice to meet you.
Hmm? Oh, yes. Hello. Pleased to meet you. I'm Muffy Carlyle.
Wait, I think I've heard of you. Doesn't your family run a banking firm in New York?
That's the one. Are you familiar with the Carlisle Provincial Accounts and Joint Stock Corporation?
Actually, the reason I remembered you was because I was amazed the owner had a son named Muffy.
It's a nickname. Nanny gave it to me because my ears were always cold.
What's so important about the pebbles?
It's not the pebbles themselves. It's what's inside them.
What's inside the pebbles?
Dinosaurs.
I'm sorry. I think I'm missing something here. You think there are dinosaurs living inside the rocks?
Not living. They're extinct. So I've been told. But skulls, bones, fossils.
Oh, you're a fossil hunter?
That's right. But this beach seems terrible for them.
Why is this beach terrible for fossil hunting?
Too many people wandering across here. The place has been picked dry. I need somewhere secluded. A beach no one ever goes to. Are you from around here? Do you know anywhere like that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, do let me know if you find anywhere. I'd pay a pretty penny to go somewhere with potential.
Have you found many fossils before?
Only one. It was in our flower garden. The summer house, actually.
Fascinating. Where did you find it?
In a plant pot.
A plant pot? Shouldn't it have been in the ground?
Yes. Nanny told me she planted it there for me to find. Couldn't stand the look of disappointment on my face.
Oh, this was when you were a child.
No, last week.
Have you been out here long?
Just a couple of hours. Rufus dropped me off just after supper.
Dropped you off, but the causeway is flooded over.
I didn't come via the causeway. I got here on the yacht.
You have a boat?
The Plucky Plesiosaur. I named it myself.
Do you work for your father's company too?
That's right. I'm Executive Director of New Initiatives.
And what exactly does that entail?
Oh, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But Papa does say it requires me to be out of the office as much as humanly possible. Muffy, he tells me, if I have to see your face around here, I'll end up moving to Tibet and joining a monastery. So even if I'm not sure exactly what my job is, clearly it is very important.
Well, good luck with your search.
I'll never give up. That's the dinosaur way.
I picked up the vacuum flask from the portable table. I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised to read the title, Dunstan the Dinosaur, above a drawing of a bulbous yellow triceratops walking on two legs and wearing a bowler hat. I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised. The book was just one of an assortment of items set up on a folding table, apparently useful in the beachcomber searching. The wiry man was diligently searching the beach, looking like the awkward love child of Sherlock Holmes and a praying mantis. The beach was dotted by tide pools, partly filled with seawater. With the high tide, the entirety of the causeway was now covered over by water. Only the guideposts peeking above the waves gave any hint of the road below that had brought me to the island. What do you think of this?
Oh, very nice. Perfect for carrying a fossil in, I should think.
I didn't need to show him that. That wasn't going to work. Returning to St. Juniper's Church, it was clear by the illuminated windows and the repetitive hum of a newly placed generator that the rum runners had made themselves at home. The stitching was too tight to undo with my hands, but pressing into it, I could feel the seat's springs right below the worn material. Deciding the jalopy was so beat up that a little more damage wouldn't be noticed, I cut open the stitch. I pulled the spring from the ripped seat cushion. I didn't need to drive the car. I tried to turn the bolt with my hands, but couldn't get a good grip. It was a car horn from the... car horn from the...
So dumb. Why does it unmute all the sites at the same time instead of a tap? God dang it. It's whatever. See again, like just breaking my immersion. That's what I mean.
Without a second fuse installed, the dial refused to turn. I didn't need the fuse. I couldn't do anything with an empty socket. That didn't work. That didn't work. That didn't work. I didn't want to make a hole in that. I didn't want to make a hole in that. I didn't want to make a hole in that. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. The sticker read, "Property of the Dead Nettle Police Department, not to be removed." I needed to think of...
Musket! Did you hear that?
Will you stop twitching, Morris? You're making me nervous.
Sorry, boss. I just don't know if we should be doing this.
Doing what?
Using a church for morally dubious activities. Theology lays out pathways and guidelines to keep us on the moral road to righteousness.
Did one of those barrels hit you on the head, Morris? Quit your belly aching. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm getting the spooks, boss. This church has a lot of dead people. What if they don't like us being in here?
Is that what you're worried about? Ghosts ain't real. Now hush up about it.
I don't know, boss. The scientific consensus on paranormal activity still seems to be inconclusive. I read a book about it last week, and it's really giving me the heebie-jeebies.
What have I told you about reading? It's no good for you. It gives you delusions of grandeur and indigestion.
Sorry, boss.
Just for the sake of argument, this book you was reading. What did it say about ghosts?
It said that there are 3 signs for detecting paranormal activity.
What's the first sign?
First, the temperature drops as the ghost's presence descends upon the locality.
Well then, until we start getting the chills, there ain't nothing to worry about.
I didn't need to pour water on that. I didn't need to pour water on that. I didn't need to pour water on that. Turning the fan off would have alerted the rum runners to my presence. The collection plate was empty. An electric fan blew air across to the rum runners as they struggled with the Louisianan humidity. A silver collection plate sat on the crate. It wasn't doing much collecting anymore. If the rum runners realized I was inside their hideout, it wouldn't have impacted well on my preference for being alive. But perhaps I could mess with them. Psst.
Did you hear that, boss?
We must be imagining things. What did you say the first sign of paranormal activity was?
A drop in temperature, boss.
Morris's eyes darted around the church nervously. He had the face of a frightened 4-year-old plastered onto the body of a hippopotamus. Musket sat hunched over the piece of paper he was attempting with difficulty to read. He looked like a stretched-out shrew trying to decipher hieroglyphics. I didn't think the rum runners would appreciate me offering to start up their jalopy for them. Now wasn't the time for a sit-down. I couldn't see anything to do with the statue. I couldn't risk going up to the window while the rum runners were around. If the statue held any secrets, I couldn't decipher them. It was an enigmatic statue holding a broken sword. The top of the stained glass window consisted of 4 circles, each surrounded by 4 leaf-shaped pieces. The statue scowled at me like a disapproving teacher. Rows of old pews filled the church, some pushed carelessly aside to make room for more barrels. It was a hand crank that I deduced was used by the rum runners to start up their decrepit jalopy outside. It wouldn't have been wise to reveal myself to the rum runners by ringing the bell. Ghosts would traditionally make wailing noises, not horn noises. Apart from the haunted hooter from Honolulu, of course, but they were on another island. Now that I'd looked upon the lifeless face of Comptroller Grimes, it didn't feel appropriate to give his coffin a wiggle. The tin was full of nothing but holes. I scanned the heads. Good evening, Edgar.
Ah, blast it. Not again. I go all night as the only one in this cemetery with a pulse. Then here you are bringing me 2 steps closer to losing it. What do you want now?
Just taking a look around. It's peaceful here.
It was.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Good evening, Ed. What are you digging?
I thought the cemetery could do with a swimming pool. Put out some deck chairs, maybe a tiki bar. What do you think I'm digging? Another grave!
Who's this one for?
Reginald Goff. He was the state executioner in the next parish over.
How did he die?
His last convict was a bit nervous about being executed by the electric chair. When Goff asked him if he had any final requests, the convict asked if he could hold his hand for support.
Shocking.
Then I've got Marigold McGee to deal with before I can clock off. That'll be a headache.
What's so difficult about Marigold McGee?
She asked for her remains to be scattered across the island.
That doesn't seem so bad.
The problem is she didn't want to be cremated.
The ghost stories are real.
Well, I don't want to hear them. I don't like to think about ghosts.
Why not?
Because they'd be bad for business. I have my work cut out here with the dead as it is. Imagine if they came back asking for a refund.
Has the cemetery been here long?
This cemetery is the whole reason Devil's Rock is populated. Back when the mainland was first settled, they used to ship off the bodies of undesirables to be buried here. The criminals and paupers. St. Juniper's Church up on the hill was one of the first structures here, along with the fort. So that's what this place became. A cemetery island. A place where only Beelzebub himself would take the bodies that were interred in its soil. The Devil's Rock.
Creepy. I think the rum runners are using the church as a hideout.
What do you want me to do about it? My job description says I deal with the outside. It's the vicar's responsibility to take care of the inside. I'm just contracted for the grounds and the graves.
Do you know what happened to the vicar of St. Juniper's Church?
Foskett was his name. Disappeared along with everyone else at the manor during the Belmore wedding.
Did you get along with him?
No! Miserable guy he was. Fortunately, we came to an understanding.
An understanding?
Let's just say that one night, I might have witnessed a certain clergyman through the vestry window. Off his head on communion wine, wearing a crinoline over his cassock, singing, "We three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair." He couldn't look me in the eye after that. The only way we communicated was through notes on the parish bulletin board. And that's the way I liked it.
There's a dead body over at Belmore Manor hanging from a tree.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
Shouldn't you bury it?
If it manages to wander its way over here, I'll bury it. Until then, I'm not stepping foot onto the Belmore estate. I've heard the stories about the Phantom, and I'm not risking my shut-eye to rescue a cadaver from a tree like some stuck kitten.
Do you know who the hanged man is?
Beats me. But from what I've heard, it's been there ever since that wedding night.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
That wasn't going to work.
It's not his. What the hell? Fuck. Well, then I have nothing.
Nope.
So I have to give it to the woman, yeah? Maybe.
Abigail's ghost was once again back in her bedroom, now fully consumed by the wicked spell Rackham had trapped her in. The minutes left before he married her were falling away like dominoes. Abigail wasn't wearing the other half of the necklace, but from the corner of my eye I noticed that her reflection was. The necklace I was carrying exactly matched the one around the neck of the bride's reflection. This must have belonged to the sailor. It was time to reunite it with its other half. As the reflection disappeared back into the mirror, I looked at the dresser and saw that something had been left behind. A small ivory comb.
Yoink.
I didn't think Abigail would mind if I took the comb with me. Don't worry, Abigail. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to help you. That didn't work. The door was locked. The chalkboard was blank, presumably waiting a decorative welcome for the infernal marriage of an evil phantom to his cursed bride. The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach. The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach. The doors were firm. The wheel was... The skeleton hung high up and even from down on the ground. A skeleton, clothed in wedding attire, hung by the neck from a branch. The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possibility of climbing it. A dying tree stood next to the balcony, its branches devoid of leaves, its bark flaking away. Nope. I didn't need to set fire to that. I didn't need to cut that. I didn't... Nope. I didn't... That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. That didn't work. That didn't work. My trek through the bayou was easier on the return. My destination glowed green through the bald cypress trees. And then I saw why. The Spirit Queen was now a smoldering wreck, the embers of the green fire still glowing from within. I wondered if I could reach the telegrams. Well, that answered that. The riverboat looked like it might collapse at any moment. There was no way I was going to explore it. The green fire had reduced the Spirit Queen to a charred wreck, the embers still glowing from within. I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. There was nothing else of interest in the shack. I considered climbing the water tower, but I couldn't imagine what I'd find at the top other than stagnant, moldy water. And there was plenty of that in the bayou already.
You were built for this. Do it!
Maybe this will help?
What do you think you're doing?
I fixed it for you.
I'm going to need to recalibrate the whole thing now.
No need to say thank you.
You're lucky. There's something fishy about you, Murphy McCallan. I can smell a story on a person like rotten eggs in an egg salad. And currently it's the 4th of July summer picnic and someone forgot to put the bowl in the refrigerator last night.
I picked up the freshly printed sheet of paper. It was a typesetter's calibration sheet.
Yes?
Hi. What are you working on now?
A clarification. A local dancer's moving off the island and looking to get rid of some furniture. But my piece asking if there was any interest in Hoochie Coochie dancer Lulu Leroy's huge chest got a much bigger response than we expected. And not for the right reasons.
Am I right in thinking you're not from around here?
Good call, McAllen. Santa Monica, California. Born and bred. Hadn't even been to Devil's Rock before I got the job. The divine irony is that I got this job due to a misleading ad in a newspaper. Seeking newspaper editor for dynamic community, exciting stories, amazing opportunities. What nonsense. But now I'm here. Nonsense is all I have to write about.
Why did you stay in Dead Nettle?
I came down with a horrible case of temporary insanity.
Health issues?
No. I started dating a notary named Jonathan. Right after I'd taken out a mortgage, I stumbled across his dalliances with the fishmonger's wife, the ironmonger's wife, and the cheesemonger's wife. Knowing his type, I decided I'd become a warmonger, and I set fire to his belongings. I last saw him picking through his charred underpants on my front porch. Now he's off in Rancho Cucamonga with some flapper named Anastasia, and I'm still financially tied to this island.
I'm trying to track down 3 dead bodies.
A serial killer? In Dead Nettle? This could be gold. When did this happen? This morning? Last night?
No, 33 years ago.
33 years ago? That's not journalism, that's archaeology.
I think I better be going.
My door's always open. I broke the hinge earlier.
I couldn't do that. I didn't need to bother Evelyn again by messing with the printing press.
Hey, you...
Sorry. Hello again, Felix.
Hello again.
How's the club tonight?
Buzzing.
That lively, huh?
No, I mean I just had to remove a wasp nest from the gentleman's lavatory.
Is the elevator still not fixed?
It hasn't been fixed for the last 7 months. I doubt it will miraculously start working for you tonight.
How did it break, anyway?
The city council rented out the whole club one day for a meeting to discuss a new town seal. Some sort of insignia representing Dead Nettle's history and culture. Unfortunately, the mayor misunderstood the brief and showed up with a seal of the aquatic type. 2 fins, whiskers, a little tricorn hat, and the moniker Captain Snoops. Took the entire council to wrestle him back into the elevator and get him down to the docks. And it overloaded the motor. And do you know what the real cherry on top was? He got the animal wrong. Captain Snoops was a sea lion, not a seal.
What's the difference?
An I, an O, and an N.
Crab McCready told me you kicked him out of the club for teaching a...
Yes, that's quite correct.
That doesn't seem very fair.
You didn't hear the poetry. If I may regale you, there was a young man from Bombay. Took the slow boat to China one day. He was pinned to the tiller by a frisky gorilla, and China's a bloody long way.
I see.
Apologies if we're in disagreement about whether that sort of material is appropriate for the Captain's Club.
Nope. Can't argue with that. Very fair conclusion. Do you have any tips for English billiards?
Is that what Pemberley's calling it? There is one bit of advice I can give.
Oh, really?
Use the pointy thing to hit the round thing.
I best be casting off.
Farewell, Captain.
The bottle I was carrying would be a better choice for that. I didn't need to keep it hot or cold. I thought I'd keep that to myself. I didn't need to show him that. I thought I'd keep that to myself. I had nothing else to say to Captain Moot. Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallum.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but the Spirit Queen burned down.
Oh, what a sad day. I knew it would happen sooner or later. It was that damn fool Moray, wasn't it? He never loved her the way I did. She was 1 in a million. A personality as fierce as the Mississippi. A sway when she moved that could hypnotize any man. And curves in all the right places.
Are we still talking about a boat? I'd like a rematch at English billiards.
Thinking you can beat what I hit before? Step right up. threes.
Nope. I needed to think of something else. I needed to think of something else. I didn't need to set... It was an ornate iron window box. Unlike the others, this one had no flowers in it. Empty of flowers, I could see that the window box was securely attached to the club's masonry. That didn't work. It was an ivory comb.
Welcome back!
I thought I'd keep that to myself. I didn't think he'd be interested in that. If I needed more help from Crab, I was going to need to charter his ferry. The ferryman wouldn't have liked me. I decided to leave Ned to his fishing. I didn't need to cut that. I didn't need to cut that. That wasn't going to... I couldn't... Hello again, Muffy. How's the fossil hunt going?
Terrible. This beach has just had too many people running around on it.
What's that book over there on the table?
That's my research text, all about dinosaurs.
A paleontology textbook?
No. Dunstan the Dinosaur. A thrilling series of books for the young reader. And the reader who is young at heart. My favorite is Dunstan and the Mysterious Meteor from Mars.
Well, good luck with your search.
I'll never give up. That's the dinosaur way.
I didn't need to show him that. He may have been a beachcomber, but I didn't think the phrase was meant to be literal. I didn't have time for housework. I didn't think... What do you think of this manuscript?
Oh, is that a bone on there? Is it a dinosaur bone?
I suppose it could be.
It should be.
What do you think of this magazine?
Does it have dinosaurs in it?
No.
That's a shame. I think I shall stick with Dunstan the Dinosaur Quarterly.
I didn't think he'd be interested in that. I didn't... I thought I'd leave... I couldn't see any way to open whoever sealed this up. I couldn't... That didn't work. That didn't work. I didn't need to pour water on that. Nope. I didn't need... Doris! Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bark. Doris! Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bark. The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters might have made their homes inside the pile? That didn't work. Decades in the Louisiana air had left the woodpile soggy and moss-covered. It was never going to light. Lighting up gun... I needed to think... That didn't work. I'd bothered the chicken enough. That wasn't going to work. I couldn't do that. That didn't work.
I said something, but I clicked it away. Oh my god. What did he say? Maybe soon I have to go for a tip, but there could be a lot in the manor also. It's like the biggest map. Kinda. Oh!
Oh, it's you again.
Mallory, what are you doing here on the Belmore estate? I thought all the locals were too scared to wander around here.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm having a tea party for my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
How cute. And what are you talking about with your new doll?
Our strategy for conquering mortal civilization.
Right.
It's rude not to introduce yourself, you know.
Mallory, have you been practicing ventriloquism?
Are you calling me a dummy?
You can talk?
I'm a head. Talking is one of the few things I can specialize in.
I didn't know that.
You didn't ask. My name, now that you're listening, is Sir Edward Teddington. Or as Miss Wisp here calls me,
Shrunken Ted.
You're not doing very much tea drinking at your tea party.
I couldn't get a handle on the physiology of it. No arms, hands, or esophagus makes this a little trickier than it used to be.
And I am drinking it. Watch.
Not a fan?
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
But an important one to acquire. Tea was the fuel of the British Empire.
Then maybe it would be better in a gas tank.
Mallory was handling the teacup with the tentativeness of a toddler being given castor oil. May I have a cup of tea?
Nope.
Now, Mallory, what were we saying about manners?
Oh, yes, right. How do I put this delicately? I'm afraid this is a private engagement exclusively for the Sisterhood of Darkness.
Precisely. Remember, we may be planning on enveloping the world with a new totalitarian empire led by yourself as queen, but that's no reason to be impolite. Manners cost nothing. However, in this case, it is a private engagement.
Could I have your teacup if you're not drinking it?
I am drinking it! Well, I would if it didn't taste so bitter.
Mallory, you shouldn't be inside the Belmore estate. Don't you know about the disappeared wedding?
You're asking a little girl about murder, black magic, and broken hearts?
Sorry, I don't want to give you nightmares.
Are you kidding me? I love this stuff! I wrote a paper on it last semester that prompted a parent-teacher intervention.
Haven't you seen the Phantom?
The grumpy guy in the tall hat? Yeah, I've seen him through the windows of the house.
Doesn't he give you nightmares?
Sure does, but those are the kind of dreams I like.
Do you know Sebastian Bach?
Unfortunately.
Why didn't you tell me?
I did.
Okay, yes, you did, but didn't you think it was worth mentioning he was a ghost?
I didn't think you'd be interested. Most grown-ups just don't believe me.
So you can see ghosts?
Ugh, I wish I couldn't. Most of them don't shut up, wailing through the windows all the time. Sebastian's the worst, the booger-brained bighead. Thinks he knows everything.
But the ghosts weren't visible until I cast the summoning spell.
To you, maybe. I mean, they're a lot more visible now. They were just shadowy, glowy things before.
The fact that I conducted an occult spell seemed to be lost on her. Knowing what I did about her, she probably did the same every day before breakfast. It was Sebastian that made you get the tin boat. He altered the toy catalog.
I knew it! Well, that's it. He's going to the top of the hit list once I'm queen of the universe. If you see him, tell him Pac's in for a shock.
So, Ted, that whole time I was carrying you around in my pocket...
Picking me up and stuffing me inside your vest without even a good evening? That's the living for you nowadays. Rude.
I'm very sorry. I've just never encountered a shrunken head that could talk to me before.
Maybe you have, and you just never introduced yourself.
I suppose, but I can't go around introducing myself to every inanimate object that I'm carrying on the off chance that they're supernaturally possessed, can I?
Did you just call me an object? That's objectification right there.
How did you end up as a shrunken head, Ted?
Can you believe this, Mallory? Asking about physical impairments just as brazenly as you like.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a sore subject.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. Me and the old boys were embarking on a race through the Caribbean, known as the Coconut Rally. 14 days, 14 islands, with only what you can carry on your back to sustain you. It was all going so well, until day 9, when I was told to seek out a tribe of pygmies. Perhaps I got a bit lost, because the village I found was populated by villagers of average height.
Didn't that clue you in that you were in the wrong place?
I thought maybe they were just exceptionally tall pygmies. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know. They were a very welcoming people, filling me up on pork and bananas, a nice hot bath in a pot they hung over the fire. But it turns out they held a different philosophy when it comes to head placement and proportion. Still, no use grumbling. That's not the British way. Stiff upper lip. That's what we need.
Ted, how did you end up on Devil's Rock?
I was brought back here on a merchant ship by a strange man in a top hat who settled on me as a souvenir. Can you believe it? The indignity of being swapped and saying I was only worth 2 chickens.
I'd say at least 3.
Exactly.
And now you're helping a little girl take over the world, Ted?
Look, I was a little late getting in on the British Empire, and now its height has passed me by. I don't want to miss out again. This is my opportunity to get my foot on the ladder of a new attempt.
More like your chin on the ladder.
Very funny. You know, I have other interests too. You really need to get to know me as a person. I'm very well-rounded.
Of course you're round. You're just ahead.
The jokes just keep coming, don't they?
Well, I'll leave you two to your plans.
Long live the sisterhood!
I didn't need to show her that. That didn't work. Watering the tea down would have been just as unpalatable to Mallory, just in a different way. I didn't need to refill the teapot.
Why is he still here?
I have absolutely no idea.
I didn't need to show her that. Do you mind if I take this?
Good idea. You can be my butler.
Finally, we have the spoon. Now everything is clear.
Gazing up at the glowing moon, it reminded me of a poem I could recite by heart, even if I couldn't remember where I'd first heard it. From way up high, the moon can spy beyond where eyesight delves, but with some time, the maritime can see those sights themselves.
Oh, wonderful.
Then we bribe the kindergarteners and use them for espionage.
Shh! He's back!
Hey, leave that alone. I'm drinking it.
I thought you didn't like it.
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
The teapot was empty. Nope. I didn't need to What do you think of this manuscript?
Oh, I've seen some of those on Moray's riverboat. I think I need to start collecting some of my own.
I didn't need to What do you think of this? It's a pouch used for voodoo spells.
Oh, agree. I've got one under my pillow at home.
What do you think of this magazine?
Ghost stories, huh? I mean, it's all right, but I like my ghost stories with a little more edge to them.
What do you think of this?
Something like that would look most intriguing worn around my neck, if I had a neck, that is.
What do you think of this manuscript?
That's the kind of doodle paper that turned me into a shrunken head in the first place. I feel a bit queasy just looking at it.
What do you think of this magazine?
Looks like a jolly good read. I might have trouble turning the pages, though.
I didn't need to show him that. I didn't need to show him that. Would you like some water instead?
No, thank you. I like Orangello soda, though. I had some with my supper down on the beach. Now here I am drinking brown leaf soup.
I didn't need to pour water. I couldn't do that. Walking back into the ballroom, the throng of wedding guests had dispersed to their guest rooms, replaced by chairs and tables neatly set out on the dance floor. Preparations for the wedding were gathering speed like a boulder rolling down a mountainside, and I felt like I was smack in the middle of its path. Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Chairs at the far end, tables on the left. Oh, it's you again.
Where have all the guests gone?
To their rooms to get ready. Here I am tidying up after the waltz while they just waltz away.
How long until the wedding begins?
Just a few hours. Oh, good gracious, a few hours. And there's still so much to do. I'm sorry, but I can't stand around chitter-chatting. There is much work to be done.
You seem a little stressed.
Correct. And with all due respect, and I'm sure we can both agree much respect isn't due at all, talking to you only makes it worse.
You need to find a way to relax, Mrs. Craddock.
I don't think people realize how this job takes a toll on one's health. My doctor told me I need to rethink my diet, so I've decided to go more continental, by which I mean a glass and a half of wine with each meal and polishing off the bottle before bedtime. A la Francais.
Where's the wedding cake gone?
I had to hide it.
Hide it? Why?
Somebody had already helped themselves to a slice of cake. And I bet I know exactly who it was, Mr. McCallan.
Oh, really?
That horrible pock boy. The knave with his hand on the tarts. Perhaps the Queen of Hearts had good reason for her framework of justice.
I heard you didn't send a wedding invitation to Captain Moot.
Well, of course he didn't receive an invitation. He was dismissed from his employment weeks before the wedding for crashing the flagship of the Belmore fleet.
He's very upset about it. Don't years of service outweigh one accident?
Accident? I suppose you never learned exactly why he crashed the ship, did you?
Actually, no, I didn't.
We discovered that Captain Moot used to invite ladies up to the bridge after hours. Dozens of ladies over the years. He'd take them on moonlit cruises around the island and, goodness gracious me, paint them with no clothes on. Draped over the ship's wheel, stretched out in the rigging, dangling from the anchor. Apparently, he must have gotten a bit too carried away with his brushstrokes on the final painting, because he didn't see the rocks the ship crashed into.
Ah, that would certainly be distracting.
Indeed.
Oh my god, that's so horrible about the paintings. I wonder where they are. But yeah, so horrible. But where would they be?
I'll leave you to get on with your work.
How thankful I am for life's little blessings.
The table was too large for one person to move. I didn't think she'd be interested in that. What do you think of this?
It is not to my taste.
What do you think of this manuscript?
What is that? A recipe of some sort?
If it is, I know I wouldn't eat it. What do you think of this magazine?
How dare they depict Belmore Manor in such an uncouth way? I put a good deal of work into keeping this house shipshape and shiny. Perhaps a meeting with Mr. Pock Sr. and his law offices is in order to stop such slander.
I thought I didn't need to. A grand table had... The table was too large. Good evening, Father Foskett.
Hello again, my child.
Are you prepared for the ceremony?
In every way, except one. I still haven't found my Bible.
Shouldn't you be looking for it?
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Furthermore, I have no idea where to look, but I would very much like to see it returned to me.
We three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair.
Oh, how drastic, no elastic, not very safe to wear. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from.
I best be heading off.
May God be with you.
Good evening, Colonel.
What? No, thank you. I don't have an appetite. Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast. What?
He definitely couldn't hear me.
What?
He definitely couldn't hear me.
What?
He definitely couldn't hear me.
What?
He definitely couldn't hear me. I needed to... That wasn't going to work. I didn't need to search for a book right now. I already... Now wasn't the time to rearrange the furniture. As I descended back into the cellar, the lack of mechanical noise quickly revealed that the barrel lift was no longer working. Looking at the fuse box, it was clear to see why the barrel lift no longer moved. The fuse had blown, taking the small glass cover with it. With questionable regard for my own safety, I pulled the damaged fuse from its socket. I took the chamber pot back off the machine. Knowing the erratic surges of electricity that must have been flowing through the wire into the barrel lift, I decided it was wiser not to do any more rewiring. Now that the wire was loose, I no longer needed the pliers to remove it. There was nothing large. I took one of the fireworks. The logo on the side revealed that it was called the Whizzer. I'd known a boy in elementary school with the same nickname. I considered looking through the boxes, but doubted my immediate situation needed a set of matching crockery or monogrammed dish towels. I already had... That wasn't going to work. The instructions on the fireworks said that it needed to be placed into a launching tube before igniting it. I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. I considered... The cellar was lined with... I didn't have anything to talk to him about. I had nothing else to say to the gardener. I couldn't see anything That wasn't going to... I didn't think... I didn't need to show him that again. What do you think of this manuscript?
Oh, very interesting.
Do you understand it?
Not in the slightest.
What do you think of this magazine?
Oh, Belmore Manor? Does it mention my garden?
Not so much. It mainly focuses on the murders.
Oh, well, that is disappointing.
The fountain had long run dry and the cracked, dusty basin was empty. I couldn't see anything I could do with the statue. Nope. Do you mind if I borrow this shovel?
Oh, go right ahead. I already dug up those naughty thorns. It's funny, even when things are dead, they can still cause trouble. Just look at us ghosts.
Yeah, more items. Let's go.
I needed the keys to open them.
By the way, let's talk to the witch. Maybe we unlocked something.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
I have some more questions.
Ask away.
Are you the one people in the house call the Parlor Witch?
I've heard that they do. The Belmore brothers approached me to help research the coffin stone. The brothers did everything they could to understand it. A never-ending investigation into science and the supernatural, ranging from the Atlantic to the Pacific. To my deep regret, I was never able to find a way to destroy the stone's power, with no way to destroy it. The only option was to lock it away where no one could find it.
In the vault beneath the house?
That's right. Deep below the house, within a labyrinth of caves, where we pray no one finds it.
The last time I messed around with this kind of thing, I ended up releasing an evil spirit.
Yes, I sensed what happened with Dr. Moray. I'm afraid that man was lured in by theatrics and promises of power he never actually held.
It looked like he had powers to me.
Rackham's spirit had been reaching out for someone he could dupe. But Rackham was always the puppeteer. Moray had no powers whatsoever, except for those manifested by Rackham.
Does Rackham have powers of his own?
I'm afraid he does, Murphy. Although I discovered that far too late, to our great cost. I like to think of myself as knowledgeable about magic, but even I'm not sure what twisted powers Rackham wielded to project himself outside of the house. He seems to have power over visions and nightmares, and use that to put his plan into action.
Is it voodoo?
No.
But the summoning spell that I cast, that seemed like voodoo.
The manuscript you carry in your pocket is far older than the origins of voodoo in this region. It is a real spell. The icons of voodoo that adorn it are merely a distraction. I suspect Rackham has a knowledge of magic far older.
So it's a forgery?
More something in disguise.
Why couldn't he get Dr. Moray to cast a summoning spell?
A wise question. Magic doesn't work equally for everyone. Each spell depends on the person who casts it. Some spells work only for someone whose heart believes. Others work only for the person who rightfully owns the talisman. Some spells, no matter how much is invested in them, simply don't work at all. Moray was the bait, but Rackham needed someone more attuned to actually complete the spell.
I traded Dr. Moray for the Gree-Gree that enabled the summoning spell.
No, Murphy. Moray may have been the broker, but you cast your trade into his spirit pool. You traded Rackham for the Gree-Gree, the same Gree-Gree that unleashed that terrible spell on Abigail.
I should get back to trying to open the vault.
May fate be in your favor, Murphy.
The man in the portrait was seated at a desk with papers in his hand. It was a portrait of the scientist Cecil Belmore. It was a portrait of the explorer Xavier Belmore. The man in the portrait was standing in front of a globe. The man in the portrait was standing on a stage holding a cup and saucer. I found something that could be used as a spirit board.
Yes, that will work, even if it will take a lot of concentration on my part. Cecil Belmore, we now implore, where do you rest forevermore? I sense a hidden place. A laboratory known only to Cecil, a secret refuge for study and invention, and desperate attempts to reconcile science and the supernatural. But he's been followed. Unknown to Cecil, someone lies in wait in the darkness and is about to look at the painting. Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work, but in happier times he created a treasure hunt for his brothers, were they ever to seek him out. That is your lifeline, Murphy. Follow the trail of clues to reach that laboratory. I sense the first clue lies in Cecil's bedroom.
I didn't think she'd be interested in that. What do you think of this?
Ah, the Gree Rackham used to instigate these strange events, and now you are its rightful owner.
What do you think of this manuscript?
How peculiar. It may look the part, but I think there's more to that manuscript than meets the eye.
I didn't need to pour water on that. What do you think of this magazine?
So tales of the house are already starting to spread.
I'd already carried a shrunken head around earlier that night. I didn't want to start a trend by lugging around other unnerving abominations. And I especially didn't want this one talking to me. It was a bell jar containing a homunculus, a miniature human-like creature formed from a mix of animal parts. The apparatus looked like the handiwork of a mad scientist. I thought it was best not to mess with it. Who knew what sort of reaction I might set off? Along one wall of the bedroom was a makeshift laboratory complete with vials, beakers, and a furnace below. A bag lay abandoned on the floor. The bag was empty of everything but papers covered in an unintelligible scrawl. Hanging on the coat stand was a thick I searched through the pockets of the lab coat. To my surprise, I found something, a small silver coin. I needed to think of something else. The books covered all manner of scientific subjects, magnetism, thermodynamics, chemistry, and much more, none of which I had the time or understanding to read. A stack of books lay haphazardly at the bottom of the bed. I couldn't do that.
What the fuck do I need a silver coin? Oh my god. Chat, can you not help? Come on.
Welcome back, Murphy.
I found this coin in Cecil's bedroom.
Magnificent, Murphy. The start of a most important line of inquiry.
I have some more questions.
Ask a...
Tell me again, how can I find the body of Cecil Belmore, the scientist?
Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work, but in happier times he created a treasure hunt for his brothers, were they ever to seek him out. That is your lifeline, Murphy. Follow the trail of clues to reach that laboratory. I sense the first clue lies in Cecil's bedroom.
I should get back to...
May fate be in your...
Nope. I didn't think he'd be interested in that. Would you like some help digging?
I don't need your help, Sonny. I'll have you know I've got the body of a lumberjack.
You do?
Yeah, it's one of the ones I need to bury tomorrow.
I charge more than that to hire the creaky crab, I'm afraid. I'm not Karen.
Karen?
Greek mythology's ferryman of the underworld. He charged a single coin, and in my opinion, drastically underpriced his service. When you've got a monopoly on the River Styx, you can justify charging a premium.
I didn't need to show him that.
Oh, guys, I'm gonna call it here. Fuck me. Can I do the race from the phone? I wonder. That would be cool, but somehow I doubt it. Honeypoo still alive also. That's crazy. That's a rate. Wow, grandma, honestly. But yeah, she's already taken, I'm pretty sure. Not 100% though. But don't only think about her body. Okay, bye guys. Thank you for watching. I play more tomorrow, I guess, probably. Well, I thought we gained followers, but it looks like we lost followers, so now scam. People got banned, maybe. Okay, bye.